Welcome, Chad. We are here with day number 6 of the TePe Sigeman Tournament and day number 2 of the GCT Poland Tournament. GCT Poland हो चुका है चालू एंड सहज भाई मैं आपके आते ही क्या देख रहा हूं गुकेश चेस ओपनिंग थ्योरी भूल गए सहज भाई
भाई ये गुकेश ने पहले फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वेलकम चैट एंड सेकेंडली परफेक्ट टाइमिंग टू गो लाइव या पहली चाल E4 हुई और हम लाइव गए भाई व्हाट अ मोमेंट एंड
भाई
जस्ट टू कम बैक टू द गेम टिकू भाई ही डिड दिस इन मेनोरका मास्टर्स यू रिमेंबर ही प्लेड D3 एंड देन उसके बाद ही प्लेड A3 ही डिड
भाई
दिस बिफोर
पहली चाल की आप तारीफ कर रहे हो दूसरी चाल कैन वी गो थ्रू द सेकंड मूव सहज भाई वो विजुअली देखना है मुझे एक बार E4 E5 D3 चैट जो भी ओपनिंग वीडियो आज तक हम सब क्रिएटर्स से बनाए सब बैन कर दो भाई E4 E5 D3 इज द न्यू सेटअप एंड सहज भाई व्हाट इज द आई लुक एट दिस बिशप B4 G3 नाउ अरे ब्यूटी भाई
Hi, I'll tell you. Chat, do you guys know what the Nodirbek system is? Like it goes something like this. You play knight f3, black plays knight c6 and white plays g3 here, right? So this is what we call, I mean basically इसका official name नहीं है but Nodirbek बहुत खेलता है तो we're just calling it the Nodirbek system for now until it gets a name. But Gukesh played this a lot against Vishy sir in GCL. I think 2 or 3 games he played and 2 games that I think or so he won with this G3 variation and now he says कि ठीक है भाई knight f3 G3 के बाद तो शायद आप प्रिपरेशन करके आ सकते हो तो मैं क्या करता हूँ I'll play D3 knight c6 एंड अब G3 खेलता हूँ मैं तो अब आपकी प्रॉपर प्रिपरेशन नहीं आएगी I'm also keeping the knight on G1 for now because maybe in the future I can put it on E2 and that's a completely different setup and that's the idea basically.
भाई दैट्स द आइडिया इंडीड बट ऑलरेडी वाइट से चौथी चाल पे ओनली मूव आ चुकी है सहज भाई दैट्स मेकिंग मी वरी अ बिट बिशप D2 ओनली मूव फॉर गुकेश वरना अलविदा इस गेम को कहना पड़ेगा एंड ऑफ कोर्स लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट हु इज ही प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट दो important details Radoslav is the lowest seed of the event so somebody ideally you want to beat and also Gukesh is second for the world championship.
Oh, that is so true. That is so भाई अब तो सेकंड को थोड़ा अपना
भाई
अपनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निभानी पड़ेगी
पर पर सेकंड को तो ओपनिंग पता होगी ना भाई तो उसके अगेंस्ट खेलने का तो कुछ मतलब बना नहीं वो तो साथ में बैठ के ही देखे होंगे ओपनिंग
But I think this is clear कि he okay. Do you really expect Gukesh to play E4 E5 D3 in a world champ? भाई मैं रो दूंगा अगर गुकेश ने E4 E5 D3 सिंडारोव के साथ वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में खेला भाई. I can tell you like we will all cry on the on the stream there but मजा आएगा. But I think
भाई
this whatever Gukesh is playing by these days, especially D3, he has employed at least 2 times that we know this year. Once in Menorca and once just now. So that means he's not going to play this in World Championship. नहीं तो आप you very rarely repeat. Right, टिको भाई.
भाई आपने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने की बात करी अगर बिशप D2 नहीं आता मैं तो अभी रो पड़ता भाई 6 महीने का वेट क्यों करना है एंड नाउ ऑफ कोर्स D4 के बाद ब्लैक कैन गेन अ लॉट ऑफ स्पेस बट एसेंशियली व्हाट व्हाइट हैज डन इज उसने E4 पॉन पे टेंशन रिवील कर देंगे आफ्टर D4 एंड देन नाइट E2 F4, knight F3, bishop G2, and you can basically try to launch an attack. Of course, it's objectively not the best way to play, but practically might offer chances. And to be honest, I am not fazed at all by this. I love this. कुछ different try कर रहे हैं Gukesh. You know, it always takes courage to play these opening styles. सामने कोई भी बैठा हो, and if it wins, you look like a badass, Sahaj bhai.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Because you played D3, and of course, like trying something new. Of course, you are also being a pioneer when it comes to opening theory. When you try out things like D3 as the world champion, then people follow. People like 2600s will follow, 2700s will follow. Then unko dekh ke 2500s, 2400s will follow, and so on and so on and so on. And who knows? Maybe right now this E4 E5 D3 is known as Leonardus variation, something like this. But who knows? Later it could get a name Gukesh variation. Because I don't think
Oh,
Gukesh has a name in the opening, right? That's
not yet.
missing.
That's missing, and already a slight error by his opponent. So I think D4 खेला था, but understandable why he took that pawn, and now he's kind of equalized. Chat, welcome to the stream. First of all, एक बार सबके सब chat में लिख दो कहाँ से आप join करो. Where are you joining us from? Let us know the location. Let me point out there's a poll in the chat. I'm going to set it up on the Chesscom India channel. So can we set it up on the Chesscom India channel? If you can potentially, I'll do it. Gukesh versus Sindarov का poll because इस गेम के बाद जो अगला गेम होने वाला है सहज भाई it is Sindarov with the white pieces versus Gukesh with the black pieces. The warm-up match for the world championship is 6 months. It's all or nothing, Sahaj bhai.
भाई भाई भाई, वो जो दिन आने वाला है, वो जो एक घंटे के अंदर वो मोमेंट आने वाला है, बेसिकली चैट, एंड वी आर ऑल वेटिंग फॉर इट 100%। एंड ऑफ कोर्स गुकेश हैज, मेरे को लग रहा है गुकेश और राडे ना अपने राउंड को छोड़ के वो सिंडारोफ के साथ ही प्रिपरेशन कर रहे होंगे कल रात को बैठ के हमारा राउंड गया, छोड़ो, मैं तो D3 खेलूंगा, फिर उसके बाद चेस खेलते हैं, लाइक विल जस्ट लीव इट बैठ के भाई, इसी राउंड की ही प्रिपरेशन चल रही होगी कल रात को। आई एम लाइक 90% श्योर ऑफ दिस, एंड बिकॉज इट्स सच अ बिग गेम, राइट, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू स्कोर विंस एंड हैव दैट साइकोलॉजिकल
लगा
एडवांटेज
दिया अपन वैसे भाई।
अगेंस्ट समवन बिफोर द मैच बिगिंस।
Indeed, and it's going to be a lot of fun, of course. And when दोनों channel पे poll लगाया सहज भाई, I would love to see the differences in the poll results on both channels, सहज भाई, if you know what I mean. Will be quite
Oh,
interesting
right.
to see that one. And meanwhile, chat, glad to have you all. It's going to be fun. Meanwhile, we are still focused on this game. Iski ugly game. The next game is the one versus Sindarov. And of course, TePe Sigeman will also start in around 45 minutes. Sehaj bhai, so far, I think White seems to be very happy with what he has. He can play knight f3, he can castle rook e1, and e5 pawn could be a weakness.
Great point, I think. And also, this knight on f6 kind of helps, because imagine if the knight was on e7, black could play f6, yeah, to defend this pawn. So you can definitely target this. So knight f3 looks like a very strong move. By the way, just wanna, just speaking of the TePe Sigeman event, since you mentioned, just wanna mention that Fabi made a very interesting statement about Erdogmus yesterday. I'm not sure if you caught that, Tiku bhai,
No,
but
no, no.
he said that something along the lines of that Erdogmus is the probably the most promising chess player in history of chess,
Hmm.
like the most impressive player in the history of chess, or something like this. What do you make of that? Because I think that's big words coming from Fabi.
That's huge because we also kind of think the same, but our assessment is based on the results, right? It's just based on him being the youngest ever to touch 2700. But for Fabi especially, I mean, of course, for you, Sehjbhai, as well, and maybe some title players in the chat, jo do log dekh rahe hain, but for Fabi especially, it's also based on the analysis of his games, right? It's based on him going deep into why is he playing so well, how is he playing so well, and clearly he's impressed by a Dogmas's play. So I think, or Erdogmus actually, I'm trying to adapt to his pronunciation. So that means Fabi clearly sees something which the common man has not seen just yet, and that means there's a huge future for Erdogmus at the top level.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And also, he was mentioning the fact that against Nodirbek, by the way, I believe he plays against Nodirbek today. And the last time Erdogmus played against Nodirbek, chat, I think we've spoken about it many times, but just want to remind you guys that, can you guys take a guess how many moves that game lasted? Just like a random guess. Can anyone guess the last time Nodirbek and Erdogmus played against each other? How many moves did the game last? Anyone? Just a random guess.
I'm guessing it was with Tata Steel where they last played,
Oh, not
and
Tata Steel, the one before that. The one before that
okay,
in
okay,
Grand
okay.
Swiss. My
Acha, acha,
bad,
acha.
my bad. Grand
Okay,
Swiss.
okay.
Exactly. Savita Sharma ji, I think you got the context in this. It was a 190 move
Yeah,
game. It was a queen pawn versus queen endgame. About 8 hours long, the
yeah.
match actually stretched,
Eight and a half,
which
Sehjbhai,
is
I think. मेरे को
eight
वो
and a
FIDE
half
का
hours.
हाँ.
And a 13-year-old Erdogmus did not make a mistake in 8.5 hours against Nodirbek. That's so, so, so impressive.
Yeah, I remember like, Fide posted a, proper Instagram post about it. Was insane to me that, he defended that game. If he had lost, it would make sense. Yeah. But he had the stamina and the understanding in that position to hold on. And thanks a lot, Mr. Sikh dude bhai. Sikh बोलने का मन नहीं कर रहा होगा, but compliment दिया आपने तो लेना पड़ेगा. And meanwhile, Sehaj bhai, Gukesh के लिए ये game बहुत important है chat. Why is this game important? Because whatever happens here is gonna, of course, dictate a part of his mood for the game against Sindarov. And that's the next one, Sahaj Bhai. So this game, if he can have a nice victory here, and to our surprise, Gukesh was right in the middle of the standings after day one. After that, couple of rough rounds at the start, and he's only 1 point behind the leader. He's just
I
a
feel,
one drop behind the leaders. He's on
you
three
know, I,
points. He's on 4 points.
I just feel that, as anytime we want to assess whether a tournament is going well for us or not, is the amount of opportunities you get in a single game. And I think Gukesh got opportunities to win basically in the first game against Firouzja. He had opportunities throughout his match against Hans, to equalize matters. I feel like his play has definitely improved since Menorca, which was actually not that long ago, but he feels like a different, like slightly different, more improved version for sure to me so far. Because the fact that he's taking down Firouzja like that, the fact that he's outplaying him like that in rapid, the fact that how he defeated in the third round as well, it's pretty impressive, I would say.
Agreed. And chat, please, no racist comments. And I've seen a few over the last couple of days. I'm going to ban you instantly. Just fair warning. That's the last warning for anybody in the chat. Meanwhile, coming to the game here, Sahaj by h6, a quite a normal move, I think, kind of saying, passing the buck to white. Okay, what are you going to do now? I just want to target that e5 pawn. That's my goal. I think that is the biggest weakness right now. Rook e1 makes a lot of sense. Of course, h3 to prevent bishop g4 long term makes sense. And my goal is, I think, even though you have this central pawn, you don't have a target just yet as black. So your plan after you play the normal move like bishop f5 is not so clear, maybe.
I mean, you can go queen d7, rook d8, ऐसे करके develop. Maybe white can go. I see knight c4 as a possibility, but problem is Tikubai. The moment I move this knight, now because I have to move this knight. The moment I move this knight, you can play e4, and e4, d4, bishop e4 के बाद, okay, slightly preferred position for white, but okay, not like anything major.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it
I
could just
agree.
end in a very like a quick draw as well. But let's see what happens.
I think I would also be okay with that, Sejbhai, because he does save a lot of energy for his game against Sindarov. As long as Gukesh does not lose, I'm very very happy with the game with the result. He should have a nice game that satisfies him basically. Because he had a great game against Duda. That comeback that we usually associate with players like Magnus or Hikaru. We saw that with Gukesh yesterday. That beautiful Queen h2, Rook f4. Suddenly Duda went from completely winning to completely lost in 4 moves. And that's the
Yeah,
sign of a very
exactly.
strong player. You're always on the lookout for opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, speaking of looking for opportunities, let's take a quick look at Wesley versus Sindarov, as that's going to be a,
What?
big matchup incoming. That's not a blunder, by the way. It was an
Ah,
error.
okay, okay. Error.
It was a very exciting position just a few moments ago with this knight g5 attack and so much problems around the king. But now the queens have been traded off the board, and now bishop e3 was played. The idea is simple. He wants to take on c5 and take on e6. And Tikubai, I feel Wesley is slightly more comfortable here.
I agree, but I've played this position as black sometimes, and when I saw this course by I think Peter Heine Nielsen, I think it was. I remember. I think I saw a couple of them actually, and how he explained the position was so nice. Like it gave me so much confidence to play it as black. He did show like a Karpov game where white just dominated in this structure. But look at the bishop, Sahaj Bhai. That's where I'm happy. The bishop on b7, the bishop on d6 kind of give me a lot of faith in my position long term. But I do agree with you that e6 pawn is a big thorn, and that bishop e3 move, simple threat, take and take. It can't get easier than that.
Yeah, exactly. This threat looks dangerous, as dangerous as it could be, because it's going to be a discover attack, and black has to basically go knight d3 here, Tikubai, which I'm not so sure. After bishop takes, pawn takes, let's say something like rook d1, you will win the
Mm.
pawn on d3, and this pawn is now, let's say, a permanent weakness in the position. So difficult road ahead for Sindarov.
True. And I think this game is going to be exciting because we can already see a 4 minute time difference building up. And by the way, which I'm hoping our producer is working on getting the Gukesh camera, that crazy camera we had yesterday as well. That would be nice to have, Sejbhai. What do you think? That,
Exactly,
that
Gukesh in
that
the
five
purple
dimensional
shirt, I
camera.
believe it was.
Yeah,
Oh, there
there
it
it
is.
is.
Let's go.
Crazy. Chat, if you can't see Gukesh moving, it's because he's moving in the fifth dimension. So, we can't
Yeah.
understand this camera. It's not comprehensible for the human eye. So
Hmm.
we've worked really hard to get this. We had to interact with aliens. You know how light years work. It was a difficult
Starlink and
communication.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah, but we did it just for you guys, just for you.
Hmm.
And meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, jumping
Gukesh,
back to
first time I'm seeing Gukesh in 4K. Yeah.
yeah, and 5D and
That's a
4K, bhai.
very, very nice picture, though. Like, can we appreciate how good that picture is? Like, that's a beautiful picture.
Yeah, true. Agree, agree. That Waka logo really, shines bright. on his shirt there. And he does look very intense and focused, which he is in real time as well, I'm pretty sure. And so if you jump back to his game right now, I think after castles, we had a couple of moves. Knight c4 was played, and Gukesh piling on the pressure on that e5 pawn. Not totally convinced with knight e3. I would have again played rook e1 first, but okay, makes a lot of sense. Attacks the bishop. Where do you put the bishop? Bishop g6, bishop e6. Both look tempting.
No, don't go to g6 for sure, because then there is knight h4, and I'm not so sure if that is good, because then you would have to go bishop h7 and lose a tempo.
Hmm.
Knight f5 is also incoming, and I would rather put it on e6. That feels more centralized, you know. And also maybe in the future I can play something like queen to d7 and then bishop to h3. This is the biggest. Oh wow, he goes bishop h7. Not a big
I
fan of
think,
this. Wouldn't have chosen it. Okay, it makes more sense than bishop g6. That's for sure,
huh.
because now you're not losing a tempo, so more or less still fine. But computer did not like this so much.
I think he's planning e4 basically. That's why he went there, because the bishop on e6 would not allow e4 anymore. He really wants to get rid of that pawn on e5, I think. Maybe and that's a 92. So this makes a lot of sense. But can we go e4 now? Is it a good move?
d4, knight e4, bishop e4, bishop e4, queen g4, I think is the problem. Bishop
Hmm.
g6. No. So e4. Actually, I'm going to try and calculate this. There is a way here for white to take advantage for sure. So takes everything. Black goes rook takes e4. And okay, something trivial like queen h5 also should be fine. Let's take a look though. e4.
Hmm.
Actually, no, it is working. Takes knight e4, knight e4, bishop e4. Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Yeah, takes rook e4, and okay, something like queen f3 or queen h5 here is completely fine. But okay, it's equal, basically completely equal. So e4
Yeah.
is expected in this position, and I think Gukesh could draw this very, very quickly.
Agreed. And chat, we're talking about Arjun in the chat. Agreed. Arjun is leading the TePe Sigeman Tournament that starts around 40 minutes from now. He's playing Zhu Jinner today, who lost to Magnus yesterday. If Arjun wins today, and let's say Erdogmus doesn't win, he could be in sole lead. It's gonna be amazing. Of course, he could have a chance to win an event ahead of Magnus Carlsen. Sahaj, that would be headline news across the internet.
Oh भाई, absolutely. मजा आएगा भाई. बहुत बहुत मजा आने वाला है. I think a lot of exciting. Oh, there it is. By the way, e4 on the board. Simplifications incoming.
Hmm.
But yeah, to your point, lots of exciting matches are happening today. Gukesh Sindarov, of course, the big. I'm pumped for that one. I mean, couldn't have had it at a better time. By the way, speaking of, Sindarov is now slightly worse against Wesley So.
Oh wow, that's very interesting. Actually, the ideal situation Sahaj is, correct me if
Why
I'm wrong.
blunder? Knight g7 is and rook e7 check. That's a mistake, no? Okay, not a blunder, but okay, that's a mistake. It's a miss for
But
sure.
if Sindarov loses, his confidence could be low for the Gukesh game. That might benefit Gukesh, right?
I think it's usually the opposite. I feel like if you win a couple of games, then your sense of danger goes away, and then you are easy to beat. But at this level, if you lose a game, then you just completely wake up, yeah, and then you just want to win the next game. Just like how Magnus was with Zhu Jinner, for example.
Sahaj bhai, I talked about Sindarov making a mistake. Gukesh also made a minor one. If we go and check that game quickly, he
Arey, arey, arey,
played
arey.
knight d c4, and now this is apparently not a good move because there is a move called b5. And where is this knight gonna go now?
But guys, but Tikubai, can we explain why knight dc4 is a mistake and why
Hmm.
Gukesh went for something like this? So, like, of course, Gukesh knew knight takes e4 and queen takes d8 is equal, but just like how Magnus yesterday played that f3 move, I'm
Hmm.
sure many people in the chat will remember, where probably it was not the best move according to the engine, but it led to more complications. Because you are avoiding simplifications overall, and this is exactly what knight dc4 here is in this scenario. You are avoiding the knight trade, you're avoiding the bishop trade, you're avoiding the queen trade, and with that, the game continues for a longer period. Gukesh is just trying to continue the game for longer. That's it.
Very interesting. And now, will black play b5 is the question, right? It's not the move you really want to play because keep an eye on the bishop on g2. Once you play b5, you're basically keeping the knight on c6 absolutely loose. There's also a pin on the knight on e4. So it's tactically a bit risky. So tough choice for Radoslav here, who's thinking, who's a minute behind. But b5 could be a challenging move for Gukesh to play. And of course, if Gukesh does make a mistake, then साथ ही बैठ के एनालाइज करना रात को बैठ के कि अरे भाई कहाँ गलती कर दी मैंने कहा था क्या नाइट c4 गुकेश भाई क्या नाइट c4 मतलब मेरे देश में आके ऐसी मूव खेलोगे आप. This could be the discussion later on, when they analyze the game.
Could be, why? Could be. But b5, I think, looks unlikely. Also, by the way, Radek is on 0 out of 3 so far. So he lost all of his games yesterday against Duda, Wesley, and then Sindarov back to back. So hasn't been the best event, best day one at least for him so far. So yeah, let's see what happens. B5
By
is
the
the
way,
move, like you mentioned. Queen F6 is another one.
Sindarov didn't find the best move. Now he is close to being lost. Not lost, lost. There is counterplay, but oh my God, he had to play rook d8. He just took the knight's edge by look at that rook on b7. It's an absolute beast right now.
Exactly, and that's why Rook A B8 forces the trade of these pieces. And by the way, Rook A B8 was a mistake. Rook C B8 was better. It's not the sharpest decision by Sindar because he's usually, he turns it on whenever situation gets this tense. But here, there is a nuance. There is an intermezzo that is helping White. Chat, can you spot what that intermezzo is here? It's not Rook takes B8. Anything else? Fine. Basically, you are asking the question, how was Rook CB8 different than Rook AB8 in this scenario? Any
Yeah.
guesses?
Chat, notice that subtle differences. What can you do with your pieces? Indeed, it is bishop
Indeed.
f5. The move attacks the rook on c8, and if you take on b7, I can then take on c8 and also indirectly attack the a6 pawn sedge by, I'm guessing that's the nuance there.
Exactly. And if you defend this, Tikubai, then Rook D6, GG.
Arre bapre.
Now you lose the piece, not just the pawn. So if he finds Bishop F5, I think objectively Wesley is winning.
And you know what, chat? We all talk about passed pawns. We need passed pawns to win the endgame. Look at what white has on the king side. 3 versus 1. I can simply play g4, king g2 to unpin my f pawn. And then, as Sahajbai says, always push the f pawn very, very fast. And then these 3 pawns will just maul black here, Sahajbai, I feel.
Basically, here we would. This is a question I've asked the chat many times. Imagine if you had F, G, and H pawns, and black only had the H pawn. And it's an end game, right? Which pawn do you push first? It's always the pawn that doesn't have an opponent. This is only in the end game when there is a race. It's called the cardinal principle. I think it was coined by Capablanca, who was a third world champion, that you always push the pawn that doesn't have an opponent. So in this case, it would be f4 because it's the most distant. If black had g7 and h7, still f4. If it was f7 and h7, then it would be g4 and so on and so on and so on.
Yeah. And
By the
interesting
way,
that, they have. What happened?
e5 played by Radek and knight a3 ke baad a6 also found. So Gukesh slightly worse for now, but position is complicated.
Yeah, I do agree. I think again the bishop on g2 should be very happy with the developments. Sometimes hotana parents have money to send only one child to college, and the second guy has to suffer on a3 for a while. He has to sit at home, doesn't get to date, at college, doesn't get to study his favorite field. But the other guy can maybe work at Google, make a lot of money for the both of them. Says I mean, the bishop on g2 is the guy working at Google now.
But I guess it depends on, the type of life that they live because when Magnus played against me, the knight on a3 was the guy who was going to college and going to Harvard and getting multiple degrees and, yeah, basically just cooking.
True, true, true. And I think, regardless, Chad, I think Gukesh definitely has a plan in mind. We know he's always the guy to take risks. And this was true even when he was in great form. Remember, like Arjun against Gukesh, for example, from Norway Chess, Arjun against Magnus, always taking those risks. That's his style of play. By the way, he's played pawn to c4. And now the only move for black for an advantage is knight to d4, putting both the knights in the center and Sejbhai, that does look a bit threatening to me with for the white pieces.
But also feels a bit unrealistic. I feel b4 is more logical. I don't know, but you see c4, your eyes go to b4 instantly, knight a c2 and and a5, you're saying, okay, that's kind of better for me. But knight d4 ke baad, bhai, knight a c2, knight c2, knight c2, and you're supposed to capture on c4, basically. So it's a sharp variation. He could find it for sure, but I think logically, like optically, I would play b4 here, which is still good, but not like the best move in the position. Also, queen f6,
I
another very interesting try, bhai, because b2 is under attack.
I agree. B4 looks very logical because then I have the c5 square permanently for my knight. Of course, not right now, but slowly but surely, I'll put a knight there and then it can always hop to the d3 square. That's a beautiful treat waiting for me to grab. साल भाई थापर कॉलेज कैसा है आना है कभी थापर कॉलेज है मन है एक बार मैं कॉलेज का कभी गया नहीं हूँ someday I'll come to Thapar and visit it once more but let's see
भाई आपको
um
पता है मैं किसी इंडियन कॉलेज में आज तक नहीं गया हूँ. लाइक बिकॉज मैंने अपनी
सहज भाई आपका
ग्रेजुएशन
थोड़ा
इंडिया से बाहर करी थी
इंडियन
ना, तो
इंडियन
इंडिया
बहुत चीजों में मिसिंग है भाई, फूड में मिसिंग
मैं ये
है,
बहुत बड़ी
कॉलेज में मिसिंग है।
मेजर चीज मिसिंग, आई वांट टू सी द वाइब एज वेल, लाइक वंस इन माय, लाइक ये कैसा रहता है, लाइक हाउ, लाइक जस्ट वांट टू अटेंड अ क्लास एज वेल, इट वुड बी सो मच फन.
सो इफ यू हैव अ कॉलेज बाय योर नेम, इनवाइट सहज भाई टू गेट अ डिग्री भाई। किस में डिग्री लोगे सहज भाई, अगर
और अ
इंडिया में नहीं
डिग्री
होती तो?
भाई, जस्ट टू विजिट, दैट्स व्हाट आई
तो
वुड लव.
रणछोड़ दास ठाचर से सीखे सहज भाई, go to IIT Delhi right now and just learn. By the way, knight d4 played, the best move in the position, and look at that, knight c2, the only move for Gukesh.
Wow, knight a c2, or else he is a whole lot worse. Let's see if
Wow.
he finds that, because if he doesn't, then black can get c5, and then this knight on d4 becomes an outpost, which is something you absolutely want to avoid.
We don't want Gukesh to lose, chat. That is very important, right? The confidence matters. I know he had a draw in hand, but he needs to find knight c2. I think a pushing draw, one way he's taking risks and ends up in a draw, is still okay, but we don't want him to lose his confidence. Come on, Gukesh, knight a c2. I can see on his face, he's thinking about it, Sajwa. His eyes are looking towards knight on a3.
Knight a c2. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, can I go pawn takes b5? Ah, then that doesn't really achieve anything. Knight ec2 doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to understand if he finds knight a c2 via process of elimination, or is it like a move that appears to you instantly? Because I probably won't play knight a c2 instantly. I'll probably think of rook c1, rook e1 type of moves as well, because I will think, okay, let's develop all the pieces and then challenge the knight. But somehow you have to act very fast. Plus, Tiku bhai, knight c2, and knight takes c2 loses a pawn by force. And that's a very difficult decision, considering that in just 3 moves ago, Gukesh did not simplify and tried to play for a win, right? But now he's trying to play for a draw if he gives up a pawn. So, not an easy decision.
But once that c4 pawn evaporates, there are multiple good moves for blacks apparently. If one is queen f6 and rook a d8. If Mukesh were to sit tight, I think that's going to be a huge tactical nightmare. Also, black can just play c5 and just cement this knight on d4 forever, and then good luck getting rid of it. And okay, right now, if you play c5, I can just take on d4, pawn takes, and put that knight on d5 by the support of the c4 pawn. Once the c4 pawn vanishes,
I
then that's going to be tough. And time wise, also,
literally,
Gukesh has
bhai,
lost.
just I'm just want to put this up over here. Queen f6. Actually, by the way, what? By knight d2 is dead lost here for Gukesh. Okay, that's I missed that, but I was just talking about this position: rook c1, queen f6, rook e1. Let's say rook d8 or something like this. It feels like black's, the structure, the queen, the bishop. I mean, this is like chess maxing basically. Like you are optimizing your pieces to the fullest, essentially. No other piece can be improved, more than this. What a
True,
position for black,
exactly.
actually.
So I think tough choice
Oh,
for Mukesh. By
rookie.
the way, he's played rookie one and he's objectively much, much worse now. So Radoslav could get his first win of the event if he manages to convert this one. On the other hand, Sindarov is also losing. Sehaj bhai, I mean, ऐसा ना हो स्टार्टिंग के बाद दोनों के बारे में मीम्स होने चालू हो जाए भाई, ये क्या चल रहा है
भाई
भाई?
दोनों मतलब एकदम अलर्ट रहेंगे, बढ़िया फाइट होगी, बिकॉज इफ बोथ ऑफ देम हैव लूज देयर मैचेस, एंड बोथ ऑफ देम विल बी वेरी एक्सट्रीमली मोटिवेटेड अगेंस्ट ईच अदर, एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी वांट टू सी. सो लेट्स
Yeah,
सी भाई, लेट्स सी.
c5 is a nice move, by the way, as we discussed, cementing that knight on d4. And now, what does white do? For example, knight a c2 already. I mean, it's a decent move, but looks less impressive as it was earlier because black is not forced to react. The knight on d4 is defended now, so I have other options. For example,
Actually,
rook
after
you
knight
fight
a
back.
c2, I can just go pawn takes pawn, and that's just a free pawn again, because knight takes c4 is not possible, and as knight c2 and knight g3, I guess was the problem. But there are bigger problems in the position, like queen f6 and attacking this, and so on and so on. So Gukesh
Oh,
in
by the
deep, deep,
way,
deep trouble.
Sanket by telling us I'll be watching the game live from Poland tomorrow. Super excited. Arey, brother, get us some videos of
Hey,
Gukesh, man, and send it to my, I don't know, on Instagram or whatever, some Google Drive link or whatever. Would love to check it out by and have fun. Meet Gukesh, hopefully. And hopefully
love
he's
it,
leading the
bhai.
tournament by then.
Love it, love it, love it. Good luck, bhai. Enjoy it. It's always a special feeling, I think, to visit an elite event, because you get to see so many players, you get to see the fans. I mean, I think it's a completely different vibe.
Yep. And chat, meanwhile, I for a second thought that was Radoslav. Like I got confused सहज by myself. भूल गया था वो कैमरा कहीं और है दूसरे देश में. But Stifa के बाद Gukesh is still thinking. Do we have an update in the Sindarov game? Maybe we can check.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the current position. After rook takes b8, rook takes b8 happens, and then he plays g4. So the cardinal principle essentially, black plays h6. And now Wesley's thinking he can go king g2 basically, or he can to try and basically push f4, or he can play rook d6. The idea of rook d6 is that you want to tuck the rook away to c6, where it puts pressure on b6, f6, basically the entire sixth rank where majority of your pieces are. That seems like a good idea. And the other option is you play king g2, but king g2 allows rook d8. And you really have to evaluate whether this endgame after rook takes d8 is winning for you or it's a draw. There is no in between here. It's not like white is better or anything. It's an endgame. It's either win or a draw. So you have to be very careful before you go into this. And I'm guessing that's why he's thinking. He goes king g2. Let's go. By the way, what's
Yeah,
happening
very
with
human
Sindarov's
actually.
time? What is up with Sindarov's time, bhai? How,
I
how is
mean,
he at 19 minutes?
and maybe he's hoping it carries forward to the next game. Maybe like, but I don't think that's going to happen. By the way, bishop c7, nice move, preventing rook d6 and f4 both at the same time. So love that move from Sindarov. He's offering real resistance. And also with the opposite color bishops, you never know. There can be blockades, Sahaj, by sometimes, which White has to be careful about. Meanwhile, jumping back to Gukesh's game, if possible, he has made another move, and that is c takes b5. He didn't want to lose that pawn, but that means black is allowed to capture towards the center, and that only improves his position, Sahaj bhai.
Yep, the A file opens up. Your A2 pawn is under huge pressure right now. I think it's definitely worse, and I think Gukesh also realizes it's worse, but I feel it's not simple enough yet. Like I don't see a clear plan for Radek in this sense. Maybe Queen B6 can be one. I see a crazy move, Rook A6, with the idea of I'm guessing Rook D6. So this Rook lift is very, very impressive. And if this happens, okay, this position looks definitely a bit worrying for Gukesh. But if that's not found, maybe he's fine. How easy is Rook A6
Oof.
to find here, though? That's the question. Because I think Rook A6 is something you will think about. Yeah, like you'll think about moving the rook simply because it's pinned by the bishop.
Yeah, I might actually play Queen f6 still. I think that to me looks very tempting, right? Because you connect the rooks. I can now maybe double up rooks on the A file. I can double up on the E file, on the D file. So Rook A6 maybe not so obvious. Maybe the idea can be just to double up on the A file, also play Rook D6 in certain cases. But maybe Queen f6 is the more natural move for me at least, Sahaj. What do you think?
Oh, Rook A7 played.
Wow.
Rook A6 played. Sorry, my bad. Like it was glitching. So best moves being played by Radek. Gukesh is in deep, deep, deep trouble right now. Just one move for the world champion to survive. Otherwise, he would be objectively lost, Tikubai. And that move is A4.
And how easy is A4? Because I see it's a free pawn. I don't want
It's
to
not
give free
easy.
pawns.
I doubt he will find A4 by. It looks very hard. 10 minutes only as well. Also, Radek has m- uh, he has a lot of time basically, Radek as well. So looks difficult, but let's see how he fights
And
back.
the poll we set up, chat, but let's not forget the next game at the GCT Poland tournament is indeed between the World Championship challenger Sindarov and the World Champion Gukesh. The next game to this, we have polls on both channels we are covering, Chess 24 India and Chesscom India. On Chess 24 India, Gukesh winning is 54%, Sindarov winning is 31%, and draw is 15%. On Chesscom India, however, Gukesh winning is 46%, Sindarov winning is 38%, and draw is 16 or 17%. So, and with every move, what I can see is Sindarov's chances are rising because we're looking at Gukesh losing. Sahaj, why people are voting Sindarov more?
Oh, okay, okay. Then let's go back to Sindarov's position because he's also in a worse position. Let's get those votes. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, it looks like Sindarov has fought back a bit because the knights have been traded off and opposite colored bishops could hold some kind of a fortress here.
I agree. And of course, black has a potential pass pawn. And if you ask me who has the more advanced pawns, it is black. If I somehow put a pawn on c3, b4, c3, defend with the bishop on e5 long term, then you always have to take care of that pawn, right? Your bishop has to stay on c2, the rook has to stay on e2 to defend it. And it's going to make it very hard for you to push these pawns on the king side, for example. So real resistance offered by Sindarov, but it's still going to be tough against a player like Wesley So, who's so experienced in these endgames, Edge.
But at the same time, there is a 10-minute difference between Sindarov and Wesley. That's the crazy part to me. And now I realize why Vishy sir once said that he reminds, like, Sindarov reminds him of the younger him, because Vishy, he was known as the lightning kid. Basically, he was doing this before the like in classical chess, he was doing this constantly again and again when he was a bit younger. Um, this is a big, big, big strength for Javokir. And Tikubai, we have discussed that for Gukesh, fast chess is the problem,
Hmm.
right? When it's blitz, when it's tie breaks, and all of this, and it looks like for Sindarov, it could be one of his biggest strengths.
Agreed. And that extra time pressure, really helps. 17 minutes is insane. Yeah. You can sit down and calculate for 15 minutes for one move if you really needed to calculate it. And somebody mentioned in the chat as well, I think it is Mr. Raguk, who said Sindarov will save this due to time, but Gukesh will lose due to the same. So very interesting that, time being an important factor, although Gukesh had the draw in his hands, Edge, he
Hmm.
self-imposed these complications, which is biting him again. So I mean, it was a basic case of him coming up very ambitious, playing with his usual intentions, but maybe the understanding of the position was a bit lacking in this case.
I don't, I mean, I guess it's just a series of bad, like, positional decisions. And yeah, sometimes you think, okay, I can continue the game, and then you start to regret it. I'm sure he's regretting it right now, but
Mm.
still, I think you should push for the win, whether you shouldn't push for the win. I mean, it's very nuanced. Yeah, maybe in this situation, knight dc4 was a bit more extreme than usual, but it's difficult to calculate all of the outcomes. Now then the question becomes, should we stop playing for the win altogether, or should we stop pushing for the win altogether? Of course not, because that's exactly the reason why he won candidate. It's exactly the reason why he won the world championship, because each time Gukesh was putting that pressure, I believe, on Ding on each game, and that's how Ding kind of collapsed, and with that blunder in the king pawn end game. So he should just keep doing what he's doing, and find the right balance. That's what it is. But this definitely, I agree with you, was not the best decision by Gukesh.
Agreed. And the time difference is, really speaking volumes as well. Chad, look at Gukesh's clock, less than 6 minutes now. And I think this is almost impossible. And of course, we saw A4 as the best move. What is the idea of A4? It feels like Black has so many options. First of all, there's Rook D6 threatening a bunch of tactics. There is Rook E6 threatening a bunch of tactics. There are Queen A8 ideas, Queen F6, Rook A8 ideas. A4 tries to split these pawns and just create, like some squares. I mean, Knight C4 is now an option for me. At least I have something to play for. And of course, this A4 pawn will be attacked by the Queen as well. And if I can somehow neutralize the A2 and B2 pawns for the B5 and C5 pawns, I have chances to hold this again. Sej bhai,
Oh,
आवाज.
oh, sorry, my bad on that. So after, let me tell you the follow-up, what happens after A4. If Black plays BA4, chat, can you guess the best move for Gukesh here? That is just trying to showcase how difficult it is to make moves for Gukesh in this position, practically speaking. You have just sacrificed a pawn on the queen side, on the other corner of the board. And now, believe it or not, the best move is h4, which does nothing in the position. It's on completely on the other side of the board, pushing a pawn, basically waiting a
Sej
move.
bhai,
How
he
many
has
people?
blundered the game. Gukesh has blundered the game due to a tactical move. Knight to D2 is officially completely winning for Black because that knight sits in the heart of White's camp. If you take it
Ooh.
with the queen, there is knight F3 winning the queen on D2, and oh, he didn't find it.
He did not find it. He missed it. So I think Gukesh still, he's still more or less safe. Actually, no, still
But
the
but
position is kind of
but it's
bad. He
losing,
has
right?
to take the knight. But of course, this is something he would have looked at, right?
But
Like,
knight
why
C2
would
आ
he
रहा है
go
ना,
into
Sej bhai.
this?
Knight C2 आ रहा था. It was
Sorry?
losing, I think. He had to take on D4 by force. Like
Yeah,
knight
yeah, yeah,
c2
exactly.
was,
I'm guessing when he played f3, he spent
yeah.
about, I mean, he spent quite a bit of time playing f3, and then knight f6 is the only move he would have looked at, if not knight d2. Obviously, we are assuming he missed knight d2. So
Hmm.
knight takes d4, c takes d4 के बाद knight f1, and let's say this pawn on d4 will reach d3, but I'll put my knight on d2, and no, it's lost actually. Difficult, very
Sehaj
difficult, bhai.
bhai, my understanding is, chat, let me know if you agree or disagree. I think it's a bit of lack of patience also, because the fact that he played f3, it's trying to find a concrete solution to the problem. Like, I need a solution right
Hmm.
now is what it felt to me. Um, Maybe holding, well, what you mentioned earlier, yeah, just do nothing. Like, just holding on to the position with a bit of patience missing is my understanding
But
from
that's
Gukesh's play
very,
so far.
very difficult to do, especially when you're facing pressure. The last thing you want to do is wait. Because I think from a very young age, we are taught that a passive defense is like the last resort always. It's always active defense first, and then you move on to other things.
Yeah, but that's why, I mean, that's why he's the world champion. He had that patience. Okay, it's tough though. It's very tough. And now the question is, this d4 pawn, what do we do about it? And also, Sahaj bhai, like, technically the material is even. So if you can explain to us, why is this -3 for black? Why is it so bad?
It's purely because of piece activity. Bishop on h7 is very strong because it controls d3, and largely because of the pawn on d3. Yeah, if you put the pawn on a7, this is equal. But the pawn comes to d3, rook comes to e6, and then e2, and white just doesn't have enough time to defend against all of these threats. And that's why I think Gukesh is completely lost. Totally, chat is saying biased commentators don't want to accept that Gukesh is not good in fast time formats. भाई आप commentary सुन रहे हो? Like 10 minutes पहले we were talking about the fact that Gukesh's biggest problem is fast chess, and then Sindarov's biggest strength is fast chess. We literally were having like a 10-minute debate on this.
And chat, by the way, regardless of, I think everybody has an opinion. We all do. It's going to be answered in the next game. We have the world championship players
I'm just
basically playing each other. But let's do one thing. Let's like the stream. Let's get more people in, because that match is going to be mouth-watering clash. I think बहुत मजा आएगा between these two players. So let's just have our questions answered in the next game. We have both the players who are going to play in the World Championship. Let them play over the board and figure it all. हम लोग क्यों लड़ाई कर रहे हैं भाई? मतलब हम लोग chill करते हैं ना, हम लोग तो enjoy कर रहे हैं game. Meanwhile, Sehaj bhai, 4.5 minutes for Gukesh.
exactly 4.5 minutes is way too little time. But let's see. Also, I feel like having more time wouldn't have helped much in this scenario either, because rook e6, rook e2 is just a very clear threat. Rook e2 के square को रोकना पड़ेगा. I'm thinking g4 and knight g3, but then you can guard the e2 square, but who is guarding the c2 square then? Because ये दोनों possibilities है, right? दोनों तो रोक नहीं सकते knight से. Knight को d4 पे बैठना पड़ेगा to stop all of this. That's not possible. So one of these is happening. The other option is that you find some counterplay and you create an urgency for your opponent to like find only moves.
I think the fact that Gukesh is still thinking is a sign that he knows he clearly messed up. And now I think it's already too late. For me, Sehaj bhai, I think I mean, maybe I'm hoping I can create a passed pawn somehow, like on the queen side. That's enough to distract the pieces a little bit. But I'm still not sure how do I even do it. And also that bishop on g2, which earlier was the star of my position, right? You were talking about how that b5 move is going to, give that bishop a smile on his face. But now that bishop is crying. It's crying, tears dripping down his cheeks. कि भाई मैं दोनों जगह से ब्लॉक टू वो भी अपने ही पीसेस से.
अरे भाई. Also, just putting it out there, golden pawn was pushed. And it was not for a tactical reason. You see, it usually is a mistake. By the way, 3 minutes for Gukesh.
And Chad, of course, you'll also have TePe Sigeman start in around 13 minutes. But I think until Gukesh Sindarov finishes, our main focus will be this. Of course, this tournament, of course, is going to be crazy, that lineup between both the players.
Oof.
By the way, is that another mistake, Sehaj bhai?
Yeah, that's a blunder. That's a big blunder. Okay, not a big. Okay, it's like a -2 से -5 पे चला गया. Basically, there's a check on d4. Rook e6 is incoming still. Rook e2 is there as well, and queen f2 is the plan. So check, king h1, rook e6. I'm guessing you take, let's say rook e6, rook e6, rook d1 or rook c1, something like this. He will go bishop g6 and queen f2, rook e2 is unstoppable in this position. So very clear plan for Radek to bring the queen and put it on the f2 square. And again, if the pawn was on f2, this problem would be, let's say this position would be less worse at least.
And Chad, I think there are a bunch of questions I see about Gukesh, about us. I think in terms of playing Gukesh playing events, which I think is the main question, I feel like he's already withdrawn from a bunch of events. For me, I think whether he plays or not is a different strategy, because I have seen players who've played like 3 events in a year, 2 events in a year do very well. I have seen players who have played like 2 events a month do very well. So it depends on the problem he's facing right now. I don't think he's playing too little or too much. He's found a nice balance in the number of events, so I don't think that's a defining factor for his play. By the way, queen b6 check played. King has to go to h1 now, and that f2 square looks so tempting. Sehaj bhai and
It's not
chat.
about events. It's not about events. It's not about the fact that he is playing a lot or not playing a lot. I mean, it's obviously the weight of the crown. We have established that. But I feel like to an extent, it's also hunger, because we in 1 year he won everything, and then uske baad he's thinking, okay, now what's next? And probably that hunger is going to come back. I think for the world championship. That's why I think it's going to be a very very tough match. I would say either side. Well, let's see.
And Chad, the poll results are shifting dramatically. On Chess 24 India, it is 51% Gukesh wins, 35% Sindarov, and 15% draw. On the Chesscom India channel, it is 43% each for Sindarov and Gukesh, and 15% is a draw. So Gukesh's game is changing the poll. Your votes in real time. Will the game end that way? We'll know very, very soon. It's the next game after this. By the way, Rook E2. Look at that move. And Sehaj and chat, I think we'll all agree. If your opponent's queen can land up on the f2 or f7 square, 99% cases you're suffering. The game is over. Whether be it Scholar's
Oh,
Mint or whether
yes.
be it in the end game or the middle game, whenever that happens, you're suffering.
Yeah, this is just checkmate in this scenario. It's not even suffering. This is over. I think he can resign now. Yeah, for sure he can resign now. By the way, Sindarov is, I'm not sure if that endgame is winning or if it's a draw, but I think it's shifting more towards winning, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think
So
he's
yeah,
going to
very,
have two
very
pawns,
interesting
right?
developments there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks like it's winning.
I think this, I mean,
Yeah.
Gukesh probably is going to resign, I feel, in this moment. Let's take a quick look at Wesley versus Javokir to see what's going on. Yeah, only move for Javokir, which is c3. And this is where those extra 10 minutes really help him, yeah, because now he can take his time and put up the best defense. Imagine now if Sindarov had 2 minutes on the clock and Wesley had 10 minutes, it's very less likely he would be able to find the right defense and make it as hard, for his opponent to convert into a win.
But it's very
This is a
important.
very big quality for Sindarov.
If he takes on b3, you have to take with the bishop. That's very crucial. If you take with the pawn, I think that's a draw instantly, because black can just play a4, even sack that pawn, but it doesn't matter because the bishop, opposite color bishop, can actually stop 2 pawns on its own. So crucial decision. I think Sindarov making a choice what to do. He ideally should play c3, but he could just take a practical bet, Sehaj bhai. I'm just going to take on b3, hope my opponent just takes with the pawn, yeah?
CB3, bishop takes B3, only move that's winning. AB3 is a draw. But yeah, you were right in saying A4, pawn takes, bishop takes. This endgame is a draw. Another very useful thing to remember here, chat, is that this pawn is the wrong color. So if in some scenario bishop was to be exchanged or sacrificed for these two pawns, let's assume that one pawn will be traded off, let's say with the G pawn. Then you could technically sack this bishop for the F2 pawn and run the king to H8, and that's a draw. So this
Yeah.
is what he has to find. This is why after CB3, bishop takes B3 is really important to avoid and keep this pawn. This pawn is what's going to help Wesley win the game, essentially.
By the way, jumping back to Okesh, we have a couple of
Oh,
moves.
he takes
Talk
on
to,
B3.
I
And
told you
now I
it's
think Sindarov
tempting.
is lost.
He take with the bishop, yeah? Yeah, now he's lost. Now he's completely lost because the a4 pawn, you can never push the b4 pawn now,
Yeah, you can
essentially.
just put the bishop on D1 where it keeps an eye on the A4 pawn here, and then you just keep pushing F4, H4, G5 and simplify there, and then move the king to the queen side. It's easy from here. By the way, Gukesh, 20 seconds. He plays queen
Oof.
c3 and then rook a8 aata hai, and then I believe resignation is on the cards.
And it's the demolition on the clock in on the position with the white pieces. Like there is nothing to take forward for Gukesh as a positive here, Saj bhai. That's the sad part, and it all comes at a time when he's about to play Sindarov. Queen f2, by the way, isn't that just mate or a piece drops?
By queen f2, rook e2, I guess is only move. By the way, you're threatening mate in one and the piece is gone. So that's where the thought is coming from. But rook e2, d2 stops both of them, but then there is a queen incoming.
That's sad, no?
I'm not
ये तो
sure
खत्म हो गया
if
भाई.
that's any improvement, but yeah. By the way, you can't play knight e4 because there is knight e4, fe4, and then there is bishop takes e4, and that's also
Oof.
winning.
And can you show the? Okay, I think
Ah,
we'll
yeah, yeah,
see it
sure,
on the
sure,
board,
sure.
anyways.
So
Yeah,
bishop takes e4 के बाद bishop takes e4, queen f1 check,
yeah.
and that's a checkmate.
But okay, Chad. I think on one side, Gukesh did kind of bring this upon himself. He had a draw in hand. He tried to overpush and is going to lose now. But the only positive that I can see is ambition. I'm hoping he sticks to that ambition in the next game as well, although he'll have the black pieces. Next game is very, 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 very important. I'm going to say it's the most important game for Gukesh so far in the entire year, for Sindarov as well, of course, apart from the candidates. So, super crucial game. Do not go anywhere. It is the next game after this one. Meanwhile, Gukesh has 10 seconds, 8 minutes in contrast for Raduslav, who, by the way, was Gukesh's second for the World Championship. I think there's going to be detailed analysis of this game, Sahaj, tonight between both these people.
Yeah, bhai, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's always an interesting situation when you play against people that you work with. It's never actually easy, actually, to play against someone that you know on a personal level.
Queen f2 played, takes the rook.
Takes, and now queen c. Oh, knight b3. He plays defending the queen for now, but still trying to find these knight g4 ideas. Is knight g4 working here? Is
By the
knight
way,
e4 working here?
I
Actually, is
almost
knight e4
thought rook.
working? Why knight e4 is working?
Wow.
Wow, beautiful move actually. fe4,
Wow.
bishop e4, same idea, no?
I literally thought rook a2 is working, but queen c8 was mate. But yeah, rook d8 played, and and now rook d1 is the move,
So
but
chat,
rook
in this
g1.
scenario, you would not sacrifice the rook because there's queen c8 checkmate.
And the bishop would have been better on g6 edge, by in this
Yep.
particular case.
Hindsight OP.
By the way, rook g1 played, but okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
Gukesh is saying, oh no, I blundered. I blundered rook d1. I missed that there was a queen. How could I miss that?
oh man, tough game for Gukesh, Chad. I think this one, and I think the next game. This is literally the worst thing to happen before this game against Sindarov. But hopefully, he can. Like I think you mentioned this point, and we discussed this earlier in an event as well. Gukesh does not operate well without a clear goal. Now he has a clear one because he will lose his world championship otherwise, and that is to beat Sindarov. Maybe he can channel that purpose, Sahajbhai, to bring out his A game in the next one. And if that happens, I think we will have a clear answer to Gukesh's problems over the last year or so, that he didn't have a clear goal in mind. So if he can play, if he can somehow bring out his A game in the next game, I'll be very clear on the problem. Yeah, like he needs a clear goal.
Exactly. And this will set the stage, for the big match incoming. So very, very, very important, I would say. Blitz also matters a lot, but I feel rapid and it's the first clash really, really matters. By the way, I think Gukesh would have resigned by now because he hasn't made a move and it's 0-0-0. Oh, he plays knight c1.
Okay, Rook D1, yeah. Just resigns, I think. I think there are some people who are harsh to Rukesh in the chat. I think our goal is to understand what is going wrong for him. The goal is to have an amazing world championship. If it was Sindarov struggling, our thought process would be the same. If it was Magnus, okay, Magnus struggling is impossible, but anybody struggling, right? Anybody, even Ding. We wondering about Ding. Why is Ding struggling? He had health issues, for example. That was always part of the debate. Just because somebody is struggling doesn't mean we have to just give up on them. I mean, he's 19 years old. I don't know what you guys were doing at 19 stage. Why I had not even started thinking about my career. Gukesh is already at the pinnacle of his. That's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But right now doesn't feel like that. He's a piece down and still fighting despite having a 6 minute deficit. By the way, taking a quick look at Wesley versus Sindarov to see how the game has progressed.
Hmm.
Sindarov has still been thinking, trying to find that way to draw, but he's just, I believe, a couple of moves too late, because if he didn't take that pawn on b3 like we discussed, it would have been a draw. But now after f4, h4, g5, there is no way to defend. But he's thinking, he's trying to take his time and figure out a way to make this as hard as possible for his opponent. By the way, there we see Nils is on the board.
Nils कह रहा है भाई why are we playing? Nobody looks at our game. They have a camera, but they don't really look at the games only. What is this? I mean, I totally understand Nils.
No,
Sorry,
no,
but I
we do,
understand
bhai,
you.
we
But
do.
it's Gukesh Sindarov today. I'm really sorry, bro. We have to cover that game.
Also, that game was not going to be like extremely long, right? So it's a rapid game. So,
Yeah.
okay, so that's it. And going back to Gukesh, who's by the way still fighting, 9 seconds, full piece down. Okay, he can resign now, I think. h5 is not even working because takes queen f5 check, bishop g6, and the knight on
I'm
d5 is defended by the rook.
I'm not sure why is he playing. I mean, this is just over, no? Like I don't even see a target for white. Like I'm not sure what that move is. Bishop h5?
Yeah, queen f5 check, bishop g6. This is not even hanging. So yeah, I think he's a bit maybe upset, or yeah.
Dad, come on, man. Like that was
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
borderline insane. कुछ नहीं. I'll send you a screenshot, bhai. Okay, which I've played. Now queen h3 maybe. I mean, queen f5, bishop g6. Don't see much happening there.
भाई सेंडारोव के गेम पे जाते हैं ना? Oh, there it
I mean,
is.
okay, there it is. That's resignation. So let's go to Sindarov now. See if he can stop that loss somehow. Doesn't feel like it.
Exactly. By the way, also this is kind of similar. If Sindarov loses, no, this is kind of similar to that candidate situation of Magnus and Kramnik, where both of them were
But by the
fighting
way,
for the first place to win the match, and both of them lost.
that's why. Look at this king f4 only move, by the way, for Wesley. So, or Sindarov is back because you can, maybe you can play bishop e1 or something. I don't know what the plan is, but king f4 only move.
So if I played f4, what's the problem?
Look at that
Bishop
bar
d2.
drop, yeah?
What? Well, yeah, that's a
Yeah.
lot. This is what by 7 minutes Sindarov was thinking, and I think he still found a way to complicate matters somehow. What a tricky player. You always
Yeah.
need to keep some time against Sindarov, I feel, if you want to win, because he's gonna find a way in those crunch moments to, create some tricks, and you need time to calculate. This is why Wesley is taking his time. It's very
By
good
the way,
that he has 4 minutes.
can we have the Arjun camera maybe behind? I think that'll be much more fun. We can already kind of at least understand the moves coming, and we can remove Gukesh's photo maybe now. Um, we can at least keep our eyes on that game as it starts. Of course, we'll come to that game as well soon once this round finishes. Brief look at the Arjun game, and then we jump back to Gukesh Sindarov. Do not go anywhere. By the way, King F4 only move. Wesley thinking 3 minutes 40 seconds. Sejbai, does he find King F4? I'm not so convinced he does.
It's not easy, that's for sure. And because it's hard to understand the difference between something like f4 or king f4. But I don't think the difference is that big. If I played, let's say, bishop d1, is this? Oh, that's also bad. Crazy. Because bishop d2, f4, bishop e1 check, king f3, bishop h4, king e4, king g7, king f5. And then you can't play g5. Yes, that's the problem. That's the problem. You need to. Okay, I think I understand. Your idea is essentially you want to take away the h3 and the h6 pawns because this is the wrong color. So basically, what black is planning is that he wants to fix the bishop on h4, right? So let's say you play f4. I will fix my bishop on h4. Anytime you play g5, I will sack my bishop there. Takes, takes, takes. Right? Then my king is already on h8, and I'm hoping somewhere I will play b4, b3, and trade this off as well. I mean, it's a long plan, but Sindarov did think for 7 minutes before he played this. So I think he has calculated some scenario where he can make a draw. Very, very interesting move, I would say, from
Yeah,
Sindarov.
that bishop a5 does kind of convey he has seen that idea. Otherwise, he wouldn't play. So crucial moment. Wesley, of course, his spidey sense must be tingling right now. He senses, and he finds King f4. Wow. man, finding that
This is why
item
you need those
easy
extra
at
4 minutes.
all.
By with 30 seconds, I'm not so sure he plays king f4.
Agreed. And chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in. Gukesh Sindarov could be starting in just about 10 to 15 minutes from now. Sahaj, by the first time after the candidates, I'm so excited for that game. Even though I'm kind of worried about Gukesh, but I'm still hoping he can bring his A game somehow. Can he do that, Sahaj? Bhai? Can we somehow, through some magical process, see Gukesh of 2024 in this game against Sindarov?
Possible, right? Definitely possible, of course. I mean, it's a game. Anything is possible. Plus, I mean, we know that both of the players would have spent a lot of time, preparing for this match. So let's see. But yeah, for sure.
Let's go. F4 was the plan always. By the way, the Arjun game has begun. I see E4 D6, by the way, by Arjun. If you wanted an opening surprise, there it is. E4 D6 was Arjun's choice. Crazy.
Wow, I'm actually trying to pull up that game. This is the game. Wow, perk defense by India #1 because we want a game on the board and we have it. Let's go. Let's go. By the way, switching back to Wesley versus Sindarov because I think the game is about to finish. 14 seconds for Sindarov, and then he has to find king e6, maybe try to push the pawns somehow. Still, the bishop is on h4. He breaks with g5 first. Very nice move.
Now you have to be careful, yeah? I think G6 might be a draw, so you don't give that check. You have to be very careful. G8-6 is also maybe close to a draw, actually. It's not clear. So he has to bring the king back to G4, essentially, and then
Yeah,
push
but
H4.
G8-6 is always a bad decision, Tikubai, because that now you don't just have one pawn on the wrong color, you have 2 pawns on the wrong color. So if I
Yeah.
just put my king on h8, sack this bishop for the pawn, play b4, b3, that's a draw.
Yep, agreed. So super crucial moment here. What does Wesley do? Sindarov, still finding these tricky resources, not giving up just yet. And Sahaj and chat, if Sindarov holds this game somehow, it will be a huge boost to his confidence before the game versus Gukesh if he needed one. So King G4 played though by Wesley, not giving up just yet.
Yep, h4, f5 incoming in the next few moves. Takes, b4, b3 is still something that we are keeping under check. 13 seconds for Sindarov. He has to make a waiting move. King g7, I think is a logical one. Goes bishop d2. Let's push h4. Pawns should
H4.
always be on the dark color because your bishop is light squared. This is the key for opposite colored bishop endgames.
Agreed. And okay, H4, Wesley continues on his merry plan. Let's go F5. Let's keep pushing these pawns. Our goal is to exchange the H pawns, chat. What we want is H takes G5 and H takes G5 so that we don't have the wrong colored pawn. 25 seconds for Sindarov, but I think time is not the issue. The game should be lost. I think Wesley has kind of taken the difficult decisions now. Now it should not be as difficult for him to convert.
Yeah, does not look like it. I think it's very, very simple now. He's probably there's like multiple ways to win here, but let's see. Chat में कोई Raftar Rishu ji पूछ रहे हैं, is this commentator played Raju Rastogi? हाँ भाई, I definitely know how an induction motor starts.
Brr, brr. That's a hilarious
Amazing.
movie, by the way. Highly recommend if there's somebody who's not seen it. Okay.
Takes on
On
g5.
G5.
fg5 only move, by the way, of course, because the pawn on f4 was under attack. You put the king on g6 now and push the h pawn up. Let's go.
I think you can resign as. Oh, G6 is still a blunder, by the way. King F6.
No,
And
king
again,
g6, I meant.
no, I think I was wondering G6 wins, but King F6 is a draw. So last trap, I think, by Sindarov. Maybe King
Pawn
G6.
should always be in the dark color. Yeah, so king g6,
Yes.
h5, h6. Then king move, h g6, g7 like this.
Yeah. He plays King G4, also does the job, and now H5 is incoming. I think time for Sindarov to resign now. I think now it's pretty clear the game is over.
Yeah, so both of the world championship challengers start off with a loss, Tikubai. Both players, sorry, not both world championship challenge. I mean, both players who are going to play the world championship have started with a loss.
I think it's the pressure of playing each other. You want to kind of prove a point before that game begins, yeah? You want to prove a point to the other guy. Okay, you know what? I am in form for this game, and both of them crumbled. Of course, Gukesh's game was kind of self-imposed. I think Wesley, however, played a great game here. So both players lose, And Sehaj bhai, we are just 10 minutes away from that crucial clash. Super excited for Sindarov versus Gukesh. You have a poll on the stream, regardless of the stream you're watching, Chess 24 India, Chesscom India. Do vote. We want to see your opinion. And Sehaj bhai, now that we have a 5 to 10 minute break, let's quickly check out the games of TePe Sigeman and then rush back to round 2 of the GCT Poland tournament.
So we were looking at Arjun versus Zhu Jinner, where he started off with the perk defense with e4, d6, white plays d4. Still more or less main theory. Bishop e3, I believe, is called Austrian attack, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But bishop g7, and here Zhu plays what basically every chess player plays in this position when you know what your opponent's intentions are, which is to create havoc on the board, create some complexity on the board, and you play this move to try and play solid and keep that slight edge throughout the game, and that move is knight f3. With this move, you're kind of making your intentions clear. Maybe you want to go bishop e2 and short castle, and if you're castling on the same side, then of course position is going to be relatively a lot more solid, as opposed to playing something like queen d2 and long castle, which is the main line in this position. So Zhu opting for a more solid approach, but it's still too early to say that, because Zhu can still choose to play queen d2 and go long castle as well. But knight f3 does not help her case in this scenario.
Agreed. And some people said, why is Arjun worse here? I think it's not really worse. He's chosen an opening intentionally, which gives white the center and traditionally maybe a minor edge because of that center, the freedom white has with her pieces. But Arjun is planning to counter attack either with e5, c5, or some break in the center long term. So he has faith in his understanding of the position, the opening preparation he's done, and the kind of form Arjun is in right now. I think it's not a bad decision at all. And I remember, Sajay, we talked about this yesterday, Olympiad final game. I think he played the Scandinavian and still won that game. So when Arjun is in flow, he is very flexible with his opening choices. Yeah, he's not hesitant to play any opening under the sun.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. This means that he's feeling relatively comfortable. Of course, he has scored 3.5 out of 5. He's one of the leaders alongside Yagiz, of course, who's yet to play Nodirbek and the GOAT himself, Magnus Carlsen. And whereas for Arjun, he is playing against Zhu Jinner, who's the lowest seed player in this tournament, and then he plays Andy Woodward in the next round. By the way, who Zhu Jinner defeated in this event itself. So for Arjun, relatively easier pairings in comparison to Erdogmus. So that's a great chance for him to win the tournament outright. And Tikoy, could this? I mean, I remember he won that tournament, Jerusalem Masters, last year alongside Vishy sir, when he defeated him in the finals. Apart from that, any other major open elite tournament victory for Arjun?
I think if you exclude the Rapid and Blitz bronze medal, which is, by the way, an
Yeah,
insane
of
achievement,
course.
because I don't think like, uh, it's so hard because Magnus and every big name in the chess world is playing. But in terms of classical chess, if we focus, I think this could be the biggest win of Arjun's career by far, not even close, because he is playing an event which is not only a tough one, a high average yellow. He's playing an event where we have Magnus Carlsen. I mean, we joke about this, that the graphics are ready even before the tournament has started, that he's won. And to win a classical event where Magnus was playing, apart from him, you have Nodirbek, who's world number 4 and in the form of his life. You have Yagiz, who's the biggest talent, as Fabi said, chess has ever seen. And to win that event would be an impressive feat by Arjun, who's also again entered the world top 7 now. So I think Arjun, and you can see by this opening choice, he's feeling confident. So that would be insane for Arjun. But of course, it would also be insane for somebody like Erdogmus, who's just reached the top level, and winning an event ahead of Magnus could mean a huge boost for his confidence. So this is not just a chess battle here. And also for Nodirbek, that was the only reason he played. That Magnus was playing the event. He wanted to win an event where Magnus was playing. So, chat, it's a battle for pride. It's a battle for confidence, a battle for careers. And all these three players, Arjun, Nodirbek, and Erdogmus, will be fighting for blood today. So, Sehaj bhai, let's look at all the 2 games as well.
Chat is letting us know WR Masters was one of them. And yes, you are right. That was a classical event. But like, Okay, considering the fact Magnus is playing, Nodirbek is playing, like I feel like this feels very, very good from Arjun's perspective because for a long time Arjun was not getting invites, to elite
Hmm.
events, and if he wins one of them, then I think it really opens up the space for invites in the future for him, at least in the near future. Just one big tournament victory is what it takes. Would that be a right statement, Tikubai?
Agreed. And also, like doing it when Magnus is playing is definitely a boost for his confidence and for the visibility. Imagine everybody's following this event, right? TePe Sigeman, because Magnus is playing, and guess who wins? It's Arjun. Or guess who wins? It's Erdogmus. Guess who wins? Nodirbek. That's huge, I think, for these players who are trying to beat the goat. By the way, I think Sejbhai, we need to play it. So Zuzina clearly, hinting that she has some dangerous plans with queenside castles, bishop h6, h4, h5 to build up an attack. So Arjun's opening prep, look at this, plays instantly pawn to a6.
Wow, nice. He's still very much in prep. I think looking very. This is where Arjun becomes super dangerous. Now it's looking like the proper Arjun we know. What was that E5 Petrov that he was playing before, and those solid openings by Hatao sir. We want mess on the board. That's what he's known for. This is what he plays. This is what he does the best, and love to see the old Arjun back, more or less. Which is nice.
Agreed.
Chat में someone's asking, I'm not lying. You guys aren't blind. After Gukesh won the world championship, what did he win? I can tell you he won
Um,
a match against Magnus Carlsen.
so Chad, I
Is
think
that
let's
not
just
good
agree.
enough?
No, I mean, 2024, if there was a player of the year, it was Gukesh. There's no doubt about it. And it was even when Magnus was playing classical chess. So it might not have been a great 2025 for Gukesh. And we can all agree on that. It was for a world champions level, not impressive. But 2024 was arguably one of the best years for any player. You can ask Magnus that question and he will agree. So that means Gukesh has the potential to do that. He's just not done it last year. So can he do it this year? The start hasn't been impressive or great, but he can still pull that off. For example, if I've run a 1 minute mile, okay, random stuff, I'm not able to do it now because I'm unhealthy, I'm not in form or whatever. I've pulled it off before, right? So I can do it again. There's a higher likelihood I can pull it off again. And he's also very young. So age is not a factor. So anything can happen. So let's just see what happens. Meanwhile, Sehaj, let's have a quick
Yeah.
look at Magnus and then Erdogmus because we need to rush back to the GCT tournament as well.
Oh, yep. There it is. This is Magnus's position. It was a King's Indian employed by Magnus. So, by the way, another aggressive choice by the goat of chess to, have a game. And he knows he's half a point, trailing behind Yagiz and then, of course, Arjun as well. And he wants to catch up. So, he plays a very sharp opening, goes a5 in this position. And knight f3 ke baad, he plays knight to g4. And I'm taking a look. No games of Magnus here, which is actually very surprising. In the previous position, not either. But do you know who does have a game in this position exactly after knight g4? It is an Indian player, chat. So if you want to take a guess, if I gave you three guesses out of the top three, just one player you could name has played this opening before. I would say fairly quite recently.
Prague.
This exact position, by the way.
Prague, bhai.
Not with it, not Vishy. And there it is. It's Prague. Prague has actually employed this in 2024. I could be actually an Olympiad match, Tiku bhai. I'm not exactly sure. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. But that's a good sign.
Yeah, and I think Magnus Carlsen also playing very quickly, not taking too much time. Looks like he's quite satisfied. But the question is now, Sahaj bhai, I mean, I hope there's no repetition possible, right? Because sometimes in these lines, when you play knight g4, there are repetitions. Is there a repetition White can aim for, or no?
No, no, no. If Magnus wanted to repeat, why would he play King's Indian? And to be honest, like I'm sorry, but Andy is a very strong player, but he's also very
Hmm.
young. Yeah. So I think in either scenario, even if it's, I mean, Andy must play
Hmm.
this game as much as he can because, like we discussed, playing a match against Magnus would like increase your elo just by default. And by the way, camera is
Hmm.
shifting to the right a bit to get a better view of, I'm guessing, the goat of chess, but there it is. So from both perspectives, of course, Magnus wanting to play on, of course, to win the tournament, and Andy playing this simply because he needs to get the experience of playing the goat of chess. How many people can say that they've played the goat of chess in classical? Not many, yeah? Not at least these days because chess is so young and Magnus is, well, not playing as much classical anymore.
Agreed. It's a learning experience as it was for Zhu Jina yesterday, who definitely gained like 25 kilo in his strength after, battling against Magnus. So that was a crazy game. So Magnus looks like, which you have played by the way, Andy. So both players look like they're prepared, 100% accuracy by both. Or zero point 0.2, I think that's just a rounding error. So now let's go to the game of Yagiz Sahaj Bhai. I think we also have another crazy opening there, the Sicilian defense.
Oof, let's take a look. Oh, ho, ho. We have this is, I think, a very, very big match, I think, for today because एक revenge तो होगा भाई because Nodirbek, tried to win for 190 moves. Bhai, after I know it's not the first time they're meeting. After that, they also played in Tata Steel as well. But still, you don't forget a game like that ever. I feel if you played 109, Tiku bhai, what's the longest chess game you have played so far?
I don't know in moves, but I do in hours. It was, I think, like 7 hours or something, like
But
almost
you
almost
remember
seven
the
hours.
player, right? You remember who you were playing. You remember what type of situation it was. At
I
least
remember it was in
I
Delhi.
remember all the
Yeah.
like the long games I have. I will remember, and we can argue that maybe in Yagiz's life this might be the longest game by quite a bit of distance because usually
Hmm.
the longest that a chess game can go is maybe like okay 5 hours, 6 hours is max because the time control just doesn't allow it. But in Grand Swiss it was different right? Because after move 60 you could get an extra hour. And because of that, the game stretched for 8.5 hours. That's one third of a day. By in modern chess, that is completely unheard of. So I think he will remember that game for probably for the rest of his life. Yeah, because that's such a defining moment.
Agreed. Agreed for sure. And I think Yagis is definitely, I think, somebody to look out for the coming years. Nodirbek, by the way, with the black pieces, though he's also kind of in a difficult situation, right? I think if he wants to win the event, he knows he's trailing. So he needs to win this game somehow, and defeating the leader will be the easiest way to do so. So tough game here. Both players out for blood. Sicilian defense from black, F4 by white. बहुत मजा आने वाला है सहज भाई. And before we jump to GCT Poland, where the game is about to begin, one last look at the Arjun game stage by maybe.
Absolutely, but like just want to mention that F4 reminds me of that wo Jordan Magnus. Someone in the chat also mentioned this earlier. Jordan
Yeah.
also played F4 against Magnus and won that game. So it's gonna be spicy. The next couple of hours are gonna be very, very interesting to see. Taking a quick look at Arjun to see whether he's out of prep, and of course, doesn't look like it. He did play a6 and uske baad Zhu has gone for bishop d3. So a slight change in approach. Think about this chart that here she played bishop e3 first, where she said, I'm going to go queen d2 and long castle. And then she said, just kidding, I'm going to go to the short side. Then Arjun castled on the short side. And then she said, you know what, I'm going to go with that plan again. I might go long castle. And Arjun said, okay, after a6, if you castle long, I will play b5 and then it's a race. And then again she says, just kidding, I'm going to the short side. So a bit of hesitation there. I think Zujiner is playing a bit solid because the position already is slightly better for her thanks to the space, central control, piece activity, and everything so on. So she's gonna castle on the short side, but Arjun, I don't think has this in his prep.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does though. And it's very interesting, like for example, the games played on chess.com from here seem to have a stunning record for black, which is quite weird for me because white's position does look very harmonious. It's like almost symmetrical, yeah. The knights on c3, f3, the bishop on d3, e3. If you're a chess beginner, this is what your coach will tell you is like the dream position for white if you could somehow achieve it. Like every piece is developed, you have flexibility to castle, queen side, king side. But somehow on chess.com, it feels like black has a great record from this position. That tells you about the hidden potential black has here. And it's going to be, and Zoo displaying some, like indecision about castling here or there. So it does feel like to me, Zoo is out of prep, Sahaj Bhai.
Oh,
And
for sure.
Arjun may be as well after this move, bishop d3. But maybe he might have an idea about what to do. For example, the most common move by black on chess.com here is b5. But if you play that after bishop h6, it shows a clear advantage for white already. But black has a great record. So it's very confusing as to which path should Arjun take.
I mean, bishop h6 is working, but this is still, it could transpose into one of the variations that, maybe instead of bishop d3, you could go queen d2 here and then you could play bishop d3. Some transposition could happen. And I think Arjun would be familiar with that. But I think this idea of going short castle and keeping things solid is where Arjun, I think, did not do as much research as the more sharper lines. And I think that's what you
Hmm.
should do when you play Perk or anything sharp, because you are, when you're playing against someone who's on paper a lower rated player, you take a worse position, you analyze all the best moves that they can play, and then you rely on the fact, okay, if they don't play the best moves, then I know then they are not that much better, and then it's a chess game, and Arjun has got what he wanted in that scenario.
Oof, yep, and he's drinking a sip of water. Chat, by the way, do like the stream. The match is about to begin in less than 5 minutes, I think. The match between Sindarov and Gukesh. Sahaj bhai, I think it's time we talk about that. We can stay here for the time being. I'll let you know when the game begins, but I think we have to talk about that match now. What does this first clash mean somehow? Because it's going to set the tone, right? We also have two blitz games between these two guys. So it's not the end of the road. They have to face each other thrice at least in this event. What does this mean but for these two players? I do remember that, like, for example, Ding, when he played Gukesh at the Olympiad, or at least was supposed to, he withdrew. For me, that was a clear sign that Ding did not want to face Gukesh and was a bit hesitant. And that already gave psychological edge to Gukesh. And now we have these two players not backing down, but both of them lost the last game. So nobody's going to be in a great mood at least. And Gukesh, of course, not in great form. So who do you give the advantage? Sindarov is the obvious answer. Do you agree with that? क्या चल रहा है दोनों के दिमाग में?
I think it's very difficult to comment on it unless you know the game has already happened, because it's the first time they're facing each other. I do think that this match holds more importance for the World Championship than the Blitz matches. Blitz ke games, I think, because classical is so much longer and so much lower, Blitz just feels like you're playing a completely different sport, like in this scenario. So I think the Rapid definitely holds more weight in comparison to the two Blitz games. And yeah, I think both of the players will be super well prepared, and they know that, showing your strengths or getting that a bit of psychological edge before the match begins is a very, very important factor here. So let's see. Sindarov does play with the white pieces, so more difficult prep for him, easier prep for Gukesh, supposedly. मजा आएगा भाई. And result अगर हम predict, I don't even know if I want to predict the result here.
Chat, I think you can do
I
this
feel like we
difficult
should
job for
just
us.
be the vessel.
Yeah, I think you can do a difficult job for us. So, what's your prediction for this game? Is it a Gukesh win? Is it a Sindaro win? Is it a draw? I think draw would be kind of a disappointment for me, to be honest. I want to see blood in this game. I want to see both people going for it, a crazy game, a well fought game, and somebody coming out on top at the end.
Exactly. Exactly. Gonna be fun. Gonna be fun. Chat में पूछा शायद, what is the highest rated player you've okay, like in title Tuesday it was Hikaru, like just it was like I think last year or so, but over the board I'm nuanced यार थोड़ा. Over the board is more difficult to
Somebody
talk
saying
about.
maybe draw and keep audience guessing. Audience is not guessing though. I think audience has a clear favorite right now. That's Sindarov. So for Gukesh, I think winning this game could actually be about not only proving a point to the audience but to himself as well. I think that I can actually do this. And I don't know, Sej, by like if I am sometimes not feeling great about myself, then it's often like it puts so much pressure on me whenever I have to do some task, right? Which involves other people. I think Gukesh must be feeling a lot of pressure right now. He played that great game yesterday, would have given confidence, but then again, the first game kind of must have hurt that confidence again. So don't know what he's thinking right now. I do not want to be inside his mind. It must be complete wildfire there.
I mean, I think one pattern we can pick up from Gukesh's games, I think from Tata Steel and from this event, so from GCT as well, is that both games he was playing against, let's say, a youngster with the black pieces. One was Sindarov, one was Firuza. Both times he had black pieces, and both times he started off amazing. He kept more time on the clock, he was managing everything, got into a winning position, but his opponent fought back, he got into time pressure, and then his entire flow was kind of disrupted. It happened in Tata Steel. Okay, Tata Steel wasn't a bad event for Gukesh, I think it was, but it wasn't great either, right? And I think if we could single out that moment, that had he defeated Sindarov in Tata Steel in that Queen Endgame, I believe it was a very long game. If he had defeated him, then I think his confidence would be, I think, much, much, much better in this sense. Similar to the one with Firuza as well. So I think it's that conversion is where things are lacking for now.
True. And कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि Sindarov will win. No diss to Gukesh, but I do trust Sindarov. कई लोग कह रहे हैं I have faith in Gukesh. कई लोग कह रहे हैं this is going to be a draw. I think we are all over the place, Sehbhai. We can't come to a conclusion about what's going to happen. I think the best way to decide is actually over the board. I think just 2 to 3 minutes to go, Sehbhai, to action. Oof, man, I'm so
Absolutely.
excited.
So while that happens, of course, Arjun is thinking, let's do a quick roundup of all of the games before we move on to GCT, so the people know, the updated game. So let's go to Yagiz versus Nodirbek. So we were at Bishop E2, E6, and then F4, and Abdusattorov, after thinking for about 3 minutes, plays Bishop E7, and now Yagiz is already thinking. And by the way, chat, just to let you know, this position is like hundreds of thousands of games have been played here. I'm not even joking. Like it's very, very, very famous. Even if you don't see it right now, it will transpose into something else. This is what we call the Scheveningen system. You can go short castle, bring the queen like this to G3, and thousands of games being played. But the fact that Yagiz is thinking does not mean that he's out of prep. It means that he's choosing a direction right now. He could play A4, he could play G4, he could try to, muddy the water earlier on, or he can go into the classical main line. Both of them are possible. But he's still in prep. He's just thinking which direction to go to. Going to Andy versus Magnus, I believe we left after H6, sorry, Bishop G5, where Magnus plays H6 and Andy goes Bishop back to C1. Bishop H4 is also fine. A very typical King's Indian position. Generally speaking, Black wants to play E5 here, White pushes D5, and then Black tries to push F5, White tries to, advance on the queen side, the regular stuff, and it becomes a race who's going to be faster on their attack. Very complex. Anything but a draw is what's going to happen in this game. And then moving lastly to Jorden versus Nils By. This is also a crazy matchup, but the position is relatively quiet. It's a simple Italian. Maybe he's threatening to take on b6, go bishop e3, play with the double bishops, and yeah. And by the way, Nils is now half out of five. Right? He made a draw yesterday. Like so, that's great. Because he was not having a great event, and then against Abdusattorov, very quick draw. Yeah.
Yeah, but of course, like it's still not going to make him happy. But of course, at least a start. It's something on the scoreboard. And this one, of course, will not be easy. Jorden coming full guns blazing after that loss to Arjun will try to, of course, gain a win back. So, bada maza aega Sahaj bhai. I think aaj we have so many battles to look out for. I mean, we have Gukesh, Sindarov, we have Arjun also, we have Magnus, we have Erdogmus. So both tournaments exciting. Achad, the game has not begun. I'll let you know when the Sindarov Gukesh game begins. We can quickly switch. Maybe till then we stick to the Arjun game, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, for sure. We can go back to Arjun and check out how he's doing. No, there is an update. He did play knight c6, which was, I think, a pretty good move. And with each move, I think Arjun is becoming more and more equal. By the way, only move here for Zujiner to keep any advantage is d5. And I'm sorry, but I'm not playing d5 here because just on the sole fact that Black can play knight e5 and takes, Black can play e6. The pawn on e5 is fantastic. This looks pretty promising. d5 does not feel natural to me at all here. You would play something like short castle or h3, try to keep things balanced, and that gives Arjun the possibility of playing e5, and that would be completely equal.
True, agreed. By the way, Arjun not even at the board. That tells you how much confidence he has about the position. And this is very common stuff. I think chat knight c6 is played to tempt that d pawn forward, and basically, just it's a hook for the black pawn on e7, for example, or black pawn on c7. You can later break with e6 or c6 and basically neutralize the game. So Arjun playing it very smartly. This is exactly what he does. Let's not forget he's an expert at this. There's a reason why he was on board number 3. Is because this is his biggest strength, to play somebody who's just slightly weaker, somewhere around 2500, 2600. To beat them, back to back is exactly his strength. And that's why I think he's a clear favorite here. And he is likely going to put a lot of pressure on Zujina, who, of course, lost to Magnus in the last round. So, Sahaj bhai, I think today we're going to expect a bunch of wins for one side here. Magnus pushing, Yagiz pushing, Nodirbek pushing, Arjun pushing. I think aaj tehelka machne wala hai.
Tehelka to mach raha hai, but I just keep hitting the refresh screen on my chess.com window to see when the live games will begin between Gukesh and Sindarov, because that's what I'm waiting for. Let's go, bhai. Maza aega. Already I'm seeing like flags, like Uzbek fans are already here. Crazy, bhai.
Bhai, it's going to be crazy, chat. So you can even spam your predictions. Forget the draws. No draws in this game. Let's assume there are no draws. Draw is banned. Who's going to win this game between Sindarov and Gukesh is the question. The first time they play Sahaj Bhai, it's so important. Everybody remembers their first time Sahaj Bhai, the first time they're going to play after the candidates. It's so important. What will be the opening for Sindarov? Will he play it safe? Will he play it ambitious? I'm not clear on this, Sahaj Bhai.
He will play ambitious 100%. Sindarov is a very ambitious player. I think he's very aggressive. We saw it in candidates. I mean, also he's so fast as well. So, and he knows that for Gukesh, the key, I think, for him to navigate this game would be to play something weird early on where Gukesh thinks, then he has that 5 minute advantage, 10 minute advantage like he did in the previous game, and then he utilizes it at the right moment. Basically, that's what he can target essentially in Rapid.
Oof, man, this is such a mouth-watering clash, actually. And of course, we've gone full screen just to cover up Arjun's game for the time being.
No, just wanna mention something. So, imagine, no, sorry, G variant says, imagine these guys are so excited and they do a Berlin draw. So chat, guess what? This has actually happened once before where we were
By the way,
anticipating. It was one of the Super Bets event. Yeah.
Sahaj Bhai, let's go. The match is about to begin. I have confirmation. Both the players are seated in front of each other. Let's go to the board. We are ready, chat. Are you ready for this clash? Let's say yes in the chat, Bhai. Let's go. And Sahaj Bhai, final prediction.
Just,
Gukesh
I
or Sindarov?
don't know, bhai. I don't want to make a prediction there. By the way, we do have liftoff E4 and Kaan
Karo
by the
Kaan.
world champion. Let's go.
Bhai,
He has
world champion
employed
बोल
this
के इतना
many
अच्छा
times
लगता है
in
यार.
classical rapid blades, everything. He has played this many times. Good structure, good opening for him, I would say. Could be a surprise.
Chat, I literally have popcorn at the right moment. I'm not kidding. I am prepared for this. I am ready for this. Knight F3, by the way, Sahaj Bhai.
I'm sorry, you were saying?
Oh, let's
Bhai, I
go,
got it for
brother.
this event,
Same.
just this match only. I got it for this. Like literally, not even joking. Let's go.
Bhai, what is Queen C7? I have not seen
To
this
play
move
E5.
before. Ah, very interesting.
I think he wants to play E5 and Knight F6 to control the center, play Bishop D6 on. And I think that's the idea. Surprise there. But of course, Sindarov also surprised with the second move with Knight F3, D5, D3. And generally speaking, you want to take on E4 here, and that's like you go into an endgame. But Gukesh says, I don't want to go to an endgame. I want to have a proper game on the board. And look at this. Takes C4. How many games? Oh, there is a game of Magnus Carlsen already in this position against, I believe, a grandmaster from Argentina, Alan Pichot.
The fact that Magnus drew is a good sign for Gukesh, at least, with the black piece. By the way, Knight C3 played, Ace E6 played. Both players playing very, very quickly, Sahaj Bhai. I think both are in preparation right now. But whose preparation do you think will be better right now? Because I feel like Sindarov, coming from the candidates, might have better preparation overall.
I think no. Gukesh has prepared for candidates and world championship. So I think overall, I think world championship would have more weightage here. But of course, then you can also say that he played the World Cup for a month. So it's like it's close. It's very close. But I would still give an edge to Gukesh here because world championship is, I think, a completely different ballpark.
And chat, we are hearing your opinion on the Chess24 India channel. It is 49% Gukesh wins, 35% Sindarov wins, 15% draw. So Gukesh is the favorite there. But on the Chesscom India channel, it is 46% Sindarov wins, 39% Gukesh wins, and 15% draw. So both channels have a different opinion, Sahaj Bhai. Big surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, world champion prep now. In this match, Gukesh is going to use the world championship prep, just so you know. This is the only match where I think he would just not care, yeah? But by the way, look at this 26 minutes for Gukesh and 24 minutes for Sindarov. Can we say Gukesh won the opening battle?
Not yet, Sahaj Bhai.
Not yet?
I'll see it. I'll be happy when I think all the pieces are developed and Gukesh is equal. I think that's when I'll be satisfied, because right now the position is too dynamic, right? Because like this Bishop F4 incoming, what happens then? The White King is 3 moves away from castling. Black's Queen side is undeveloped right now. So I want to see full development and then I can calm down.
Exactly, but doesn't this pawn on D3 look a bit weird to you? Like it's usually on D4, no? Like this such a weird structure I feel for me, just having this pawn on D3, because generally the pawn is on this side and you play D4, and Black is always thinking about taking the pawn on C4. But crazy that actually Gukesh has this under prep still. Bishop G2 played, and now only move for Gukesh, pawn takes C4, and he plays it in a second. Yes, Gukesh has won the opening battle here, right? He wouldn't take on C4 this fast.
No, I think he knows what's happening. That's good news, by the way. Opening is very important here, chat, because this is rapid chess. You cannot take 10 minutes to figure out what to do. And that's why knowing the opening in this game is already, I would say, one third the battle won. But of course, I think D takes C4. White has a bunch of options. And that does not include the recapture, Sahaj Bhai. That is crucial. White has to either play bishop f4 or he has to castle. So essentially sacking a pawn temporarily.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So pawn takes c4 is also technically sacking a pawn, no? Because I can go queen c4, I
Yeah.
guess.
But then you
And
can't
then you
castle.
won't be able
So
to castle, yeah. But
yeah.
you can play castle now, pawn takes d3, and then queen a4 check, and then there is knight. Hey, this is difficult to say the least for Sindarov.
It is, if he knows the theory, it could be a potential attack building up for Sindarov. If he doesn't know the opening, Gukesh has a genuine chance to just pick up the pawn, neutralize the initiative. Like if I could somehow put the bishop on c6, Sahaj by knight on d7, and just gobble up these pawns, I'm already just a pawn up, yeah. So Sindarov has
Yeah.
to be to the point. The queen on c7 is awkward. Let's play bishop f4. Let's attack that queen.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, I'm not so sure if this is correct because now the time has more or less changed. I saw 26 minutes for Gukesh earlier, now it's 23 minutes. So I'm not sure if this
Interesting.
is a bug or not, or if this is prep for Gukesh or not. So chat, do let us know if you are seeing this on your screen as well, because we don't have the cam, so we can't really say for sure. But I think it is prep for Gukesh so far.
I think it'll get fixed if it's different after Sindarov plays. By the way, we have a question. Who's more
Yeah,
difficult to
there it
play
is. There it is.
against?
It's fixed.
Wow. And by the way, somebody asked me who's difficult to play, Gukesh or Sindarov? Both, brother. I mean, they're like 500 points ahead of me. So I'm going to say both of them. For
What's the
me, the difference
question?
is minimal, yeah? Like, who's more difficult to play for you? Is it Gukesh or Sindarov? I'm like, both
Oh,
of them, brother.
both. Yeah, very, very difficult. Both of them.
And by the way, chat, look at this.
That
Though the best move for black is now queen a5. The queen has already moved once and has to move again.
भाई queen a5 pawn takes c4 and टिको भाई that bishop on d6 वाला जो ट्रॉमा था वो फिर से आ
Oh.
सकता है इस सिचुएशन में.
if if that's what I have to enter, I will just play bishop d6 and give white a slight edge and move on in life. I don't
Yeah.
want to see black's bishop land upon d6.
But Gukesh
Chat,
is
if you
not going to do that. You know this. Gukesh will
you
definitely
know
go for the compli. Yeah, there it is. We
of
know
course
we
he
know him,
does.
bhai. He goes for
Chat,
the complications each time. He's not afraid.
if you've not followed Menorca Masters, just last month in April, there was a match between Nihal Srina's white and Gukesh's black. Nihal literally put the bishop on d6, brought the c4 pawn, which white is soon going to have, to c5. There was also an e pawn, probably to e5, and absolutely crushed Gukesh in that game. That was the most horrific loss Gukesh I've ever seen in my life. So bishop d6 is clearly a trauma for Gukesh. Don't want to see the bishop land on land there, Sahaj bhai.
I see is a very funny comment. It's worth mentioning. Falcon ji बोल रहे हैं, if preparation had any weightage, then Magnus guy would have, who has played 5 world championships, would have won every second tournament. Yes, bhai, he does. That's the point. Oh dear, that's actually
Then
very
he means
funny.
that it as an insult. Yeah, he would win every second
No, no,
event,
no, no.
but
I
he
think
wins
I think
more.
he
Maybe
meant
pressure
it
is
in a
going
rhetoric
back.
way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, Sindarov is now thinking. The time is again changed. I don't know exactly what's happening there. So we'll have the clock fixed, of course, with time. But Queen a5 Sahaj Bhai. Now the question is, can I just castle? Because I just want to castle. I don't want to think about anything. Just castle, put the bishop on d6, and you can, enjoy with your pawn. But I, as Sindarov, will get to attack you.
I don't think you should castle because here I don't have to take bishop c3. I can take the pawn on d3 as well, and I can keep the bishop. And then आपके bishop d6 के सपने सपने ही रह जाएंगे. So instead of
Hmm.
that, you should go pawn take c4. That invites you to take on c3 because now if you don't take, then of course white's pieces are better developed. Short castle, knight e5, and okay, good advantage for white. So you are basically forced to take here twice. White will play knight d2, and now this possibility of bishop d2 is very, very much alive.
Hmm. And somebody has a point, said Gukesh's strategy is to basically stay ahead on the clock. And that's something people often do when you are struggling with your form. I think just keeping that pressure on your opponent sometimes can be a viable strategy. But of course, you have to understand the position. But the thing is, so far, Gukesh has played so fast. I think he does. He's looked at this in depth. So his understanding of the position should be decent. Maybe it might not be perfect, but it should be decent, Sahaj bhai.
Yeah, for sure. I think time thoda ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है, but we know that he is playing relatively quite quickly. If we had to estimate, I think he has around 26 or 25 minutes on the clock, which is what he
Hmm.
started off with. So I think Gukesh is still in prep.
Yes. And this is live board. Yes, Chad. The exact position right now in front of you. Queen f5 was last move played by Gukesh. Bishop f4 was the last move by Sindarov. And of course, Sindarov has bunch of options. He can just take on c4. He can play bishop d2, but that would be passive, right? The bishop just came from there. So he has to go for the pawn sack line in one way or the other. He has to go for the initiative. And what does he have in return? Look at the pieces on c8, b8, and a8, and the king on e8, all four of them still not developed. That's what he has for the pawn.
Exactly, exactly. That's one of the biggest problems, a lack of development. But you can either develop, compensate for that, or you can double down and take material, and then there is an imbalance on the board. Knowing Gukesh, he always goes for the imbalance. So let's see. He takes
And
the pawn
take
on
a
c4.
and
By
chat
the way,
informing us, Ukesh has
Sindarov down
25
on the
minutes.
clock is already like very, very new to me, because in the previous match, he had like 19 minutes on the clock after move 30 or something and against Wesley. Now he has 18 minutes already on move 10. Yeah, that's a 7 minute difference already.
Yeah, and chat confirming that Gukesh actually has 25 minutes. So the 7 minute difference is on point. And maybe it's just about Sindarov not knowing the position as well. So that's already a huge leap for Gukesh. But now after pawn takes c4, he has an only move. He has to take that knight because white just kind of took the pawn back. So now white has all the advantage. Look at the bishop on f4. Look at the bishop on g2. So he has to take on c3 with check. And now, Sahaj, how do we block? I'm thinking knight d2 because I want to save the pawn on c4.
A knight d2, but this there is knight d2, but there's also bishop d2. Oh, by the way, he does take the pawn on c3. There's also bishop d2. Okay, he goes knight d2, simple enough. And now short castle. It defends the pawn on c4 as well. But now short castle is mandatory. Otherwise, bishop d6 का जो trauma है भाई, वो at least castle तो कर लो. Bishop तो आ ही रहा है. But castle कर लो पहले, नहीं तो castle कर नहीं पाओगे बाद में.
Yeah, I think castles is very important, Chad. You can always delay the development of the bishop and the knight on b8 and c8, but you cannot delay castling. That's super important. Just count the number of developed pieces for each player, Chad. The number of developed pieces for white are three, two bishops and a knight. For black, all those three pieces are undeveloped right now at home. The only developed piece is the queen, and that will be harassed. We know already you should not develop your queens early in the game. So it's a liability more than an asset. So Sahaj Bhai, white is a pawn down, but has three extra pieces developed for it.
Exactly. One, two, three. But let's see. Short castle. Short castle is the direction. The position. The thing is that the position is so tactical, so sharp that we can only discuss it with direct moves essentially. Of course, in some scenario, in the ideal scenario, if black's bishop was on c6 and the knight was on d7, like you mentioned earlier, if the bishop was on f5, let's say e5, bishop f5, and knight c6, you give me three moves. I think Gukesh is close to winning here. But it's that initiative of those 2 3 moves that Sindarov is keeping. Like you said, he has three extra pieces developed, and that's where the advantage lies. And Gukesh now thinking, I'm not so sure if this is a good time to think, because short castle seems just very straightforward to me. Yeah, because I see bishop d6. I remember my game against Nihal, and I just never played. And I just short
Yeah.
castle instantly.
And Sahaj, this is where, I think the pragmatic play has to come in. We saw this mistake made by Gukesh yesterday when he had 4.5 minutes versus 1.5 minute. He just spent 3 minutes for an obvious move, which was the only move in the position. So if he sees castling and he has already seen this line at home, I mean, he should know castling has to be done. So why not just castle first and think later is my question.
Yeah, that's a good question actually. But okay, the position is sharp. Maybe he's not comfortable right now. He's trying to navigate. Plus, he has a 4 minute advantage as well over his opponent. So difficult moment. Also, it's good to understand, yeah, like where the pieces are gonna go. Should I push e5 maybe in this position immediately? I mean that's a very good point actually, Tikubai, because besides short castle, I agree knight c6 is something you wouldn't consider much because of this bishop d6 business, but e5 is interesting, no? Because you're challenging the
Huh.
bishop, you're restricting the d6 square,
But
and
wait,
if you
can't
play
I play
bishop
rook
e3, then
c1?
I can go short castle. This is actually better now for Gukesh already.
Can't I play rook c1 here if you play e5? I
Only move.
basically want, yeah, I want to disconnect the queen and the pawn, and then I'll take on e5 and win the pawn back.
Yeah, but it's Like not the most logical. Yeah, I would say bishop g5 or bishop e3 is where the eye goes first. But yeah, after rook c1, let's say I go queen a5.
You still keep the pin, yeah? You don't lose touch.
Bishop
That's a good point.
g5.
Bishop g5, let's say. I want to double your king side now. And knight d7, I'm guessing you have to play,
Yeah,
right? To
knight
avoid
d7 is
that.
what I was thinking. But that computer doesn't like this so much actually. Computer is saying just go short castle and just allow bishop f6, and I don't
Oh,
believe in
that's
that.
tough. That's tough. So maybe that's
I
the
would
move he's
not do that.
considering. And e5 ka main point chat is basically it does open the bishop on c8 as well. It also kind of undevelops a black piece, gains space. And once e5 is played, if white could just put the bishop back on e3, I think Gukesh is doing very well in the game now. Knight comes to c6, castles, and Gukesh has, I don't think there's enough compensation for the pawn anymore. So e5 definitely something he should consider. But is it worth like a 5, 6, 7 minute thing, Sehaj? I am not convinced.
Yeah, but that question is always nuanced, I feel, because the so many thoughts are going was perfect, and this is the first time you're starting to play like, without prep on the board. So you want to get your thoughts together, you want to create a structure, you want to create a plan, and I think it's not about spending 4 or 5 minutes, or you should not spend more than 2 minutes or 3 minutes more, in this position, or you can't quantify something like this in chess because every position is different, every situation is different. Tournament situation also factors in here. Um, However, I think in this scenario, like between short castle and e5, I think short castle is a automatic move for me. Like I would play it without thinking because I think it is much more important to get him in time pressure and to not get in time pressure myself. That's more important, I
Agreed.
feel.
Agreed. Especially if I feel like, this is the opening I've studied very well. I think he would understand the nuances. I'm still not sure if this warrants like what a 7 minute think now. I think close to 7 minute think for Gukesh. Exact time I'm not aware of because there is
No, no, no,
some
no,
issue with
not
the
seven
clock there.
minutes. I believe it is 4 minutes or so. I see 22 minutes on my screen. Just
So if I
taking
see
a.
the link, it's 19 minutes for
Yeah, I
Gukesh now.
am. No, but I think that was from 23 to 19 it went, when in actuality it was 26 to 22, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think with one
I
move it will
think
be
we've
clear, yeah?
been I think 6 minutes have passed, but I think it doesn't feel like 4 minutes for me. Like it's been a while at least. Maybe it's just my heart being faster. I don't know. But we're still waiting for Gukesh's move. And just an update, chat. Radoslav and NVL have already drawn, so we already have one result in this tournament. So waiting for Gukesh to play his move, and this is the tension. I think this is the pressure talking, Sahaj. In any other game, he would have likely played by now.
E5, there it is. 5 minutes and 37
Wow.
seconds later, he plays E5, but still keeping more time than Sindarov. That was my point. Like you want to keep more time than your opponent always in rapid classical or whichever.
By the
Time
way,
pressure. Yeah.
apparently White can just castle, which is crazy to me. White can just
Castle.
castle.
Castle EF4, rook E1 check, king F8, and knight E4, queen D8 is
Can we
mate.
show it,
That's why.
Sahaj? Can we
So
show it?
castle, ef4, rook e1, king f8, and knight e4, and then queen d8 is mate. It's very, very nice. And of course, like goes without saying, bishop e6, there is bishop takes b7 hanging. So that's
Wow.
not possible. But okay, incredibly difficult, I think, to find. Yeah. Took me a while
You know,
to like calculate even after I knew the answer.
I think the problem is, has Gukesh seen it? If he has seen it, then it's great. If Sindarov is he not seen it, Sindarov plays it, that's going to be a bit of a shocker, I think.
Yeah, it would be a
Definitely a
shock because
psychological
I don't
blow.
think Gukesh would have looked at this move. Yeah, go ahead.
Oof. Oh,
Rook
Rook C1
c1.
played.
And now Queen F5. By the way, love that camera. Perfect picture, perfect angle, perfect everything. So I mean, I'm sure the fans look similar to what how they are here. A lot of people would be watching this match. So let's go. And also same color as well. Gukesh playing with black and Sindarov with white.
Maybe I think the setup at uh, GCT is a bit darker. And of course, it's the cameras are different. But yeah, I can imagine it's pretty similar. By the way, Rook C1 is the move. And now, chat, basically, if you let go of the E5 pawn, White will just gobble on it. So Queen A5 is the move that comes to mind. I mean, Queen D4 is there, but I don't really like that move. I think Queen A5 feels more natural, far away from any attack.
Queen d4, I think unpins the knight. So I can play Queen e2 and knight f3. and the pawn on e5 will fall. Queen on a5 keeps this in check. So even if you play queen e2, I can just castle, and then soon you have to take the pawn with your bishop, not with your knight in this scenario. So queen f5, by the way, only move and played. Let's go, Gukesh.
Chat, do like the stream. This is the match we are waiting for, man, for the past for the past month, yeah, since candidates, we wanted to see this match. Do like the stream. Let's get more people in. Let's build this rivalry, because regardless of your predictions, it is the match of the year, of course, between two youngsters, 19 and 20 years old, both of them showing great signs in particular phases. Of course, Gukesh not in great form, but can he do the impossible now? Said my bishop g5 played the best move in the position. Now, does Gukesh allow damage off to his pawn structure? I don't think so. He should allow that, because then practically becomes easy, right? Bishop 6, knight e4 long term, and the
And
king could be very weak.
I'm just gonna say, Tikubai, this feels like very, very difficult for Gukesh to play on, because short castle damages your king safety. Knight bd7 is what we looked at earlier, but look at this move, c5, just giving the pawn for free in hopes that you will take it, and then I will take on f6, and then I will castle and everything and everything. Just that black's position looks so cramped. You are technically 2 pawns up in this position, and yet still the eval favors white. That's you can just see the weight of the compensation here. The bishop on g2, bishop on g5, knight coming to e4, rook super active, king, just anywhere the queen jumps, it's going to be super active. So Sindarov playing for initiative, Gukesh playing for, of course, he has to take material as a compensation. Game is very complex. All three results possible.
Sahaj, maybe let me know if this is, if you agree with this or not. Okay? I'm very curious about this. This is the kind of position where black has a pawn or two and white has dangerous compensation, and then attack is building up, right? In classical chess, you can kind of play this, because you will have a lot of time on your clock to basically figure out the nuances here. It's tough, but you can sit for 20 minutes when it's needed. You can find out the details and hold. And if white makes a mistake, you are essentially a pawn up. In rapid chess, maybe this is not the best version to play, because likely, regardless of what you do, white is going to have a lot of initiative. So maybe Gukesh's opening repertoire also kind of signals that this is not the best for rapid and blitz chess, and this might be decent for classical.
It's an interesting, I think, point that you're making, because generally speaking, it is very difficult to play against initiative, because you have more things to worry about. Moves just don't flow freely. Like hand moves are very difficult to make. You always have to be aware, calculate, and that takes up a lot of time. But I'm not sure if it was the best rapid opening in that sense, but I think he has gotten what he wanted, which is basically a game. And if you think that the king is unsafe, there is a way for Gukesh to in some way balance out the situation, and that way is bishop to g4, attacking the queen. White plays queen b3 and just simply knight bd7. And okay, like you can take the pawn on b7. I'm not materially up. I get to castle, and it's a game. I don't really see a reason why Sindarov would be putting pressure here.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does find bishop g4. That does seem to be the best choice among all the options. And also, to continue that point, I feel like we already saw Gukesh playing faster in the first 5 moves, and now we see him thinking, already falling behind on the clock by 2.5 minutes, close to 2.5 minutes. So that tells me the opening choice was a bit difficult, because imagine white's moves. I already know if nothing crazy happens, castles, maybe c5, maybe knight b3, knight c4, maybe rook e1, attacking, bishop s6, of course, on the cards, bishop b7 on the cards. So I already understand all of white's moves, but black's moves are much tougher. Like, oh my
But
God,
that's
I
not
don't know what
because
to
of
do.
the opening. That's not because of the opening, because you see he played Kaan, knight f3, d5, d3. I mean, queen c7. This is just how the game went. I feel it wasn't really part of the opening. Like it kind of looks like some Catalan where you sacrifice a pawn. It could have transposed from Catalan for sure. In that case, you could say, okay, maybe not the most ideal opening, but it came from an actual game. Yeah, I don't think after move 4 or 5 they were making conscious opening decisions there.
No, but I think the queen c7 line, for example, maybe if Gukesh knew this, like he might have known that this line might arise, right? So maybe you want to go for something safer in rapid chess, but I think it's a very hard debate, right? He might have expected Sindarov might not go for a certain line. So you're hoping he goes for a particular variation, which you have prepared very deeply. Very hard to know for sure. But what I do know for sure is Gukesh is going under time pressure now, Chad. I think I can only see a close to 4 minute difference on the clock, and he's not even developed the pieces yet. Sahaj bhai, this is not, but he does find the best move now. Bishop G4 played.
Let's go. Bishop g4, expected. Nice move. Queen b3, I think, is automatic from Sindarov. We should play it fairly quite quickly. Yeah, but I think the time pressure is where there is an alarm in my head that's just ringing right now that the time is
Yeah,
going to go lower and lower and lower. And we know Sindarov will keep that five minute advantage over Gukesh. And in those crunch moments, we've seen Gukesh like lose against Hans. Draw a completely winning game against Firuza. I don't know. Like I hope that doesn't happen again now.
agreed. And now the queen, I think b3 move looks quite natural. You want to pressure b7. Queen c2, of course, also possible, but not sure what the queen is really doing there. Um, I think queen b3 would be more ambitious. Sindarov is now thinking. I don't expect him to think for long though, because the choices are limited. And then, of course, knight d7, castle. So Mukesh feels like an automatic choice. He took a lot of time for this move, but I'm hoping the next 2 to 3 moves should come very quickly from Gukesh Sahaj Bhai. That's where he has to make sure he doesn't waste time for the sake of it.
Yeah, pretty much. I would say knight bd7 and short castle is just automatic unless you play f3. But I think we've seen it from the previous game. I think Gukesh himself has seen it from the previous game where he played f3 and the queen actually reached the f2 square. That it's not going to happen. But the benefit of playing f3 is that once you go bishop, I mean, it attacks the bishop for once, and then once the bishop retreats, then you can take the knight on f6, and then you can kind of say, okay, your king side is a bit weak, your structure is a bit exposed, and all of that. But this is a very, very committal decision, and that this would bring Gukesh completely back into the game, and I think he would be pushing.
And Chad, yes, I saw Arjun is even tiny bit better now than Sujina. We'll come to that game after this game ends. That's also very important. But right now, it is literally I would say, the trailer for the World Championship going on. The World Championship, both players really, really want to win. Both countries really want to win. And I think this is very important to that. The guy who wins here is really going to set the tone for the rest of the year. So let's see what happens. Sindarov's still thinking, to my surprise. I expected him to quickly play Queen B3 Sage. What is he thinking?
There is
Oh,
Queen C2. I
wow.
mean, he also thinks, yeah, in critical situations. Wait, did he take the move back?
Yeah, it looked like that, no?
Wait a second. If we don't have cameras, but I think that just happened. Yeah, Queen C2 and then back. He just played.
It does look like it. But why would he play Queen C2 and then back? I'm not sure really. Maybe he saw knight C6, yeah, coming to D4.
Maybe it was Queen B3. Maybe it was Queen B3, and then it got stuck, and then he put the queen back on D1. I don't know if he has played or not, or if this is just a bug. Um, it should be Queen C2, I think, if he has played something.
By the way, his time just increased. So very interesting as to what's happening. Um, okay, I'm gonna confirm this very quickly. Sahaj
I
bhai,
am. I
meanwhile,
have. I have Queen C2 is played. It's already
played,
there.
played,
Checked
played.
already. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
And now knight c6 is the move. Only move, by the way, but a very logical one because it protects the b7 pawn. But why not knight bd7? Not
Wait,
knight bd7 because you could take the pawn, rook b8 may, the queen is not trapped. Now you see why queen c2.
but now it seems like it's kind of equalized, yeah? Because the knight comes to the ambitious square, can now come to d4 later on. Of course, the f3 square is also weak, right? Imagine the knight moving from d2 at some point. Knight d4, knight f3, such a great idea. And white's light squares could be weak. And Gukesh definitely having a better version of what he had 2 moves ago.
Yeah, but his king is going to be a bit unsafe. So bishop f6, gf6, short castle, for example. Okay, after, you can castle here, but your king is kind of unsafe. You are a pawn up, but a bit uncomfortable for sure. But time management, by the way, is more or less good now. It's pretty much equal.
समोसे भी खाएंगे Chad, I think, if Gukesh wins. But meanwhile, um, time
यार
is
अभी श्योर टाइम
completely.
यही है बिकॉज कहीं और पे मुझे टाइम कुछ और दिख रहा है.
I'm hoping it's the same because
I
that would
mean,
be dead equal, right? I mean, that would be dead equal
चैट इफ
time
यू
for
कैन,
both players.
आई डोंट नो कैमराज में कहीं चेक कर सकते हैं.
I can
सिंदारो
I
का
can
टाइम
confirm. I
बहुत
can
कम दिखा
confirm
रहा
the
है भाई.
time
7 मिनट
quickly.
दिखा रहा है मुझे.
No, 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 no. It can't be 7 minutes. That would be ridiculous. By the way, he's castled now, so that's important. No, it's the same. It's the time is correct.
Same, yeah.
Roughly, it's correct. Roughly, it's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
got it, got
It
it,
seems
got
like
it. So let's,
it's yeah.
yeah.
Okay, he
So let's
castles.
continue.
Now what do we do? It's a difficult choice, Mukesh. I'm guessing castles should be automatic. Of course, we're gonna allow this doubling of our pawns. But now that I have the bishop on g4 Sahaj, I feel a bit more comfortable. I have this option of bishop h5, bishop g6. I have this option of knight d4, also controlling the f5 square. I feel a lot more comfortable than I was earlier with this.
I was looking at knight d7 in this position just to not. Okay, right. So short castle, bishop f6, gf6 is okay. It's something. I don't think it's that bad, but also it's a bit
Hmm.
uncomfortable to me. Oh, he actually
Hmm.
plays it. Never mind. Actually, you are right. Maybe then bishop h5, bishop g6 is what he's going for. But I was looking at this idea where knight could go to d7, and it was very, very interesting. But okay, let's continue with the game. The question is, does Sindarov take on f6 now?
Oof, tough choice. Now, if I was playing, I would definitely do that because that's at least clear compensation for me, right? I can clearly see I have some compensation for the pawn I don't have. But Sindarov might be more ambitious. He might try out to put pressure on b7. I don't know how you do. Maybe c5 Sahaj. The move you're considering for a long time, with the idea of maybe knight c4 long term, knight d6 also, and also c5 kind of cuts of the queen from the protection of the e5 pawn as well. So makes a lot of sense to me.
c5, knight c4, knight d6 looks very, very promising. Also, knight e4 से भी आ सकता है ये.
Hmm.
But I think in like it's very difficult to resist the temptation of taking on f6.
Yeah.
Like at the board, if this is on the board, I think you are
Oh,
constantly
wow.
thinking about taking on f6. He plays h3. That's a slight error actually from Sindarov. And bishop e6, keep your pieces centralized. Do not go to h5 g6.
But maybe
Um,
that's the plan, Sahaj. He's hoping you go to e6. Now I take on f6 and you can't come to g6 anymore. Is that the plan potentially?
I think so, but then knight e4, king g. Yeah, I think that could be the plan. That's actually quite. But bishop on e6 is also a very, very solid piece because you'll
Yeah.
get knight d4, f5, all of these moves in. Time is still very good. That's that's amazing.
By the way,
Oh,
I
fun
want to.
fact, chat is letting us know गुकेश ने सिंडारोव को एलिमिनेट किया था वर्ल्ड कप 2023 में. Do we know this? देखो भाई.
Ooh, really?
I did not
Wow.
know this.
I'm checking this, by the way, quickly.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
fact check this. Yeah.
that's crazy, by the way, if that is true. But okay, I mean, it's a rivalry which has been building. There's no doubt about it. Gukesh did lose to Magnus. That's what I remember at the World Cup.
He
But yeah, meanwhile, chat, both players thinking, taking their time. And that is not true, actually. He did not play
yeah.
Sindarov in the World
It's
Cup. So
not
he
true
played
actually.
Espenko, Wang Hao
Yeah.
he eliminated, and he eliminated like some Iskandrov from,
It's like I
yeah,
feel like we would know this. Also, to eliminate
yeah,
him in the thing, he would have to win a. I mean, I don't think he's won a classical game against Sindarov yet. So it's some three
agreed.
and a half half or something like this, no?
Arjun ne kiya tha. Arjun did
It
that.
was
Okay, that makes
Arjun.
sense.
Yes, Arjun.
Yes.
Correct, 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 correct.
By the way, Arjun is completely equal now, if not better. So we'll come back to the game later, but focus on this game for now. Waiting for the moves to come in. Sahaj, by what's happening? Both players taking their time. Maybe the nerves showing for both players. Okay, still thinking. Bishop e6 is the best move here.
Just taking a long time. I think he's also a bit confused because he wanted to go bishop h5, bishop g6, provided that white will take on f6. But we know that after bishop e6, Sindarov is thinking about capturing the knight. But there is another
Hmm.
possibility, right? If you go bishop h5, then what if I don't take on f6? Like,
Hmm.
and is your bishop on h5 useful? Is the question. That's what Gukesh, I believe, is deciding on. And you know
But
what the
this
interesting
is.
part is, Tikubai?
Hmm.
Sorry to cut you off, but after bishop h5, bishop f6 was stronger, and bishop e6, bishop
Wow.
f6 is weaker.
Okay, so clearly I have to, upgrade my chess skills. But okay, I mean, sometimes they give me subtle details. And bishop is played, by the way, the best move in the position. So now that is looking at the c4 pawn and also controls the d5 square and does feel like a bit more harmonious in the position, right? It has influence over the king side and the queen side both. Also keeps an eye on the h3 pawn. So whenever the bishop on g2 decides to take on c6 or b7, I might have the h3 pawn under my grasp. So I do love that move.
Yeah, very, very nicely put. Now, Sendarov has to decide whether to take on f6 right now or not, because I don't think he's going to get a lot of chances after this, because Gukesh can also go knight d7. and just completely, then it would just be similar to him having an extra pawn in this position. So the clock is ticking. He has to take on f6 fairly soon.
Okay, I have a question. Who do you think gets below the 5 minute mark first between these two? Who will face real time pressure first? Is my question.
Gukesh for sure.
Mukesh, yeah?
Yeah, for
Hmm.
sure. Time pressure,
It
I think
does.
Gukesh, but has to just manage that, I think, somehow.
And I think the Black Queen also needs to decide a new location for herself because the knight is no longer pinned. By the way, taken on f6, important choice. White's bishop pair advantage has evaporated now, but he has damaged Gukesh's king side structure. And now, Sahaj, by, for example, knight e4, knight f6 could be a threat. And somehow, White needs to get the king on the king side, a queen on the king side. If the queen was on h5 here, I mean, that already looks like it's lost, yeah? So it's all about the queen transfer, I feel.
And even then, I think not that. I mean, still Queen D8 could be saving the day because you're controlling G4, G5, all of these important squares. But knight e4 was played, and now King G7 is the move. And can you guess what the best move here is, Tikubai?
I think I can, Sajbhai. I think I can. I don't want to guess it though. I don't want to guess it. I don't.
It is
Karna hi
Queen
nahi guess. I don't
E2.
want to
What
guess
you
it.
said, bhai. Queen E2, Queen
I don't
H5.
want to guess it. I told you like the
That's
queen
why I
has to
said no,
come to the.
because you were not guessing.
Yeah.
I guessed it for you. Queen e2, queen h5 is the best move in this position, just shifting the queen on the king side and launching some attack. But of course, the queen and the knight are not going to be enough here because you need a third piece. A successful attack always needs three pieces because one gets sacrificed and with the remaining two, you deliver a checkmate. So here, there are only two pieces. There has to be a third warrior, this pawn on g3, let's say g4, g5. That could be the main catalyst in the king side attack.
And of course, this bishop can at some point come to e4 combined with the queen on h5. So that's also a piece we should not forget. And of course, the rooks must be really waiting to enter the game somehow. I don't know if f4 at some point is a move, but definitely could be an option he has to think about, at least Ukesh, every single move. And somebody asked a good question: is 1 minute or 1.5 minutes real time pressure? Maybe not now, but if we reduce 5 minutes from this for both players, like 4 versus 3 minutes or 3 versus 2 minutes, is significant time pressure. So I think whosoever goes below the 5 minute mark first, regardless of the form, is going to feel some extra pressure there.
Yeah, 5 minutes or like maybe a little bit lower, but I think
Yeah,
still
maybe.
the pressure
Yeah.
is there. The pressure is there. That much I think you're 100% correct. By the way, speaking of the move f5, um, can we play it right now? Like why not? Why do we have to play King G7? Nothing. I mean, you're not threatening from Queen G5 check or anything like that. Why can't I just play f5 immediately? Taking a
Is
look,
knight f6 check an
knight
option, maybe?
G5, I was thinking knight F. So just looking at the bar, knight D6 is what it says as the best move, and
Oh,
there
wow.
is no way that Sindarov goes knight because you want to focus on the king side, right? I think knight F6 check is what I would look at as well, and that's by the way is a mistake. Oh, he plays King G7 by the way, so this is a bit irrelevant. But
Ah,
King
okay.
G7, knight H5, King H6 was possible. Just putting it out there. But yeah, going back
Yep.
to the game.
Wow. The king coming all the way to h6 would have been insane. By the way, now Sindarov has to make a choice. Queen e2 is what you mentioned, Sahaj, as the best move. Maybe queen d1 also does the same job.
Same thing, yeah.
And I'm wondering if f5 is a real threat here. Even like, is g4 a move? Like, I see my engine is screaming g4 somehow. But I do love your move first because once I play g4, how do I get the queen to the king's side? Because the black queen is controlling d2, right? So I don't have a path to the black king side anymore. So I would rather not play it if it's avoidable.
I'm sorry, but if G4 happens, like I will question how much I know chess. Like this looks like such a horrible strategic mistake. Your bishop is light and all the pawns
Yeah.
are on light. Your dark squares are so weak, and all of that you're basing off of the fact that there will be some kingside attack in the future. Yeah, very, very difficult. But if anyone
Hmm.
can find something like this, it is of course, the people who are playing the world championship. So G4 is crazy though. A move I don't think I would ever think of in this position.
Yep. Gukesh castled on the wrong side. He should have done the long castle. I disagree because long castle doesn't feel tempting. First of all, it wasn't possible because his pieces were undeveloped. And also, right now, I have an open file on the b file towards the b7 pawn. The bishop is looking towards b7. The knight can go to d6 or c5. So that would be absolute hell for Gukesh's king if the king was on c8. I still prefer it on g7 because the white queen is far away. So I think that's why the king side, it's not safe, but it's safer than the queen side.
That is true. That is true. Now I think Sindarov is taking his time. By the way, Sindarov thinking more than usual. That much we can agree, right? Because I
Yeah,
think in the previous
true.
game, some 17 minutes he had, despite having a lost position. And on the first day itself, also, he was keeping maybe a 4 or 5 minute advantage over each of his opponents. You can go back and check. But here, I don't think he has had a significant time advantage against Gukesh ever.
Agreed. The time is dead equal, by the way, literally exactly photocopy equal right now. 9 minutes and 1 second. In fact, Sindaro going below Gukesh's clock now. It's going to be an amazing game here, by the way. We saw G4 as a risky potential attacking move. We saw Queen E2 as a move. And Sindarov has so many options. Of course, Black's rooks are not developed yet. If Black gets a couple of moves, brings the knight to D4, that will also cover the E2 square. So the queen's path will
Hmm.
get cut off. Then the rooks can come into c8 at some point, put pressure on the c4 pawn, and then the tide can turn. It's very hard to attack when your pawns are falling on every single move. So I think that c4 pawn is definitely weak. So Sindarov has to be very quick about his attack here. He cannot waste time.
Yeah, yeah, true, true, true. Definitely not. And he has 8 minutes left. Queen e2 or queen d1 or queen b3, I guess. f4, I really don't like. I never like these moves, to be honest, because I mean, optically it looks good, but I feel like you're giving me a lot of tempos with knight d4, rook c8, like the moves you mentioned. Maybe f5, e4 could also be a possibility, just to completely shut down and not give you the chance to open up the f file, basically. F5 is actually the best move here. So knight g5 and e4, something along these lines I was thinking. You can even
Hmm.
keep the pawn on f5, because even if you take queen takes e5 and the file is not really open, so he's fine in on that sense. I think, look, optically, I think if I had to choose whether you're picking black or white here, I'm picking black. That's just my take on this.
True.
Tikubai, are you
Agreed.
on the same boat, or what do
Agreed.
you think?
No, I agree. I think it
And
feels like
chat?
objectively between if Sindaro was playing on the both with both colors, I would say black has the better chances. It's more about I think I'm worried about Gukesh's confidence here. If he can gather up the courage here, bring his A game, I think he maybe practically has the better position now. But it's also like tiny bit better. Yeah. And by the way, F4 played on the board, Sahaj Bhai. We did consider this move, but it wasn't our first choice. Sindarov wants to attack and he took a lot of time 4 minutes to play that move.
Yeah, and that was a slight error. Gukesh now objectively better, maybe even clearly better, but he has to find the accurate move f5 to consolidate that advantage. Just one chance that Sindarov has given, some hope to get a better position. Can Gukesh seize that opportunity is the question.
It's so crucial, chat, to play f5 here, I think. Because if white manages to open the f5, let's just play a pawn move to a6 to show that. I think after white takes on e5, even just plays f5 himself, pushing that bishop back, I think it is game over. But Mukesh has played it, yeah? He played f5.
He played e4 also. Why? He played my move e4. Actually, e4 was not the best, but e4 was is what I was
Wow.
looking at as well. And we have a super chat, by the way. Thank you so much for the super chat. They have mentioned a channel which I don't think, even if I tried, I could pronounce it. But this channel has interviews post games at TePe Sigeman, including Magnus. Very interesting insights. Check it out. Thanks, bye. Thanks for the super chat. We'll definitely check it out. Looks very, very interesting.
Yeah, we'll definitely check it out, Chad. Do check it out after the stream once the games are over. Would love to know Magnus's insights. And by the way, look at the position. Sundar just played Queen B2 check. You know that key check, by the way. And now B7 is of course hanging, but the best move is actually G4, building up on the attack. G4 looks
Bhai,
incredibly
Kaye ka
scary to
attack, Queen
me.
B6 check. Kaye ka attack. What attack?
Ah,
One check and
oh, I think we're back. Are we back, chat? I think we're back, chat. Let us know if you're back. अभी निंजा लिंक दिख रहा है, but I think we're back. We're back. हाँ. I think, chat, can you see us? Let us know if you can see us. निंजा लिंक देखना चाहिए एक बार. We are back, chat. कोई चाल नहीं हुई है. गुकेश बहुत टाइम ले रहा है. I'm not sure if this is a good sign. Chesscom India में देखना भाई. हाँ, we're back. We're back. Chat,
Yeah.
आ जाओ भाई, सब आ जाओ. भाई, we are back. And luckily, Gukesh, उसने बिल्कुल वेट किया हमारे वापस आने का भाई. And now only he plays Queen B6. But सहज भाई 5 मिनट रह गए उनके पास. And Sindarov avoids the queen threat. Queen H5, Queen H7, mating took a threat.
Yes, yes. You know, the funny thing is that we were lagging, but in that entire lag, Gukesh was thinking. So no updates
Right.
happened there. Like I was watching the game. The moment the internet came back, he plays Queen B6. Yeah, crazy.
I'm not sure that's a good sign, chat. Okay, we are back at least, chat. Do like the stream. Let's get more people in because this is the crucial moment, the final moments of this game. 7 minutes for Sindarov, 5 minutes for Gukesh. Said right. So indeed, Gukesh was the first guy to fall below the 5-minute mark. But Queen D4, nice move. Now Queen H5, I have Queen G7.
Queen H5, and then there is Queen G7 protecting that mate in one thread. Very, very important. And uske baad, Sindarov can play G4.
Bhai, now it's a real attack, yeah? Because Rook G1 aa raha hai, and I see my queen and king lined up on the G file. I am genuinely worried now for Gukesh.
Yeah, trade the queens as quickly as possible, basically. But let's see. I still, I mean, I don't know what the chat's, opinion of this game is, but if I had to choose a color, I'm still choosing black. Like there is a high probability. You have a protected passed pawn in the position. Like let's not count that out. Plus these weaknesses are also there. If the attack is consolidated, queens are exchanged. In any end game, it will be Gukesh who's pushing simply because of these pawns. So I think pretty good development so far. Yeah, I would have preferred that he does doesn't think for 5 minutes on the previous move when we lagged. Just a little bit more time would be ideal, but position wise, I don't
But
think it's a problem.
Sehj bhai, the problem is जो asset है ना हमारा वो है pawn on E4 and F5, but white is going to play G4, and that's gonna essentially break our asset, and then of course these pawns might just become weak, and we might not have them anymore. So मुझे लग रहा है कि I would love to be black then, but जो move order King H2, a beautiful find from Sindarov, I think, to avoid the queen threat and keep the game going. I think this is looking better for white now. Like I might choose white now. I might switch. This is
Okay,
tough.
let's see. But there is Queen H5 and G4 are the moves which kind of keep things, let's say complex. Sindarov is also taking his time. Just a 1 minute difference between the two players. G4 or Queen H5 is the question. I'm sure this is what he's thinking about.
I think Queen H5 any day. I think I would love to play it quickly. I'm also considering Rook G1, but apparently H6 and black is just better. So it's not enough time to play Rook G1 and kind of take it slow. So to your point, as you mentioned, like if white doesn't attack instantly, like Gukesh could just be better clearly. So Sindarov has to be careful here, and Gukesh's pieces are not done. Rook on 8, not doing anything right now. Once it comes to D8, could come to D3, for example, and then who's the one attacking? I'm not really sure.
Why actually
Sindarov
D2?
has to be on point.
Actually,
yeah.
D2 because it will pin the bishop, and then remember you were talking about Rook G1 and the G file. I mean, if the bishop is pinned, how are you moving the bishop? You'll have to put the king on H1, and then already the king is gonna be in some mating attack idea. So he also has counterplay. That's
Agreed.
why Sindarov is thinking so much. Why? Like now the time is equal, basically.
Wow, this is the kind of game I actually wanted. जहाँ पे दोनों players, both players are fighting neck to neck, punch for punch, and it feels like we don't know the result just yet. This match is super important. We're going to be deciding the world championship just by these two players. Sindarov's performance at the candidates. Chat, would you say Sindarov's performance at the candidates was like the top 5 performances by any chess player at any event ever in the history of chess? I think yes. It was
Top
really
5.
impressive. Top 5 of
Right.
all time for me. Like the kind of way.
I'm sorry, but is there any performance that is higher than this? Shouldn't it be top 1?
No, I think it can be top 1 as well, but it depends, right? I mean, for example, the stakes matter. So somebody who wins a world championship just because of the stakes, it might mean a bit more. But in terms of performances, like Gukesh's Olympiad performance was like 3064, which is a contender for the same as well. Like it's not his fault he didn't play as many top level players, right? So like top five, top three, maybe. Yeah.
I mean, but that I think the stage, the fact that it's an individual thing, candidates, Sindarov's performance at candidates was historic. Double digits is what he scored. Yeah, no one else has done that in the past before. Like I mean, on board one, I believe it was Rafael Leitao, if I'm not mistaken, who scored full score on board one at the Olympiad. So
Hmm.
there was a moment where he finished ahead of the likes of Kasparov, for example, on board
Hmm.
one. You can also say that's like a contender.
Hmm.
Yeah, full score on board one at the Olympiad is crazy. But I still think that candidates, considering the weight of the event and how much high pressure it was and the amount of games he plays and the strength of their opponents, I think it's a very 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 clearly Sindarov is like number one, or I don't even think there is anything close. Maybe Fabi's,
Hmm.
that's 7 out of 7 is maybe a number one as well. Like I would
Yeah,
share
and
that spot.
exactly, and that just kind of even adds value to my point that like the kind of confidence Nodirbek must be feeling right now must be off the charts. Even though he suffered that loss at the Chess.com Open, it was an online event, completely different format, and Dubov was laying down to his credit, so it's kind of unfair.
What?
What? What?
Not a blunder. Not a blunder. Not a
No,
blunder.
I
It's a
understand, but what
tactic.
is this? There is no way this is working, Sahaj. There is no way on earth. What?
Bhai Gukesh is about to take down Sindarov. Bishop
But
C8 is objectively winning.
but that's the only move. Bishop c8 is the only move for Gukesh. He might just
You
play
are
queen e5
joking.
to keep it safe.
Bhai, let's go, Guki OP. Let's go. He can do this. Now it's a first realistic opportunity that Gukesh has to take down Sindarov with the black pieces. He had the same opportunity in Tata Steel, but he couldn't convert. He has more
Chat,
time. He is winning. Let's go.
bishop d7, there is rook d1 picking up the bishop. You cannot put it there. You have to save the piece. But after bishop c8, there are f6 ideas. Sahaj by queen. It looks so scary. Will he have the guts to go for it? It doesn't feel like it to me.
After f6, just one move wins the game. Just one move.
Oh,
And it's not king h8 because that's what you would think in this position to bring the rook to g8 and to cover all the, for example, the mating attack you have on the g7 square. But the move is queen d3,
oh,
move the queen away, and then e3, and the queen now jumps back to g6. I think
tough.
this is tough, very tough.
Sahaj bhai, if I was Ukesh, I would play queen e5. I think queen e5, keeping it pragmatic, seems to be the best idea. You keep your queen close to your king. White has to take on e6. You take with the f pawn, open the rook file. You cannot lose that game. You
But then
cannot
go
lose that
rook
game.
e8
At
and
least,
rook e6. No, at least you have a pawn.
yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah, let's do it. Like, I wouldn't play bishop
But
c8 because
why
I think this
not?
looks.
But why not go for bishop c8 when it's winning for you? If you can, I mean, Gukesh
I,
is the best calculator in the world.
no, I
Of course,
mean,
he should find it. Let's
oh, he
go.
plays it.
Let's go. He plays bishop
I mean,
c8.
if he can calculate all of this, more power to him. But why did he not play f6? Don't I just have queen f6 now? This feels much easier to defend, no?
f6, maybe he missed queen d3 and now he's trying to, just play a bit quickly. And look at this, Tiku, by queen e5 lands to f6 again because there's no queen d3 now. That's a trap that Sindarov is setting. Don't put the queen to e5. This looks like the most logical square, but it's a mistake. Put it on f6 or on g7 instead.
A- And if queen g7, f6, then you have to play queen h6. So I'm going after queen f6. I like the f6 square because it simply stops the f pawn in its tracks. Now I can start developing. Okay, how do I do the bishop? Play
Queen
queen f6.
f6
Let's go.
played. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And chat, that was definitely this definitely is not a computer move whatsoever because white wanted to play f6 and to create these mating attack ideas. So putting the queen on f6 and using it as a blockade to keep the pawn at bay is a very, very human decision in this scenario. By the way, Gukesh is just a piece up now. There is no attack. There is
Wow,
literally no
chat.
attack.
I see the polls, but spam one name. Do you think Gukesh can win this? Yes or no? We've seen him botch up a win in this tournament. Can he convert it when it matters the most? Usually he has done it in the past. Sahaj bhai, I just want to do two things. I want to play king h8 and somehow develop my bishop on c8. I'll play king h8, but how do I get the bishop out is the question.
That's a very good question, bhai. Very, very, very good question. But at some point, I'm going to try to play queen e5, take your queen away, and maybe take on f5, b6, bishop
Oof.
b7 could be a move. But yeah, that's definitely the one problem you need to solve to try and get the bishop out and get the rook out. And once that is accomplished, Sindarov can just resign. There is nothing left to play.
Bye.
Bhai, Gukesh is gonna he's most likely
Bye.
gonna win with black against
You know,
Sindarov. Let's go.
we see a lot of SEO messages now. I say win instantly. Why chat is also saying yes, he can convert it. Let's go, Gukesh. When you play well, the support, the force is with you. And of course, King H8 to me looks like the very natural. कभी ना कभी खेलना ही है. Something you have to do in life, just do it. Yeah, like you have to brush your teeth in the morning. Just do it when you wake up because you have to do it every day. Same way, King H8, it has to be done. Let's play King H8. Keep your king safer.
So King H8 is like brushing your teeth, you're saying.
Yeah, because it has to be done at some point. Because Queen G4 check is there. There could be other ideas as well. Rook F4, Rook G4 check is there. Might as well do it now.
I mean, even okay, fine. Rook F4, Rook G4 check. I'll give you. Then what? Oh, that's a mistake.
No! Why, that's a mistake. It's still better. It's still better, but not as winning as it was earlier.
That is not gonna be a smooth game, okay? I'm just telling you, it's rapid. Both players have 1 minute on the clock. There's some kind of an attack. Sindarov is a very resourceful player. It's not gonna be a stable game. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. So, get your seatbelts on basically, because it's not gonna be easy
Yeah.
for either of the players.
Hopefully they don't embarrass the Magnus, Jordan game that we saw, just 2 days back. That was insane. By the way, you can't take with the queen. You have to take with the knight now. If you take with the queen, then f6 lands. And this is where I start really wondering if Gukesh is going to even win this game.
Queen f4, queen h6, bishop e4, hitting g7 and h7 would be very, very dangerous. That is basically the plan. So knight takes d8 is what he has to take. But with knight takes d8, you have this check, king g7,
Oof.
now rook f4, giving rook
Oof.
g4, check, and h5 only move.
Sahaj bhai, I think Gukesh again went for the concrete solution. We discussed this in the previous game.
Yeah.
He should have waited. That patience I see is a bit missing right now. He went for rook d8, which is a concrete solution, right? He didn't need to go for it. Let the bishop sit on c8 for now. White doesn't have a clear plan of winning this, but he went for the concrete one, which was simply wrong. And now knight d8, rook queen e8 is very hard to allow, but he finds it.
Yep, let's go. Knight d8 played and now queen e8 check only move. I think this is automatic for Sindarov. He will play it pretty fast, and then rook f4 is also automatic. Then h5 ke baad he will think, yeah, because chat, just to at this moment we do have our engines on just to keep everything everyone up to date with everything going on. After a move like h5, the best move for Sindarov is king h1. So basically what the engine is telling us is that the position is so good for white that you shouldn't do anything direct. And this is a very difficult decision to make practically because you're a piece down. If you're a piece down, then you want to attack. You want to do something concrete on the board. Slow moves like king h1 are impossible to play over the board. But let's see what he goes for.
And even a broken clock is correct twice in a day. And the advantage of knight d8 is now b7 is defended. You can play bishop d7 at some point, hopefully, when the queen moves. So there is at least that hope you will get that bishop out. By the way, the blue arrow, h5 only move.
Bishop f5 is, by the way, going to be equal again because of queen b5, and then you lose the bishop. So do not play that, Gukesh. 33 seconds for Gukesh. Bhai, he's a piece up.
Tough. The world champion and the world championship challenger battling it out in their first clash after the candidates. This could dictate the terms for the actual championship in November later. h5 played on the board. Beautiful move by the world champion. Now what does Sindarov do? I am tempted to play g4 here, Sahaj. I really want to push that pawn and open the g file.
But I'm always afraid of queen d6 type ke ideas because this is pinned. And he has 1 minute only. I'm not... f6, king h7? Bishop e4 check is careful. Yeah, you have to be very careful. Just only the queen is defending right now. No other. Oh, he plays queen e2.
What?
Bishop, he can just ignore the pawn. Even if you do this, let's say bishop d7, queen h5, knight c6, or whatever, bishop c6, check, king f8. There is no check on h8 or h6.
Oh, that's a big mistake by Sindarov.
He blundered.
Gukesh, come on. Bishop d7, knight c6 plays any developing move. There is no attack. There is no attack.
Chodo usko, bishop d7, just play. Why king
8
h6
seconds.
Queen h4? Arey yaar, 7 seconds, 6 seconds.
5, 4, come on, Guki. 3, 2, 1. Did he play or not? Did he play or not? I hope he played. I hope he played.
I'm just closing my... I'm not even looking at the board, bhai. It's a...
Please tell me he played bishop d7. He played bishop d7. It's on the board. He played bishop d7. Chat, don't worry. He played bishop d7.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Not updated on my end. How much time does he have
Wow.
after bishop d7?
He has
So
38
bishop
seconds. He
d7,
played on 8 seconds, I think.
8 seconds. Okay.
Wow,
Still
this
not
is
updated on my end. Okay, there it is.
it's
Queen
there, it's
h5
there.
knight
Oh, thank God.
c6.
Thank God. Let's go. Let's go. He's winning. He's winning. He's winning. Completely winning Gukesh now, chat.
How does he have 30 seconds though? Like that's not possible, no? It has to be
I
31
think
seconds minimum. Ah,
wow.
no, sorry. It's rapid. My bad. No, classical we're doing with Sigeman and I got confused. Yeah.
Yeah. What is this delay? Yeah, brother, you and me in the same boat. Should not have been there, but anyways, now see all the pieces developed. Suddenly, Yukesh's plan is much easier. And Sahaj, why you? What does white even do to attack? It's not clear. I have king f8 as an option, and once my rook comes to e8, it's black who starts attacking.
There is
Look at the
literally,
six
you have
seconds.
one check on the board, you go king f8, and there is not even a single check present on the board.
Wait, you can take on f5. You can apparently take on f5 now, and that is just a free pawn.
भाई
Then
queen
bishop
h7
g7.
check का threat है आपका दे दिया आपको then what? I'll go king f8 then what? Like rook e8 also is something that is very very simple. But yeah, bishop f5 I don't like because there's rook f4 and you have to calculate this. 11 seconds only for the
Bishop
world
g6.
champion.
Bishop g6 Sahaj bhai, uske baad is winning.
भाई Gukesh would be
6 seconds.
stressing very very much here. Oh,
Rook
rook
e8.
e8 is what he goes for. Yeah, human
Ooh.
approach.
Okay, the best move is queen h7 and queen h8. There's no way white trades queens here. There is no way white's going to trade queens here. So I think practically a great bet. Yep, it worked. It worked. Now rook e2. Let's go active. Rook e2. Come on.
Rook
After rook
e2,
e2, there'll
pinning the
be
bishop.
also
Anything
they
is
cannot be
knight e5 I think is very nice though because it also restricts the queen. He plays rook
Wait,
e2.
what? Ah, oh,
No,
thank
no,
God.
it's
Thank God.
bhai, Tiku bhai, growth movement. Let's go.
Thank
In the past,
God,
Tiku
brother.
would be like, "What? He just blundered," and then no, it was a glitch.
And you know the
Big growth
advantage now?
movement there.
Even if you play
We're all
some check
growing,
along
bhai.
the some check with the queen, there is no rook e4 check anymore. If the king comes to the e file, there is no rook e4 check anymore.
Queen f3 played, and now rook anywhere on the 7th rank. c2, b2, a2. You choose. 2 seconds.
Queen e5, there's f6. Queen e5, there's f6. And rook h8 is mate. Wait,
Oh,
again,
he
all
takes
took
on
on a2.
a2.
Best
Badhiya.
move.
Queen a3 check also guarded. Beautiful.
Nice. Nice. Wait, both players have less than 10 seconds. Come on, Gukesh.
No, it's 0. It shows. I don't know
I
if
think there's
this
some delay.
is
Queen c5 checking
some
coming.
delay. Yeah?
Queen b2, Queen b2. It's the best move in the position. Setting mate in one.
No ways.
Tough
He
move to
plays
find.
b6 or something. Oh, queen b2. Let's
Let's
go.
go. Let's
Let's
go, Gukesh.
go.
Opinion is completely lost for
Let's
Sindarov
go.
now.
Let's go.
Check king e7. King e7 important. Of course, I mean, he's not
King
going to mate in
e7.
one.
Let's play. I mean, this is now smooth sailing. Anywhere you put the king is fine. Queen e8. Oh, queen h8 check you have to play. Bhai, no chance.
There's no
So,
way he plays that, yeah?
Gukesh, the world champion, takes down the
Bye.
world champion challenger.
Let's just see it till the end, Sahaj. Bye. Anything can
नहीं,
happen.
it's over now. Why? Queen
Oh, he
h8.
plays.
Come
Oh,
on.
wow.
भाई ये तो टिक्कू टेस्ट ये तो like you will beat Sindarov here with this.
Wow, this is amazing, man. This is amazing. Okay, simply a piece up. You have a few passed pawns, but I don't see Gukesh messing this up, although we've seen weirder things.
अब तो भाई खेलते रहो a4 a3 let's go let's keep going.
Okay, okay. How do we convert this in the best way possible is the question,
There's
right?
many ways. There is no best way. You just have to play a bunch of filler moves, waiting moves. Just play a normal game. Forget that you're a piece up. Keep making small improvements, and you will win by itself.
And Chad, I think this will give Gukesh a lot of confidence, actually. A lot of confidence, because this is the match that matters. And this is not just about this game. This is going to give Gukesh a lot of confidence for the entire year, actually, if he wins this. It's still not over, Chad, while he's trying to create a pass pawn. Come
And
on.
now 95.
Come on, okay. 95 looks nice. Attacking the c4 pawn, keeping an eye on the g4 pawn.
95 just loses the b7 pawn. Oh, by the way, top moves after top. Why? Is anyone like thinking of 2024 Gukesh? I feel like he looks like a man with a mission. Yeah. So for the moment Sindarov is there, he's playing like best moves after best moves. Ridiculous.
By the way, what do you play here? It's not easy. Which is okay, nice move. But okay, let's just takes. Rook a1 maybe now.
Anything is winning. Yeah,
f6
rook
also
a1, rook
feels
g1
tempting.
check.
Like f6 and knight f7 feels very tempting to me. Like
Just
stopping the
this
pawns in the
and rook
tracks.
g1, rook g4, and Sindarov resigns, I think.
h6, okay. But wait, rook g1, king h2, king h3. No, you can't play that. Yeah, there's
King
no way.
h3,
Okay.
then rook h1 check.
Rook h1 check. Yes.
But rook g1, king f2, rook h1 you have to play, because rook g1, king f2, rook g4, there is h7 and queen is there.
Played.
Nice. And
You
king f2
might.
ke baad, don't take the pawn. Yeah, that was the point. You have to go rook h1 to guard this pawn over here, because h7, h8 is, this square is
Okay,
defended.
it's still getting tricky because I think I'll
Did he
only
just
have
play
one
with
pawn
1
there,
second?
right?
Did Gukesh just
Yes,
play
he
with
did.
1 second?
He did.
Wow.
He did.
Oh,
rook g4 check.
Pawn
F6
mate.
take
Pawn
the
mate.
pawn.
Come on,
Rook
that's the
g4
best.
check. Come on.
Do
come
it.
on,
Rook
come on.
takes g4. Come on, Gukesh. You'll
Come
hero
on, Gukesh.
forever.
Just take it. Just take
Oh,
it. Oh! Rook g4
no,
and f6 would
man.
have been
That's
mate.
so sad. That is so sad, bhai.
Okay, also works. Also works. I
Chat,
think we will
rook
take
takes
it.
g4 check, king e5, f6. Center mate with a pawn was possible. That iconic.
Okay. Still a good move. Nice move. And rook g4 comes a check now. And next you can play
Yeah,
rook
still
h4.
winning.
Chat, basically now Gukesh has to maintain one pawn. He cannot trade off all the pawns because then rook knight versus rook is a draw. He needs one clear pawn which white cannot exchange somehow.
Bhai, I think h7, rook g4, king e3, knight f7, queen takes, and ये rook जो g4 पे है उसको a4 पे ऐसे लेके लाओ and a2 a1 queen and he resigns.
Come on. This is a big moment for Gukesh and Sindarov both. I think we all expected Sindarov to be the favorite, but it turns out to be the opposite. So far, Sindarov is thinking, what is his last try? Pushes the pawn. Rook g4 check, only move now. Rook knight f7, I think, should be the draw. Yeah, should be the win, right? Played.
Yeah, knight f7 is, yeah, this is what I showed. No, queen takes, and rook a4.
Rook a4.
And you just promote.
Rook h1, a2, rook a1, and then the king comes up and it just picks up. Or b5 just maybe even should be.
Tikku bhai, I completely agree with this, with the chat. Statement win for Gukesh.
I agree. I think this is a big win. I feel like Gukesh, and not just for the world championship, it's that
Look
sort
at
of
the
win.
screen.
Let's go! Hi chat. I know we've, ऐसे गुकेश के मैंने नेगेटिव कमेंट बहुत देखे हैं. अभी पॉजिटिव चाहिए. We need positive comments now because this is where he deserved it. This was not easy. You know the form Sindarov is in. He converted it very, very well. And of course, there was that blunder by Sindarov, but what beautiful play, man, to convert this.
Tikku bhai, 53% is what I remember.
Yeah, and Chad, my camera's battery is not off. I'm just crying.
53% was a statement. अब थोड़ा तो कम हुआ होगा भाई. Let's go. This win gives him a huge confidence boost for the World Championship. And of course, what a win by Gukesh bhai. मजा ही आ गया. And also, it wasn't like he was worse at anyone. And Sindarov blundered. Yeah, of course, that piece sacrifice that he had, knight takes e4, it was a nice risk, but maybe it was a bit too early for Sindarov. But yeah, Gukesh consolidated so well, and he takes down Sindarov. He did what all of us, 10 minutes ago thought was impossible. Can we agree on that, chat? Gukesh OP, rukna nahi chahiye bhai.
Yeah, it shouldn't stop. I think he played a marvelous game, to be honest. And let's keep in mind, Sindarov, the sack he did, I mean, won him so many games in the candidates. So now to say that was a risky move would be ridiculous. I think he played his best chess, and for this game, Gukesh turned out to be on top. What a game, man. And this means, Sahaj bhai, that in their first clash, we can have the two cameras set up now. For the first clash, after the candidates has been over, Gukesh wins. That's a big win. Now, 2 Blitz games still to go, but this means a lot.
It means so much. I think to Gukesh, his team, it could mean so much, yeah, because in candidates, it looked like Sindarov was invincible. Dubov then kind of showed, okay, maybe he's not that invincible. And now Gukesh himself taking him out with the black pieces, finishing what he started in Tata Steel. Let's go.
And chat is kind of telling us Gukesh did a fist pump. Oof. That is so missing that actually. I remember him doing a fist pump. I say hand kuch usne kiya tha when he defeated Ding for the first time in the game, and then he fist pump on multiple occasions. That's so nice to see him gain some confidence back. And of course, his final opponent for today is actually the informed Wesley So. So hoping he can continue this form, Sahaj, by now. But this win means a lot to every Indian chess fan, I think. It means we have hope. We are fighting back. and the odds are not as skewed as initially we thought.
या भाई मजा आ गया दिन सफल हो गया आई फील टूर्नामेंट भी सफल हो गया टू एन एक्सटेंट yesterday टिको भाई आई आस्क्ड यू दिस क्वेश्चन यू नो whether it's more important to win the tournament or defeat Sindarov. I think like even though I agree with you winning the tournament is the ultimate goal in an event like this, but I also think that defeating Sindarov has so like it's such positive like consequences for Gukesh, in the World Championship and for his confidence as well. So for me, I think Gukesh का tournament already सफल हो गया भाई.
Agreed. And let's keep in mind the effect it could have on Sindarov, because now, he has to think, okay, where did I go wrong? And then next time he sits in front of Gukesh, the last memory will be recent. So it's something which is going to definitely play on his mind. So very interesting, Sahaj Bhai. This means now that we have some pause in the rapid section, maybe we can go to the TePe Sigeman. Of course, we'll be back for Gukesh's final game. There's still one more game remaining against Wesley So for today. But coming to TePe Sigeman, Sahaj Bhai, what's Arjun doing after that crazy win? Can Arjun continue the momentum Indian players are building? And let's go
100%.
full screen.
It looks like he is on track to win the game because he was a bit worse because he chose perk defense. So opening के बाद वो opening का जो advantage रहता है वो तो था ही, but now it has completely consolidated with slight preference to Arjun's position. And as I say that, I think not the best move, but a second best move. Position now roughly balanced with just one move for Zujiner, which is bishop g5 that keeps things balanced. Anything else, Zujiner is much, much worse and Arjun can start to take over.
Wow.
भाई मजा लेकिन स्टिल भाई मजा ही आ गया. मजा ही आ गया.
मजा आ गया
I
भाई.
have to say भाई सारे पाप धुल गए. That's fine. Now it's a fresh start भाई. Let's go. Gukesh 2.0 loading. Wow. So Zujiner is right now thinking bishop g5 is the move. Besides that, king b1 is possible, of course, and queen h2 is possible as well. But I think Arjun is not a pawn up right now, but at the same time, it feels like Arjun's king is a lot safer in this position thanks to the fianchetto bishop and no possibility of an h5 break. This is why he played knight h5 to not allow this h file to open up here. And since there is no attack on the king side, bishop bhi aise f5 pe aa jayega. We have one, two. Okay, we can call these two as maybe some attackers. Queen f6 as well, also joining the attack. That could be a bit dangerous for Zujiner.
Sahaj Bhai, I just had a look at the moment when Gukesh did the fist pump. It was a genuine, like this kind of fist pump. I have never seen Gukesh so excited after a win. I
Let's
have
go,
never
bhai.
seen Gukesh. It was this sort of fist pump. It
Like
meant
we will
the
also do
world.
this, bhai. Let's go because this is what we've been. Bhai, 2 साल हो गए थे, bhai. Those 2 years we've been waiting for this moment, and it feels like first like time individual faster format that's supposedly supposed it's meant to be Sindarov's strength in this sense, and there you beat him with the black pieces. That's a statement. Come on, you have to feel amazing after that.
Yep, crazy game, man. It was amazing to see, and it just means that it's gonna be fun. The World Championship match overall, it's
भाई
gonna be
हेटर्स
something to watch
एकदम
out for.
मतलब चैट का जो एकदम वो व्यू था ना ऐसे पलटा है 1 सेकंड के अंदर. नाउ आई एम सीइंग जस्ट पॉजिटिविटी. आई मीन लव टू सी
Yeah,
इट
I think.
चैट
I mean,
बट
when Sindarov won the candidates, we appreciated that, right? I mean, he played very well.
या
So I don't see why we can't appreciate Gukesh winning, even if, let's say, you are a Sindarov fan or Gukesh fan or a nobody fan. I think it's good to appreciate good results. For example, yesterday, if Zujina had defeated Magnus, it would be something to celebrate because it's historic. Same way now, if Arjun can win the event, I think it's something historic. He's never won such a great event, such a top level event. And same for Yagiz, by the way. If he wins, it's historic for him. We can celebrate wins for players regardless of their form. By the way, said for 95, a nice move. I think stops the H pawn in his tracks. So it's very hard for white to get going now. F4 would be horrific because you block the bishop, and then bishop f5 is such a good move. Bishop g4 looks tempting as well. So the point of knight h5, even though it might not be the best move, it's something which does not give white a clear plan. And this is exactly what Arjun does, right? Will play something second best, third best, but it's hard for your opponent to play essentially.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find good moves for Zujiner actually
Let's go
in
full screen.
this. I'm actually really struggling to find good moves for her. I'm not really sure how you continue here. Bishop g5, I already mentioned this is one of the best moves, but it just feels like you're helping my queen get to a good square. I mean, you can play rook e1 after that with the idea of bishop e7. Black can go bishop f6. And now iske baad, can you guess the best move for white, Tikku bhai?
Don't say it's f4.
Close. Just mirror kar do usko. Mirror. Reversed.
Reverse. c4 तो नहीं है.
It is c4
Oh, there
indeed, but
is
looks.
no way on earth I'm
How
going to
are
play
you
c4.
switching? Like you're opening up the own file where the attacker is supposed to build up. Yeah. So knight takes c3 and chances of a4, rook b8. I mean, looks kind of scary. Guki made a fist bump. Yes,
Wow.
bhai. Yes, I haven't seen the fist bump, but I think it's amazing. Yeah, love to see it. And of course, this will help him sort of get back to his, winning days, and it's very much needed before the World Championship match. भाई अब proper मजा आएगा भाई World Championship में.
Yeah. And of course,
और
two
इससे
more
एटलीस्ट
games to
एक
go.
चीज क्लियर हो जाती है लाइक आई जस्ट वांट मेक अ पॉइंट इससे एक चीज थोड़ी क्लियर हो जाती है which is that ke maybe Sindarov had that strategy कि even if in classical you are not let's say tie break में जाना अगर आपको है तो then Sindarov would be a favorite because we keep talking about how Gukesh with faster time controls he struggles and everything, but here if he defeated Sindarov in a rapid match, right? So that definitely has to have some effect on the team. Now maybe tie breaks is 50-50 completely.
सहज भाई एक बार वो व्हाट्सएप देख लेना आप बस जस्ट फॉर अपडेट. Meanwhile, chat Arjun is also ahead on the clock. I think that's very valuable here. Those 5 minutes mean a lot with only 17 moves in. If Arjun wins this, he's guaranteed to maintain his lead, I think. Uh, Yagiz ka jeetna is much tougher here. So let's see what happens, Sahaj bhai. Very excited for today. यार मतलब मस्त दिन लग कल भी अच्छा था आज भी अच्छा लग रहा है.
व्हाट अ पिक्चर भाई एक बार चैट को भी दिखा सकते हैं क्या ये पिक्चर आई डोंट नो वी
वही
कांट
टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. We are checking if we can
आई
show
वुड
it
लव
because
टू शो दिस टू द चैट भाई
हाँ, but I'm not sure if we can. वही check कर रहे हैं हम लोग. If we possible, we'll try to share it. But yeah, Gukesh का fist pump was insane. Looks crazy.
you guys should display the clip in which yes we're trying to get that up. We'll keep you posted chat, but let's focus on the game of Arjun. 41 minutes for Zujiner. By the way, there's another game of happening in this event, right? There's round 3 as well.
Which one? Which one?
In GCT, there's another round I think pending as well.
Yes, yes, it'll start
Uh,
soon. Yes, there's one more pending. Yes.
Hi. Also on a crazier note than what just happened, Yagiz is much better against Nodirbek. Not much better, but better for sure.
But okay, I mean, this one maybe, and definitely not crazier though. Like,
Oh yeah,
nothing
yeah.
can be
Actually,
crazier
no,
than
not really
that.
that better. I kind of misevaluated. Also, look at his time, bhai. 23 minutes. That's a bit of a problem. On bar, it says better, and I thought knight e4, bishop e4. And the biggest problem I have is I cannot castle, but I miss that black can play long castle in this position, which is a very annoying resource because you wanted to take on c6 as well. But now there's rook h8 coming. Rook to already d file pe aa chuka hai. So actually, Nodirbek is not worse. So I'll take my words back here.
And also, if we go to Magnus's game, maybe if you have already switched, let's go to Magnus also. Apparently, that knight h4 yesterday continues, yeah, with knight h5 today. So Magnus clearly loves putting his knights on the rim. Clearly, for him, they are not dim. And yeah, this knight will later come to f4. Still, white looks better optically, but Magnus is trying to build up an attack.
Exactly. At some maybe bishop e5 to control the dark squares. At some point, g4 could be possible. Bishop takes h3 is a very common sacrifice in these positions. Yeah, position is very complicated though. Bar is saying 0.5, but the follow up is so hard for white. The one of the best moves here is bishop d1 and bishop c2, and very hard to play strategic chess when you're facing an attack on completely the other side of the board. So the moves are not that easy. And a 10-minute advantage for Magnus so far. I think Magnus has good chances here, but Andy could pull off a upset here as well.
True, true. I think it will require him to play the game of his life, but he has shown signs of doing that. He's played very well, won the Tata Steel Challengers, qualified to the Masters. And I think he's a talent to look out for. So Magnus, although ahead on the clock this time, I think that's something he's done better today, his time management. So I'm still going to back Magnus purely because he's Magnus, but I think so far Andy Woodward has played some great chess. Sahaj bhai, by the way, mistake by Zushiner.
Yeah.
Arjun Erigaisi is now better if he finds the move bishop to b7. How easy is it to play that move?
I think relatively not that difficult, but the follow-up is kind of difficult. So bishop b7, there is d7. Okay. Bishop takes f3, attacks both the rooks, so you're losing an exchange, but white says, I'll give you the choice. Take whichever one you want. And no matter what, I'm seeing the pawn on d7. I see the okay, bar ko ignore karo, but there is a pawn on d7. The rook is hanging. Bit scary overall.
Wow. Wow, man. I think काफी interesting है. If Arjun can win this, by the way, he's going to keep gaining rating as well. He's slowly getting up towards the world number 6 spot. And Sehajbhai, if he wins both these games, he's going to be world number 6. He's going to win the event and he's going to be on a huge roll. 10 points gained in this tournament so far. So Arjun just doing Arjun things. And to be honest, it's kind of surprising, right? Like Gukesh won the world championship, Prag played the candidates twice, and still it's always Arjun at the top. In most cases, he's had the highest rating. Obviously, if you do the average rating of all Indian top players over the past 2 years, I think Arjun likely will come up on top.
Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Okay, let's see d6. By the way, besides bishop b7, Tikku there are other moves in the position as well. There's queen takes d6, pawn takes d6. Pawn takes d6 is not as much accurate. I guess going towards the end game really favors Arjun here, because once you take everything, let's say rook takes d6 as well, black has a very nice resource in this position. And chat, black to play. Let's see if you can find this resource. It's a not a one move tactic. It's more like a 3 or a 4 move tactic. But you need to see properly, like there has to be a vision. Black to play and okay, not win, but okay, basically win. I'll give you a hint, chat. It involves your maybe the most out of place piece. Yep, that is correct. That is correct. It is indeed knight g3 attacking the rook on h1. The rook moves to d1 or e1 wherever it wants to go. Then you play knight f5 attacking both the rook and the bishop. The rook has to defend. You will take this and now suddenly these two pieces are under pin. So you will play bishop h6 and then black will just win the game. Very nice tactic actually incoming in the game. It's highly possible that you take everything. And if she goes rook takes, देखो queen takes d6 तो वो definitely capture करेगी, but rook takes d6 still remains to be seen. But if she does it, this could happen on the board.
Interesting. Wow, man.
It looks like all young players are memorizing all the openings. While players like Magnus and Arjun are playing entirely based on instincts and experience. So first half of the sentence is correct, but the second half of it couldn't be, I think, further from the truth, because you are thinking he's playing from intuition. But let me tell you, I think Arjun would have prepared Perk defense the same way he would have prepared conventional openings in chess. This is how you survive at the top level. And same goes for Magnus. Maybe Magnus is not working on as much on openings or chess in general as much, but because he has worked for 5 world championships, that accumulates. He has probably has like thousands of opening ideas that he hasn't even tried. So he can just live off of that basically, and you can just keep playing them. So openings are very important at the highest level, especially these days.
Yep.
Arjun still
Agreed.
thinking 42 minutes.
I mean, imagine Vishy sir, yeah, how many ideas he must have never tried. Like it's like 5 world champions, so many world championships actually for him. 5 though he won, like it's crazy. And same for Magnus, same for like all these top players. I heard that Kasparov once said like in actual like tournament games, he probably got to try out like 20% of his ideas max. So that
I
tells
think
you
less.
Yeah.
And also, if you think about it, like this was back then, right? Kasparov played world champions. Like last one was against Kramnik, but before that, I mean, look, he has played in the 90s and early 2000s, right? Since then, theory has developed so much. So imagine the amount of ideas you would have created to play in a game, and how many of them would you just never end up playing? They just get lost.
Hmm.
I think that number would be like at least 90% and above are the ideas that are still not played.
Agreed. So many openings, so many, and also theory changes quite a bit, right? So you might have an idea which a year later a new engine just refutes, so you never get to try it, or somebody else tries it, or somebody never plays that opening against you, or a new opening becomes popular, right? So there's certain openings you never play, and then suddenly the Magnus plays it, and then that becomes trendy, and your old ideas kind of go waste. So it's a lot of effort, basically, which doesn't see results. But yeah, that's why chess is so hard. So many complications. And if you've looked at something with the engine, then whosoever you're playing, they cannot really beat you. And that's the advantage of opening preparations. It's like, mugging up, not mugging up, understanding and also kind of grasping, let's say, NCRT questions or RD Sharma questions for a board exam. Yeah. You're understanding maths, but also just memming the question matters. Like it might show up exactly as it is in the paper at the end.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And someone said, won't the ideas be outdated from old World Championship event from 2018? Absolutely not. Firstly, because they are World Championship preparation. So it was done on, I would assume, very strong processors, which might not be available to the audience, to like, the general public, but it was available to them. I mean, it could be possible they were using some very, very strong engines there. And secondly, I'm not sure if you guys remember, but Hari Krishna had this insane queen sacrifice in the World Cup on move 6. It was highly like that video went viral. Some of you will remember it, but in any case, that queen sacrifice was discovered 10 years before. So Hari kept that queen sacrifice at hold for 10 years and it still worked. So, and that was not world championship preparation. At least I'm assuming it's not world championship preparation, but this is. So, for
By
sure,
the
all
way,
of the ideas that Magnus has, they're still there.
Arjun found bishop b7 the best move. Imagine allowing pawn to d7 as black. His understanding and his confidence right now is absolutely top notch, Sahaj.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's looking pretty positive overall. Good chances, why?
Yeah.
Another day could happen when Gukesh and Arjun both win, why? Let's go.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. And of course, chat, d7 looks very tempting, but that pawn could just be weak, of course. And the f3 pawn right now is hanging, right? So it's going to basically attack both the rooks. So is Zuzhina ready to really sacrifice one of her rooks to get that passed pawn on d7? I mean, she has to probably do it because if you play rook f1, for example, and try to defend the pawn, then now I can just pick up the pawn on d6, and that was a free pawn anymore. It's not hanging anymore. So Zuzhina, I don't know if she saw bishop b7 or she underestimated it, but clearly Arjun is on an absolute roll. And look at the accuracy so far. 94.1 for Zuzhina and 98.4 for Arjun. And this comes after he played an opening which is not the best and gives White an advantage in the first few moves. So beautiful chess played by Arjun. And he just gets up from his chair, is ahead on the clock, feels like it's moving smoothly as normal. Gukesh won. Anybody joining? Gukesh won against Sindarov. A huge win, to be honest. And it was so nice to see that the World Championship is absolutely on. It's going to be fire.
Oh,
Yagiz under a
yes.
huge time pressure. We'll jump there soon. Sej bhai, maybe we can have a quick look at the Yagiz game. What's happening there?
Yagiz game coming up. So basically, after e4, knight takes e4 was taken. Knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, and now he does find the only move, which is long castle. And position wise, I think Yagiz is fine, but भाई वो Nodirbek सोच तो नहीं रहा है position के बारे में. वो he's thinking about something else, I feel. And Yagiz looks like he's under a lot of pressure right now, simply because 13 minutes only on the clock, and yet he's still yet to castle.
Man, 13 minutes. Wow. That's insane. That's insane. And he's known to do this. And look at 1 hour 4 minutes for Nodirbek, yeah? But I think it's working for Yagiz so far. But imagine if he could work on this, Sahaj bhai, this so far has been the only weakness I've noticed in Yagiz. If he works on this, maybe upgrades his opening theory, he works a bit on these middle game ideas so that he doesn't have to think for so long, then suddenly, I mean, this guy could like jump towards 2750 even further like crazy. This guy is an absolute beast. What a talent, man.
Of course, Fabi is saying this is the most impressive player in history of chess. I mean, that has to carry some weight for sure. And yeah, I mean, openings are a problem, but I think it's also because he's facing elite players at a very young age, and they are throwing years and years of opening experience and different types of variations at him, which he's not super familiar with. And I think with experience, this will change by itself for him.
Yep.
So it's only a matter of time because before he becomes, a world championship contender.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, Ron says yes. By the way, why is he so anxious? And that's something also he has to work on. It's also not just distracting for him; it's distracting for the opponent, and it's definitely going to make him nervous. 100%. Like, I mean, if you're constantly moving, doing something, like you cannot focus, Saj. But I still don't know how he focuses so well. So another thing he can possibly work on, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Long. Why he's looking super stressed right now. उसको देख के मुझे भी stress हो रहा है. By the way, the games
Exactly.
that have they begun? I think the games have begun. By Wesley versus Gukesh is on. Shall we go?
Let's go.
Okay, so this is the board. I'm not sure if this scene is the best for that. If we can switch that to have a bigger board, yeah, that's
That's
perfect.
right. I'll be back in just 1 minute. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So basically, it was four knights by Wesley, bishop b5, four knights Spanish, bishop b4 आता है, short castle, takes on c6, takes back, and then knight takes e5. So a pretty solid approach by Wesley so far because black can play rook e8 now. I mean, yes, Gukesh is a pawn down temporarily speaking, but he's going to retrieve it in the next move. So white will play knight d3, bishop takes c3, d takes c3, and something like knight takes e4. And this is a normal position. And can you guess, chat, in this game, in this position after knight takes e4, there is a certain someone who has a game in this position, an Indian player. Can you guess the name of that player? Anyone want to take a guess? Arjun Gukesh. Oh, ho, K Cross, you found my trick. It is actually me. I played this. Actually, it's a very similar position in an event in Budapest. Very, very similar. White player has, went for bishop f4 and I played g5. And it was a very, very interesting game. But yeah, actually, this is happening. Wow. We're following that game. Takes, knight e4. And we are basically on that position. Takes on c3. Takes back. And now knight takes e4 would be a direct transposition. Sorry for the question, but yeah. Many Indian players have had this position. Really? I did not see actually. Recent times I wasn't looking. Yeah, Vidit actually has had it as well in 2023. Prag had it against Magnus as well. Wow, I did not see that. But yeah, many Indian players have had it. That's also true. So knight takes e4 and now Wesley's thinking bishop f4 is the move or queen f3 could be a move as well. Both of them are possible, but largely, at least what I'm seeing from the results on the chess.com screen, lots of draws. Yeah, 85% of the matches played from this position onwards have ended in a draw. Like all the games that I told you, the one of, for example, Vidit, the one of Prague, both of them ended in a draw. Even, yeah, all the top games have ended in a draw here. Even there is a game of Mikhail Tal, which is very nice to see from 1992 played in this position.
But can we have the Arjun camera behind? Like, would love to keep track of that game instead. Meanwhile, सहज भाई कौन जीत रहा है यहाँ पे?
भाई 85% ड्रॉ रिकॉर्ड इन दिस पोजीशन.
तो मतलब इसका तो
So
ये गेम ड्रॉ नहीं होगा पक्का मतलब या?
ड्रॉ लग तो नहीं रहा बट आई थिंक या टू अर्ली टू से. ऑल्सो वेस्ली की बड़ी सॉलिड प्रेप थी सो फार बट I mean, it's not like Gukesh has deviated or anything. Wait, is that a draw? Wait, that's a draw offer. Knight g5, queen g3, knight e4. I know this because this is in my
Ah,
files. Like I was looking at this when I
oh,
was playing my game.
I've seen this. I've seen
This
this
is
in
a
a rapport game before.
yeah.
I've seen this in a rapport game before.
Really?
Yeah, 100%.
So if I played queen f3 and then there is knight g5,
I've seen this draw before in a rapid game, I think. Rapport game, not rapid game. Rapport game, I've seen this before.
Yeah. Going back, actually, sorry, I think I got cut off there for a second. But knight g5, queen g3, knight e4 is a very common way to make a draw in this position. Not very common, but yeah, it's very well known. And already there is a game that ended in a draw like this, which is Zoran Hovanovic versus Michael Adams in 2024. So Gukesh is now thinking draw or no draw.
Oh, very interesting, Chad. I think Gukesh should take the draw. I think I kind of feel with the structure being symmetrical, this is exactly what he had in game one, and he over pushed. He can play on, but don't over push. That's the main thing. We saw him over push and then he lost. So, and if you look at the tournament so far, like it kind of has that trajectory, right? Matlab, he was winning against Firuzja, drew that game, was drawn against Radoslav, lost. It's almost like he created those things because he was facing a lot of pressure. Now that the pressure has released a bit, he won the most important game of the event. Let's play logical chess, play knight g5, take that draw stage by is my thought process.
Yeah, I think that's also it's a good day. Third round. I mean, they've also played 6 rounds back to back. Must be tired as well. So maybe this is why Wesley is okay with the draw because he's currently leading the tournament. He's wow. Wesley's on 4 out of 5. Yeah, he's defeated Fedosiv, Wojtacek, lost to Fabi, defeated Sindarov, defeated Firuza, and now he's playing Gukesh. So I think he's just trying to secure that number one place with the white pieces before they head off to the blitz section. So from Wesley's perspective, makes sense. From Arjun's perspective, from Gukesh's perspective, I'm not so sure if he's gonna want to play on because this is such a
I
dry position, so symmetrical, opposite colored bishops. Like, how do you even play on here?
I agree, and also think of it from a day's perspective. When you go back home, you look back at the day, he already must have a positive feeling about this. He knows he had the draw, he overpushed in game one, he made a mistake. Second game, he won. And third game with the black pieces draw against the tournament leader sounds pretty fair. And also, like, he can only mess this up now. Like if he goes home with a draw or a win, he's gonna feel very good about himself and his confidence increases. And if he somehow loses this, then again he goes back to that spiral. Okay, then that was just one win I had. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
overall, a very very good feeling about the day for Gukesh. That will give him a lot of confidence. So I think a draw is a pretty fair result. He's thinking about it. He shouldn't think for too long though. Like then Wesley might say, okay, let's play on.
No, no, it's impossible. I don't think it's possible to play on. But Tikubai, go back one move, queen to d1. I just want to show you how many draws have been played in this position. So just go back one move on your screen, queen f3 se pehle,
Hmm.
and just
Or Bapre.
scroll down. Just scroll down to see how many draws and if someone has won a match here with black pieces. Looks
I see
difficult, no?
three. It's Sahaj Grover. अरे बाप रे, Sahaj Grover won a game with black here. अरे Sahaj भाई, tell us the secrets. गुकेश को ही बताओ.
अरे नहीं भाई but it's just nice to see so many draws and just one win, yeah. It's very nice, but yeah.
Wow, so Sahaj भाई won a game against the GM from this position as black, जो मतलब बड़े बड़े GM भी नहीं कर पाए भाई, insane.
Yeah, but I had a lot of help. If you look at the game, should have been anything but a win for me. Anything.
But still, the end result is what counts. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even open the game and check. Like the end result, you won from this. That's impressive. Meanwhile, Gukesh did choose knight g5. So after thought, he's like, okay, let's just take the draw. And now, if queen f4, there is knight e6. If queen g3, there is knight e4. If queen d1, of course, you're going backwards in life. You should never do that. Then what do you do here, Sahaj bhai? Any way to continue the game?
I don't think so. Queen g3, knight e4, queen f. This is fine. Queen f4, knight e6, queen g3 you could play. But then
Hmm.
I'm asking, in why is white playing here? Because the position is symmetrical completely, and you can say that the knight on e6 is maybe slightly better placed than the knight on d3 because both sides are going to play b3 c4, put the bishop on b2 and attack the g7 pawn. Similarly, black's going to play b6 c5 and bring the bishop to b7 and attack the g2 pawn. And my knight defends this, your knight does not. So just maybe that one 19-20 ka farak, black is still better, but
By the
oh,
way,
he's
they're
repeating.
drawing. They're drawing and 94 queen f3, and that is gonna be a very quick draw for Gukesh. I think a very very good result for Gukesh, Sahaj bhai and chat with the black pieces against a tournament leader. Taking a draw in what 12, 13, 14 moves sounds like an impressive feat, and overall an amazing day for Gukesh after a long time, Sahaj bhai.
I mean, also like not an amazing. It's an amazing result, of course, but overall it's still 1.5 out of 3. Like still वो ज़्यादा consistent होना भी ज़रूरी है, but it's good to know that he can win on demand. Yeah,
Hmm.
that's the main takeaway I believe from today. So I think that's it for Arjun for Gukesh. Let's switch to Arjun to see how he's doing
Yep.
because his advantage Tikubai has only increased with Zujiner's last move, which was Queen D7, and now the move is Queen B8.
Wow. Let's go, brother. I think the best part here is that after Gukesh winning, now Arjun can also win, and this could go very smoothly for us. Now, after Bishop B7, D takes, Queen takes. So Sujina had to play D7 here. That was the way to move forward. But okay,
After
that's very tough,
here, yeah,
right?
D7.
After that's very tough to play D7 and allow Bishop F3. I mean, it's very tough. He took on C7, and now I think Queen D7. Should Arjun trade queens? Is the question though.
I'm thinking why. I mean, firstly, I wouldn't want to trade the queens in general because I think I have your king is definitely more unsafe than mine because I have this beautiful diagonal to hit the b2 pawn. I can play something like queen e5 and attack the bishop for now. I know the b2 pawn is not under attack, but in some distant future, I can play bishop c6 and take the knight. And whereas your attack is not brewing, my knight on h5 is just doing a wonderful job to not allow any breakthroughs. And g file पे तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. f7 pawn is safe. So I would keep the queens personally as black, but queen takes d7 is also very good. Like the endgame is also proving to be quite good for Arjun.
Yeah, true. And the best part is, when after Gukesh's win, I think it's going to trend on Twitter, and it'll be nice to see the debates. Sahaj bhai, do you think now people will change their evaluations? For example, कि भाई, पहले 70-30 था, अब 60-40 कर देंगे, 55-45 कर देंगे. Do you think that will change?
भाई
Or do you think it still be the same?
53% था भाई. 53% बोला गया था किसी ने एंड अब वो 53 से 52 तो हो गया होगा भाई.
Agreed. And by the way,
That's but yes, I think the public opinion will switch. Yeah, of course. If you beat someone head to head, of course it changes the outcome.
replay the moves. Can we show the last 2-3 moves quickly after Bishop B7 ek bar on the board, just for the people who want to catch up? And also, chat, all the other 3 games in this tournament are dead equal right now. Erdogmus Nodirbek is equal. Andy Magnus is equal. Jorden Nils is, well, borderline equal. This is the only game where somebody's winning.
So he has to choose between d7, e5, and b8. All of them are just completely good for him. Time is, I mean, good for Arjun as well. 6 minutes more. Question: 40 moves, yes or no? Does this game go to 40 moves, yes or no?
Oof, tough one. When we ask this question, I sometimes feel ki it always does. So I'm going to say yes, but maybe it might be over by then. I don't think that it'll be up for grabs, the actual evaluation of the position, but yes, the game might go on. What's your take?
Yeah, I think same because both players are, let's say, around half an hour mark. Arjun has a little bit more, but let's say around half an hour mark, and they still have to make 20 moves. So generally, this means there will be a time pressure, like some crunch moment incoming, and players generally make mistakes in those scenarios. So even if we reach the 40 move mark, I think the outcome would be pretty clear. Like even against Magnus when Zujiner played, it did reach move 40, but by the time we reached move 40, Magnus was already completely winning because of the time pressure situation. So let's see how the game progresses. Right now, Arjun thinking queen e5, queen b8 are the moves.
Hmm. And I think queen e5 looks nice. You attack the bishop, you set in b2. Right now it's defended, but I kind of like
Bishop,
that.
bishop
But
d4.
bishop d4,
Bishop
queen
d4, queen
f4
f4
check
check,
maybe,
yeah.
yeah? Yeah.
And king b1, some rook d8. I will even just take on d4. I'll give you the b7 because I think opposite
Hmm.
colored bishop, the side that attacks has an extra piece. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. So let's say bishop d4, queen f4. I'm not really sure if this is correct. Wow, this is winning. Ah, there's just bishop f3 also. Never mind. Never mind. Yeah. That's all. That's just simpler. Way simpler.
My problem is I really want to trade queens because it just simplifies the position. But then after rook d7, I'm not sure if this is too much pressure because f7 is under pressure constantly. If you
But
take on
why do you want to
f3,
trade queens here? Is my question.
yeah, I don't
Like,
want to trade queens. I would trade queens if I feel I'm playing for 2 results.
I feel
but
like
it
you want to
doesn't.
trade queens because you want to take the pawn on f3.
Ha, also, but I can't take the
Yeah,
pawn because there's rook f1 at the end. So my plan just
exactly.
doesn't work. Yeah.
Exactly. But I think that because that's also the thought process I had, that this feels very good. But also, even if the pawn was hanging in, let's say there was no rook f1, still there is a long-term pressure on the f7 pawn because of the bishop, the rook, and this rook, and plus the rook goes to the seventh rank. So I'm not so sure. And on top of that, white's king is definitely more unsafe. So I would keep the queens for sure. Also, पर खेल के कोई endgame में थोड़े ना जाता है भाई.
I mean, this is exactly what he wanted, yeah. I think Arjun out of the opening, like something which is crazy, gives White the initiative to attack. White attacks, makes a mistake, and then Arjun can counter attack. So nice game. I think nice thinking by Arjun, and it always seems to work for him somehow. He has some magical pill, yeah, that he can just eat and somehow beat these players who are just slightly weaker on paper against him. And also time difference, 3 minutes, very very healthy. 20 moves done. Sehaj, by the way. Nodirbek is Wait, what just happened? They drew, or can we have a look there? They
I'm
drew, but
trying to. Oh, they drew?
they drew.
Oh, 1 second. I'm just putting it up. Um, okay, I'm just gonna keep it on Zujoner and try to fight in the games.
Wow, that was quick. But okay, fair result.
But why did? Oh, wait, this was the position. Rook d5 here. Ah, okay, it was just a repetition, yeah. King d7, by the way, which shows as a mistake. This is not what Nodirbek played. I'm guessing he wanted to put the king on d5 and d4 basically, or e5 and e4 is what you would do to say the game is a draw, and it got registered as a move. So yeah, healthy draw for Yagiz bhai, and now he's on 4 points, and tomorrow he plays against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and chess.com Turkey ke to maze.
By Kalto, I think they're gonna break every single record in history, yeah? Is my guess. Like it's gonna be so much fun to watch
YouTube
for them.
टूटेगा कल भाई. YouTube
For
टूटने
them.
वाला है कल.
Yes. If Arjun wins today, he'll have sole lead. And the best part is, if he wins today, I mean, a draw tomorrow guarantees him at least tied first. That's the best part. So that's not going to change. And even if Magnus were to win, I don't know if we have tie breaks. We should look into this. If it's a tie, will we have a tie break match, or is it just tied first for two players? So if I do check if we have the information.
भाई अर्जुन वर्सेस मैग्नस टाई ब्रेक. लेट्स गो. मजा ही आ जाएगा भाई.
Oof, that would be insane. Yeah, imagine Arjun versus Magnus. But okay, we are 1.5 steps away from that as of now. So one game ended. So Nodirbek is a draw. Magnus game, I feel like Magnus is starting to push now, Sahaj Bhai. Like it feels like he's kind of consolidated the center. Now A4, he's just played his last move and feels like he's in control.
I think his last move was a slight inaccuracy, at least according to the bar, but I'm not really sure why. It's maybe because it weakens the diagonal somehow. It gives black a hook. And you shouldn't have gone b3. Basically, you should have played something like knights. Wait, what? Oh, basically, you're attacking the c4 pawn, Tikubai, and the best answer is ignore it. Play bishop c2. Just give bishop c4. And you don't do that against Magnus, yeah?
Yeah, it's very hard to do nothing. I think, as you have discovered in the last few, games across both tournaments, and Magnus is chilling, just walking around while Andy Woodward has to make this crucial choice. So Magnus pushing. Nils, by the way, is also worse. Maybe we don't have to switch, but that could be a hard loss for him if he loses another one. So Arjun, I think this is where we all land, chat. This is the crucial game. Can Arjun Erigaisi take sole lead at the TePe Sigeman Tournament? And Magnus winning would mean Magnus and Yagiz in second place and Arjun in first, right? So that will be the standings. And Nodirbek in third place. Fourth place, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, bishop c2 played. Now Magnus thinking 26 minutes. Bishop e5 is very nice. And भाई कोई भी गेम आज ये भी गेम नहीं लग रहा मेरे 40 मूव तक जाएगा यहाँ पे. By the way, looks very difficult. And now bishop e5, queen f6 is a beautiful plan to keep an eye on this diagonal, all of these pieces. And plus, on top of this, you are also creating some kind of a kingside attack with g4, knight f4, something along those lines. But yeah, the game is slow right now, but it's going to pick up the pace very, very quickly. Let's switch back to Arjun. Any moves there? Nothing yet. He's still thinking.
Still thinking. of course, crucial moment here. I think he has to choose whether to trade queens or not. Sejma, I think, what do you expect happens tomorrow? Do you think like this win will possibly propel Gukesh into a better form at this event, or do you think this is just going to be one game and we might see him make the same mistakes? Do you think one game can have that sort of influence on a player's form, especially Gukesh
Yeah,
right now?
it can. Yes, of course.
Hmm.
For sure, it can. One game, even not even a game by even a move can do that. Like if you go
Hmm.
back and you find like a crazy move, like I remember I had this one game against Jorden van Foreest. It was played in Dubai Open 2022, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember like it was this one moment where after move 15, 16 or so, I was thinking for a long time and I couldn't come up with a move. And there was this one move, king to f8. And when I came back home, I looked at it. It was the only move in the position, and it looks like completely weird. And on the board I could not guess that that's the only move on the board. So when I came back and I looked at the move, I think it brought so much confidence in me. Now that's just one move. This is a game. So I think a game, I think, is way bigger effect in this sense. So I think he should be very happy, but let him soak this win. It doesn't have any implications, just a good thing that he won a game against the world championship challenger. It's a good thing.
Indeed. And now we have Arjun about to play. Can we go full screen? I think he has played queen to e5, the best move in the position. There is no compromise. In Arjun's dictionary, Sahaj Bhai, he's going to be absolutely brutal with the best possible move. Sacks the bishop on b7, but attacks the bishop on e3.
Exactly. This and this. And people are asking, can you show the best line in Arjun? Well, he has just played Queen e5, which was the best move. And after this, basically the best continuation is to go Queen takes b7. And if you don't do this, then Bishop takes f3 would lose an exchange. So more or less forced to take on b7, Black will take on e3, and White will play King b1. And once all the simplifications have happened on the board, we can now clearly understand it's an opposite colored bishop endgame. Well, not an endgame, but more like a middle game. And the side that generates an attack here is attacking with an extra piece. So this bishop is very important to attack the b2 pawn. And of course, on top of all of this, white has one very apparent weakness in this position, and that is f3 and h4, the broken pawn chain. Black's pawn chain is basically connected, white's pawn chain is not. So in the future, if we were to trade off all the pieces from the board, the bishop could hit this pawn, the knight could hit this pawn, and so on and so on. So very comfortable endgame. I think also very comfortable middle game as well for Arjun.
And somebody said, I feel bad for Zoo. Shankabai, I think you should keep in mind that if you ask any female player in the world, pick up anybody, and if you ask them if you would like to be in Zoo's shoes right now to play, an event where, you get to play Magnus, Arjun, Nodirbek, who traditionally, because of, like the division, you don't get to play, and they are much, much stronger than you, I think everybody would say yes. I think in these events, it's not about necessarily always, winning the event or beating Magnus or Arjun or Nodirbek. It's more about learning. And I think, um, this is what Divya did. This is what many uh, top players do. Like they will play events where they are probably the weakest player, maybe get crushed, but get so many lessons out of that tournament that in the next event they play, they absolutely crush everyone. And Vaishali had again 1 out of 9 at the Chennai GM. And the next event, she wins the Grand Swiss ahead of everybody else. So it's always going to be that when she's played some great games. She won against Andy Woodward. She fought toe to toe against Carlsen for a long, long time. She's also fighting here. Of course, she is worse, but she's still playing. And I think she's played some great chess. I would say it's a learning experience for sure.
I don't know why people are saying that they feel bad for her. First of all, she's gaining rating here. Secondly, she drew to Jordan and she defeated Andy, and then she had, let's say, an almost winning advantage against Magnus Carlsen in classical. I don't think you would be unhappy. And again, she's performing. I mean, she is right now ahead of Nils as well, and only 1 point behind Andy too. So I mean, it's a great learning experience, and I think she's performing really well. So this is good news for sure. Gukesh will retain his title, sir. I'm 100% sure. Arey bhai, thank you so much. Hopefully, but I think it's going to be a tough fight. I don't think anything is 100%, But I think Gukesh winning definitely is good news for him, but it's not confirmed. It's still going to be a very, very tough fight for Gukesh, and the same can be said for Sindarov as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget अभी दो match pending है yeah? We still have two more blitz games between these guys. So that could again turn the tide in one way or the other. So it's a big win for Mukesh, of course. But if he can continue this for the next two games that they play, it's going to be huge because they don't play each other many times. And Zujin in front of us, by the way, again falling below Arjun's time on the clock. By the way, also commendable for Arjun. Let's not forget that he's just played this tournament absolutely perfectly. He's had very, very strong players with the black pieces. Literally, Magnus Carlsen se draw kiya round one mein. Then he draws against Erdogmus. Then with white, he defeats Nils. Then with black, he draws Nodirbek. Then in white, he defeats Jorden. Like a dream tournament for Arjun after 5 rounds. And this one, if it goes his way, I mean, it feels like Andy Woodward, white pieces, final round, Sahaj Bhai. I mean, he's all set to win his first classical event and first huge classical event, that too ahead of Magnus Carlsen.
Would be amazing. What a feeling. Chat ने bold quill जी पूछ रहे हैं why are you streaming the same thing on Chesscom India and Chess24 India? Tikku bhai, that question is definitely for you.
Good question. So, chat, there are multiple events we can't stream on Chesscom India because वही camera rights and so on जो FIDE के होते हैं, World Championship, candidates and so on. So we can only stream them on Chess24 India, at least for this year. So we have to stream here. And if you're streaming here, then the major events and continuing for other events also makes sense. But we also have Chesscom India. So streaming both places, maybe, different people watch us on different channels and it's a different experience. We usually only read the Chess24 India chat and we sometimes don't for the Chesscom India one, but there's no harm in streaming in both places, I feel personally. So can sometimes the audience can be different as well. But yeah, it's a debatable answer there. Will Sindarov be on Olympiad board 1 or 2? That's, I think, only time can tell. If Nodirbek is still ahead on the ratings, my guess is Sindarov will be on board number 2. If he crosses Nodirbek, however, then I think things might change. So let's just see what happens. I think we still have a few months. Will Vishy play Total World Chess Championship? Excellent question. I'm hoping he does, Sahaj Bhai. I'm doubtful though, because he's also the deputy vice president for FIDE, so he might have other responsibilities. But he technically, yes, can play. He has qualified by rating, so he can play the Total World Championship if he wishes to. Now, whether he will play or not, we'll try to ask him. I mean, if possible, let's see. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking 23 minutes. It's not a lot of time for Zujiner to figure out the details here, chat, because let's keep in mind, we have only gone halfway through, 20 moves done, 20 moves to go. Chat, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because Arjun could be on the cusp of winning this crucial game. It's just been a dream tournament for Arjun Erigaisi, the India #1, who was knocked out of the world top 10 like the other top Indian players, but he's crawled back bit by bit, went to world number 9, then now to world number 7. And if he can win today and tomorrow, he could go to world number 6. Just crawling up the ratings. He's 2760.6 now, moving towards where he belongs, that 2800 mark. I have a question. What makes Magnus stronger than the other players? Does he have more resources? I think Magnus, of course, is one of the most talented players ever, especially how he kind of justifies it as his intuition. So Gukesh is a great calculator, but Magnus once said, this is very funny to me, he once said, when I'm looking at a chess game, I usually know what the best move is within 30 seconds. The rest of the time is just to justify my intuition, basically, my move, which has come to me. So basically, his intuition is absolutely top notch. And that's why you see him crush across formats, rapid, blitz, and classical, which is not easy. Nobody has done it. Even when Gary Kasparov was playing, rapid and blitz wasn't as common, right? So only Magnus, I think, is the one who's kind of crushed and been at the top across formats. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a bunch of things. He's talented, of course. His intuition is this. How did he develop his intuition? Very hard to know. One differentiating factor surely is his work with Kasparov. It wasn't a lot, but it was definitely some work that he did with Kasparov. So getting into the mind of a previous goat, if you can put it that way, might be helpful. If, for example, Magnus were to coach a Erdogmus now, maybe that's going to turn him into the next goat. Who knows? So the very hard to know for sure though, because he's just the best.
I mean, yeah, I think Magnus worked with Kasparov for a year or so, right?
I think
Like
it
consistently.
was partial work for 2.5 years, if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't like
Oh,
full
wow.
time work, but it's partial work for two and a half
I'm
years, I
not so
think.
sure. Okay,
I
could be,
remember
but yeah, but like
2013.
overall, it did help like towards. I mean, in his chess, but I'm not sure if Magnus will do that. Also, like Erdogmus already has elite players, I would say, around him. Like Mamedyarov himself was world number two, like 28-15 at his peak. So yeah, it could also mess up like some things, no, because it's a difference of opinion, difference of like approach and all of that. But it's a very sensitive thing for a 14-year-old.
I mean, it depends, right? I mean, it also depends whether Magnus wants to do it. I mean, if let's say Magnus, let's say, says, okay, let's do a coaching camp. Mamed Yarov, I think, will be the happiest man because I remember at Tata Steel Championship, it was 2020 something or something, I don't know, 2019 maybe. When Magnus finished first, Mamidera was asked to give a speech on on his second place, and he just went that okay, I'm just glad to finish second because we all know Magnus will finish first. Something like that he said. Like it was a compliment to Magnus. Like he's also a Magnus fan just like everybody else. By the way, Queen takes B7 has been played by Zujiner after a 10-minute think, and Arjun just takes 3 seconds to grab the bishop.
Yep. And now we have the opposite colored bishop middle game we were talking about. The bishop, black's bishop, of course, is on a longer diagonal like this, and the pawn on b2 is the target. Of course, for this bishop is also pretty useful, but not as useful as ours because it's, of course, longer range. Plus, it's a great defender for black as well. And this knight on h5 does a wonderful job. The only problem, once again, in this position is that white's king side pawn structure is broken. So at any point you are going to go into an endgame, white will suffer for sure.
Yeah.
If you don't go into an endgame, then a king side attack or a queen side attack is basically happening. The pawn on b2 could be a target in the future. Or also back rank. By let's not forget back rank is a huge problem in this position, Tikubai, because white cannot play a3 or c3 anymore without damaging the structure.
Agreed. And it just feels like the knight on h5, usually a horrible piece on the edge, is a great piece here, stopping the h pawn, any counterplay whatsoever, and also could hop into f4 or g3 whenever needed. And look at that knight on a4. Of course, it defends b2, but that's it. It's like a one-trick pony trying to defend the b2 pawn, and that's a measly role for a strong knight that ideally should have been on d5 or somewhere in the center. So Arjun looks like he's in the driver's seat. But how does he finish the game off, Sahaj Bhai? Because White still has some pressure on f7. I don't really want to take the pawn on f3 as black anyways because it's going to open the f file. So how do I convert this? How do I improve my advantage as black?
I think the first step is to defend the f7 pawn because that's the target. Bishop takes f7 check is a big threat for black, for white. Because rook f7, the a8 rook would be hanging. So you could either move the rook to e8 and then bishop f7 is not a threat anymore, or you can play something like rook a7, which I really like in this position, just completely securing the 7th rank, and then the rook can jump to c7, e7, wherever it wishes. Perhaps you can go to e7 and then rook e8, and suddenly you can start planning to infiltrate the back rank where the king can be a bit unsafe. That's a good plan. Another good plan I see is to play something like queen f4. And this protects the f7 pawn. So if you were to take bishop f7, I can capture back with my queen there. And then I think about how to activate this rook again. Maybe rook e8 again could be the plan. Both ideas look very, very promising. And Tikubai, just to point out, after rook a7, like one of the best moves here for white is to play queen b6 and to just go into the endgame. And the endgame is really bad for white, but it's the only option.
Wow. I'm not sure Zoo will consider going to the end game now because that's just misery. Yeah. I mean, he's kind of suffering till the end of the time. By the way, Queen F4 played the best move in the position again. Not entirely sure why it's the best. Of course, preempting an attack on the queen by one of
No, no,
those
bishop
coming to
f7.
e1. Yeah, keeps an eye on the h4 pawn, defends f7, so bunch of ideas. And also, I think from Zoo's perspective, the time ticking down, what is her plan? Because you can't really move the knight, b2 would be a target. The queen is active, of course, but okay, what with the queen next? If you move the rook from h1, then the h4 pawn would be hanging. If you and the rook on d1 is already maxed out. So what is Zoo's plan? I just don't see a move apart from queen e4, for example. Rook d7 comes to mind, but of course, then you have to keep an eye on the back rank as well.
Yeah, especially the e1 square. So rook e8 and then suddenly rook e3, and you are very careful. Firstly, the f3 pawn also hangs, and secondly, like rook e3 and rook e8, and the sole fact that you cannot open your back rank is a big problem here. Oh, she's going for the h rook. I think she wants to play rook h1, so she's sacrificing the h4 pawn for the sake of activity. That
Ah,
is her plan. And also she just went down below the 20-minute mark. So this is where the high pressure situations begins in any chess match, because in the older clocks you used to see 20 minutes, but the moment it went from 20 to 19, you could see the minutes and the seconds. So I think a lot of chess players are sort of wired to think this way, where if the clock falls below 20 minutes, that's when you wake up, because then you can see the seconds and you understand that you don't have as much time anymore.
agreed. And that f7 pawn is the only weakness I feel that Arjun has, and it would not be so bad for Zoo to try and pressurize it. But let's see how Arjun defends it. He does look very confident. By the way, yes, Gukesh defeated Sindarov in their one-on-one today. They're also going to play 2 games day after tomorrow and the day next to that. And also one more question in the chat. Um, I read it somewhere. Why players keep their seconds hidden from everyone? And if they're low rated, how do they help the pair? I think they're hidden because sometimes if you get to know the name of a second, you can kind of see their games, see their style, and it becomes easier to predict what sort of openings they might recommend to their first in this case. And also, like, even if you're weaker, you can still help. You can come up with opening ideas. In fact, many top players have coaches. I mean, for Magnus, any helper, any second, any coach he has is going to be weaker, right? So he does need people working for him. They can help with opening ideas. They can help with, setting up tactics, solving puzzles. They can help with just camaraderie there as a team working together in a lot of ways. And probably Sahaj can go deeper as well into this.
I think you made some very good points. I think with every second having a certain style, and if you know who the second is, then it can definitely reveal some things about you. But I have like a counter question for the chat. Why should the players reveal their seconds? Like that's a very fair question, I believe, because this is exactly what Magnus asked, in after the World Championship match against Vichy, because the norm was that after a World Championship match was played, during the press conference, like in the final, on the final day, players would reveal their seconds, and this was like the tradition. But Magnus just showed up there, and he said, no, I'm still gonna keep it a secret. And people were thinking, wow, that's, we didn't know that was an option. So my question is, why should a player reveal their seconds in the first place, right? Because it tells more to the opponent as it is. So yeah, that's just my take on this. The fans, I understand that the fans are interested, but I think they are also wanting to keep their preparation, their team a bit secret, and I think it also helps the player. Also,
Bhai,
fans के लिए
imagine.
भी, like, knowing, I think some players here and there, but you don't know like for Sindarov, that Uzbek number 5, I believe his name is Mukhidin, who is his second. Who his coach is, Roman Vidoniak. And then I mean, like some people in the team. For Gukesh, for example, we know Gajewski is there. So कुछ players तो पता है, I think, fans को, but I don't think the entire team should be revealed. Even in that World Championship match, like we knew Peter Hein Nielsen, was it, or was it Hammer Tikubhai against Vichy? It was one of
Yeah,
them
I
who
think.
was like there, who was like the main guy, and then there were like a bunch of others as well.
Yeah. And imagine, yeah, let's say Gukesh announced that one of my seconds is, let's say, Vincent Keimer. What's the first thing Sindarov's team will do? They will analyze Vincent's last few games. They will see the events he's playing. They will start breaking down what did he suggest in the last World Championship cycle. In fact, that's exactly what they might be doing because Vincent was part of Gukesh's last team. So, and one of the things they might do is literally hire Vincent against Gukesh. if he's already not working for him. So revealing the seconds always has these drawbacks. In fact, if players had a choice, they might not even reveal it after the world championship has ended. So from the player's perspective, it's best if it's hidden. There's no benefit to revealing the names. By the way, Queen F4 ke baad, Zuziner is still thinking, and there's a 11 to 12 minute difference. It's getting from very, very tough to almost impossible, Sahaj, for Zuziner to kind of create counter. But she's about to play a good move, Rook H1, but stopped herself from doing so.
Exactly, exactly. I think she's going to take some time here. I think while she thinks she has 15 minutes, I think we're going to spend a lot of time when the game, progresses a bit. Let's take a quick look at the GOAT of chess because we haven't taken a look at this in quite some time. He did have an advantage after this move b3, and after this, looks like Andy has managed to get his advantage back. So a4 happens, bishop c2, and he does not play that move bishop e5. Magnus, simplified in the sense, this is a sentence we don't say often, Magnus simplified, but it did happen. Takes, and now he plays bishop to e5. So the move actually happened, and now with the plan of queen f6, white goes rook a7, black plays c6, and now knight c to e2, overprotecting the d4 knight and maybe keeping an eye on these squares as well. Queen f6 is possible, but there is a big threat now of b4, which Magnus should be careful of.
Yep. I think simplification sometimes, if it works, it works. Although the rook on a7 does look great. But after I play bishop c8, maybe it doesn't have much to do. But I do feel this f5 square is going to be a pain for Magnus as he tries to create chances. The contrary, f4 square is kind of controlled. The queen's path is not clear to h4 square. So if you had to choose a color, Sahaj bhai, I might just choose white for now. And look
Yeah,
at
it's very
Magnus's clock.
complex here. I
Look
think
at the
just look at
clock.
the clock is the only reason why I'm choosing Andy here. Bike, that would be insane. And chat is letting us know that Magnus is, looking a bit rusty and all of this, but I think it's a mix of both things. Firstly, yes, he hasn't played a lot of classical chess, that is for sure. But I think Magnus's style is such that doesn't really get rusty because he's very strategic in his approach. So I don't think he gets that rusty in general, but I think this is more that chess, like classical chess, changing, and modern chess, coming up, young players sort of coming up. I think that could be a reason as well. Why we are seeing Magnus sort of not having those clear wins. But yeah, I think everything is evening out.
Also, I feel like Magnus kind of being behind on the clock in multiple games after playing, classical, let's say after a break, is so human. Like, makes me feel like he's even greater than he actually is. Because, like when he was playing constant classical chess, he would just steamroll everyone. Now that he's taken a break, he's taking more time to figure out moves, and it's understand. This is exactly how everybody would behave after if they're playing after a break. Yeah, they will calculate a bit slower. They will maybe double check their calculation a couple of times, including crucial moments. So it's so human and just tells you like maybe Magnus is not as absolute peak, but even like a not so peak Magnus is still kind of beating everyone. And the only sign for me that Magnus is not at his peak is the obvious, the clock management. Like he's behind on the clock against basically everyone, Sahaj Bhai. That's my only sign. And yeah, and it's an opportunity for the other players to gain some experience and also maybe beat Magnus. Jordan did it. And Andy Woodward, technically on paper, has a great chance here.
Bit early to say, but yeah, time situation does look very promising for Andy. Would be a huge win for him here. But let's see how Carlsen manages his time from this moment onwards. By the way, just two moves here for Magnus. The first one is, I think, ridiculously difficult, which is knight f4. Because knight f4, gf4, bishop takes f4 is not working because of queen b6 attacking the rook. And there are some problems along this diagonal once you defend this rook, basically. Now, what that is, whether it's knight e4, knight b3, I mean, there's many ways, but that is a problem for sure. So that's move number one, knight f4. It does simplify the position a bit. And also at the same time, I think highly unlikely because after a move like knight f4, take, I don't have to capture back on f4. I can also play bishop f2 and continue the game. And then your pawn structure, okay, it's good, but at the same time, not an easy decision to play knight f4. Option number two, I think, is even harder, which is bishop to c8 in this position. Defending the b7 pawn and preparing for the knight to go to e6, and maybe then in some near distant future, you can play knight f4. Tikku bhai, out of these two moves, knight f4 and bishop c8, what feels harder for you to play?
I think for me it's knight f4 because again, it involves sacrifice and calculation. But from Magnus, I think he will play bishop c8 if possible because he doesn't want simplifications. He would love a position where he has chances to win. Because if he draws, that's basically kissing away any chances of winning this event, right? Can we have the standings on screen? Because clearly it must be on Magnus's mind. Coming back to classical chess, he would love to win this event. As you mentioned, he might be missing classical chess. He's on 3 points. Yagiz is on 4. Arjun could go to 4.5, Sahaj. So if Magnus draws, like he'll be a point behind Arjun. I feel like he needs a win here. He needs to go to 4 points to just defeat Yagiz tomorrow face to face and then hope that Arjun draws tomorrow. And that will give him a chance at first place. So going back to the camera, I think Magnus has equality if he wants it, but it's very hard for him to say, okay, I'm going to take the draw and move forward. And every game is proving a bit tougher than he might have expected it to be.
I mean, there is no draw, I think, in this position as of. You can simplify with these two moves, knight f4 and bishop c8. By the way, you still didn't answer which one is more easier for you to play.
For me, I think bishop c8 is easier to play.
Bishop
Knight
c8,
f4
okay.
feels more
Okay,
tougher
okay.
somehow. Because also like I have the g5 pawn. I'm not sure I want to capture with that pawn and open up my king side a bit. But bishop c8 feels natural. I want to save my bishop. I want to defend b7. That I can understand. It's a positional move, and that makes more sense. What's the easier move for you?
Uh, I think Magnus has answered that question himself as he plays the move knight to f4. Now, I agree with you.
Wow.
I think both of the moves were pretty difficult, but for me, I think knight f4 is an easier move than bishop c8 because this requires precise calculation and bishop c8 is more, strategic. And I guess it's harder to play strategic chess when you have 11 minutes on your clock. Just based on that, I would say knight f4 feels more human to me. But the lines now are crazy. If white plays the move b4 here, for example, bishop takes c4. And I'm just trying to understand bc5, dc5 in this position. Both of the knights are under attack. If you move this, this gets taken with a check. And if you take on f4, c takes d4 and one of them is falling. What a beautiful pattern this is.
Wow. Okay, so that's why he was taking so much time, yeah? Makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense now in hindsight. And Andy Woodward, I hope he spends some time here because this is a crucial moment in the game. And meanwhile, Zuzana has played her moves, Sahaj. She's played a couple of moves. She put the rook on d7, attacking f7. Arjun just took half the time, played rook e8, and now rook h to d1. So Zu is really activating all her pieces and has basically said, I don't need the h4 pawn. I'm just going to go for counterplay.
Why, but h4 pawn to nahi maar sakte hum
हाँ मर
because
नहीं
there
रहा
is
है yes
f7
yes
hanging. But what if I go for rook e3 and I take this pawn instead? इसको कौन बचा रहा है भाई?
good question maybe bishop d5 but then I'm also disconnecting my rooks and the knight is now a bit loose so
Bishop
it's not
d5 पे कोई I mean I don't know knight भी थोड़ा खराब ही लग रहा है rook b8 का थोड़ा threat भी हो सकता है c2 का pawn भी थोड़ा लूज हो जाएगा I don't know also yeah you wanted to put the rook on d1 and d7 right now you're breaking it with bishop d5 so kind of yeah counterintuitive to say the least.
and we had a super chat Arjun's sitting posture oozes elegance what a guy I do agree I think his posture is quite straight and sits very confidently and also doesn't have any expressions yeah I mean if you look at Hikaru like we know exactly the valuation from his expressions but for Arjun I think he doesn't reveal anything he could be a queen down or like checkmating his opponent 2 moves and he would have the same expressions so yep elegance indeed and meanwhile uh, Do you want to know what the best move is, chat, after rook to e3 for white? What is the best move? What do you think, chat, is the best move for white according to the engines, not humans? I want to make it clear. What do you think is the best move? Say
It's
any
rook
guesses.
e3, yeah? Rook e3 maybe, yeah?
After rook e3, what's the best move for white?
Oh, you mean for white? I see.
Hmm.
Rook d3 or bishop d5 is what I saw, but I'm guessing that's not it.
King a1? No, not really. I get your
King
point, but
a1.
no.
This was one of the previous questions, no, where the king was moving, and I'm guessing chat is still looking at that. So not king
No, not rook
a1.
f7.
Oh, but the
Not
move
rook
is, I
f7.
see it now, but it's very, very hard to play.
The move is pawn push, yes, but which pawn? Maybe you are correct because you can't push the f3 and h4 pawns. It is pawn to c4, which I wouldn't consider in a million years, Sahaj, because I'm just opening up my king. I'm opening up the bishop on g7
And
and
the b file.
allowing n% opening the b file. It's ridiculous.
So bc3, knight c3, bishop takes c3, and b takes c3, and now the b file is completely open. And basically, this is what you can characterize as the worst pawn structure in chess. Basically, you can only have four pawn islands max in chess, and that's what you have in front of you. Four pawns in total, and four pawn islands as well. So any end game, Zhu Junior is going to be defending this for a long, long, long time. And
Wow.
that is the best way forward, bhai.
Somebody said, why not add another queen to the game? This is so boring to watch. Need more action. I'm not sure if adding two more queens to the position here would make it. I mean, they would probably get traded off, by the way. I think we've often seen like people queening, getting four queens on board. And the first thing that happens is people exchange those queens. So, and it's only valuable because you only have one, yeah? Sage by, I think that's why it's valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. And chat trivia question for you. In which game did the following two conditions were met? Number one, the white side had promoted, well, one queen, so they had two queens in total. So one side had two queens in total, and the other side checkmated with a pawn. Let's see, trivia question, chat. Anyone remembers this game? It was a very famous game. Actually, we did cover it as well. But it wasn't an Indian player. It was an Indian player, but that's not the guy who delivered the checkmate. That's the guy who got checkmated basically. So there was an Indian player involved there.
And by the way, if I don't know if this is relevant, but it might be, Sindarov is about to lose his third game of the day. So, three losses for Sindarov today. Three games, three losses.
तो मतलब तकिया कौन लेके आया था इस टूर्नामेंट में?
I don't know, but it shows you how much influence one game can have. And the loss against Gukesh was a huge one.
Yeah, must have hurt him. Yeah, must have hurt him. He lost to Wesley, Gukesh, and now MVL also is looking really, really bad as well. It's crazy. This is like dead loss, no? Another example, by the way, chat of the knights. The knights' only weakness is the inability to lose a tempo. So let me give you an example. Let's say white plays f4, knight f6, king d4, king. Okay, not king d4. I'll play bishop f3 or whatever. Black plays king e6, right? King d4, king d6. Now this is the position. Both sides have opposition. This knight is defending here. The bishop is attacking there. Now, white has the option to play bishop e2, which still controls h5, and this is what we call a waiting move in chess. And this is something the knight cannot do. And it's the biggest weakness of a knight, and it only shows in the endgame usually. And this is why Sindarov is losing. Imagine that Sindarov had the option of just keeping this position and just saying pass. Black cannot win this. White cannot win this. So that's the reason why he's lost.
Yeah. So I think let's go back to Arjun's game. Hard day for Sindarov, who still has to play three more games tomorrow on the Rapid. Let's see how he comes back. Let's go full screen.
Oh, by the way,
Arjun.
chat has found it. I don't think it was Yagiz versus Pranav. I think it was Yagiz versus Aditya Mittal from Grand Swiss. I'm not sure exactly. Please do check before I say this. I remember there was that G6 mate like this, and the white king was on h5. I think it was on f5 or h5. Beautiful, beautiful mate. I think one of the more beautiful games I've seen from the Grand Swiss. And if you haven't seen it, do check it out. Two queens from one side, and the other side delivers checkmate with a pawn. Very, very rare sight.
And by the way, Arjun plays queen to f6. So essentially, he's setting up a battery on that diagonal towards b2. And now the knight on a4 is basically untouchable. Like you cannot move that knight, otherwise it's checkmate in one. So that's one piece out of the game. So it also frees the square on f4 for his knight. So knight can now come to f4 because there's no rook on h1. The knight is now freer to move forward. But Sejbhai, I mean, there's also a lot of pressure on f7. How do I release that pressure? Otherwise, I cannot really win this game, right?
I think multiple ways. Firstly, knight f4, knight e6 can block the bishop's view. At some point, you can go rook e3, rook f3, which only adds, defense to the f7 pawn. You can also play rook f3, rook f1, distracting white from looking at the f7 pawn as well. Many ways, I think there are not really a big problem because at the very best, white can only attack the f7 pawn with three pieces. This knight, as you mentioned, is unable to move. The rook is guarding the back ranks. There are no other pieces to attack f7. We already have three defenders. That means our rook on e8 and the knight on h5 is left free to put further pressure in our opponent's camp. And this is exactly what Arjun is going to do.
Yep. And 10 minutes for Zuzina now. She needs to play 16 more moves. The time pressure is real. Chad, I think we had this debate whether we're going to reach the 40th move here. It looks tough. 16 moves to go, and she's used 2 minutes for her last move. She needs to be quicker here. Otherwise, Arjun will just take over. I think this might be the next game to end, Sehaj Bhai, because Magnus is going slower and so is Jordan. So, crucial game for Arjun. Oof, man. Such my question to
100%.
you.
And sorry, just to cut you off, just wanted to address the chat. The chat is saying Magnus game, chat, 20-second look because nothing has changed. It's the same position after knight f4. He's still thinking. I think this game is really gonna pick up the pace, but when it does, we'll keep switching between him and Arjun. But let's stay on Arjun because I feel that game has much higher chances of ending faster.
Yes. And once I think Magnus's opponent plays, we can have the two board setup as well to cover both. But right now, I think he's in a deep think. He's already used up 12 minutes. And yes, Hans is playing pretty well. He is about to win as well. So I think a great tournament so far for Hans Niemann. Can he continue that in the Blitz? Also, by the way, I saw some interview by Hans yesterday where he mentioned, when Magnus dropped the pieces, then he was given a loss at the World Blitz, Sej by.
Magnus versus Arjun.
I think so. And I don't know if it's Arjun or whatever, but I think
With
Hans
FNX
mentioned the same
pawns.
scenario to the arbiter. What happens if we have 2 seconds on the clock and somebody fumbles the pieces but presses
Oh
the
yes.
clock? And then that's exactly what Gukesh did. But he was basically awarded an extra minute and he wasn't given a win. So he was a bit mad about that. But he won the game anyways. So it didn't really affect the game too much. By the way, queen to b5. So Zujina is like, you know what? Just give me these two pawns. I think then, we can talk about the game because I can quickly just start pushing my a pawn then and basically, or some other pawn and win the game. So we need to save the pawn, Sahaj. Maybe then can I play queen e5 or rook e5 something to stop this?
I think rook e5 makes the most sense. Why else should we play rook e8 in this position?
True.
It defends the pawn, attacks the queen, does all the things that we want. White's gonna probably go queen b7 or queen c4 to keep an eye on the f7 pawn again. And then, okay, it's all about navigating. Yeah, I think you can even just take the pawn on f3 for free at this point. Or even you can, look at this plan. What a beautiful plan. Knight goes to f4, g2, and h4 because all the pieces are kind of tied down looking at the f7 pawn, defending b2 or defending back rank. No one's defending these two.
Wow. So that's a long plan. I'm quite curious if Arjun goes for it. And this is the case with opposite color bishops chat. Sometimes, the game is just long and drawn out because it's very hard to make progress. Let's see how it goes. Meanwhile, 15 minutes for Arjun, 9 minutes for Zoo. And we still don't have a move from Andy Woodward, chat. So we'll switch to that game as well as soon as we do. By the way, Jordan is about to be, winning that game against his opponent Nils Grandelier. So that's the update. But let's go back to Arjun stage where as soon as we have a move from Andy, we can have the two board setup.
Okay. Okay, got it. This is the current, but yeah, this is the current position. Still the same. He's still deciding between knight f4 and all the captures that are possible. He's been thinking for, well, almost 15 minutes now. So I think the game should progress very, very quickly. Going back to Arjun, queen b5 ke baad, he's still thinking 15 moves, well, 16 moves for Arjun and only 15 minutes left. But of course, for Zhu Jinner, it's only 9 minutes. So it's picking up very, very, very quickly, bhai.
Yep. And we see the big Quantbox logo there, by the way, supporting Arjun for a few years now. I think he had an insane sponsorship, right? I think of 1.5, $1.8 million something for 5 years. And that's the kind of support it takes to bring a talent to the top. And Arjun has definitely risen up to the occasion, has consistently, I think, been the India number one, even though he couldn't really reach the candidates. But in the ratings, in terms of overall strength, he's dominated, I think, the ratings for India. And of course, this event could be a huge one for Arjun if he can actually win it. And I think, said by he's finished second so many times. Yeah, that World Cup defeat was heartbreaking. Twice, two World Cups in a row. But I think he seems to be rising up to the occasion now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's keep going. 13 minutes by Jaldi Khelo. By the way, look at how focused Arjun is on the board. He senses the win. I mean, of course, you know that it's winning, but you still want to convert in the most cleanest way possible.
Hmm.
He wins today, draws tomorrow. That's first confirmed, right?
That's tied first confirmed. Yes, depends on the other results.
Bhai,
But
pata
Yagiz
hai,
has
like,
drawn.
what's the benefit of playing Magnus in the first round in a round robin event? It's that from round two onwards, whoever Magnus plays is the guy you play next. So पहले Magnus उनको हराता है फिर उसके बाद वो उनको अर्जुन लगता है. That's perfect, no? That's the
I mean,
benefit
depends
of
if they
getting
have a.
Magnus in the first round.
But also, Jordan defeated Magnus, so he was a pumped up Jordan. Arjun still defeated him, so I think he's just played some fascinating chess. And a
And I
good
guess it works
question.
both ways, no? You can also become like let's say very happy, like your sense of danger आपको थोड़ा सा. I mean, it can work both
True,
ways, I guess, in that sense.
true. But I'm about to play. We can see him lift his hand. Rook e5 is our expectation. I think giving the a5 pawn is a bit risky, of course, because it could start a race, right? So let's say you take on f3, you take on a5, and suddenly there's a race. And that just creates complication. Okay, he does take on f3, though, Sahaj bhai. He's ready for the race.
Amazing. Good move. So now an extra pawn officially. But queen takes a5 is also hanging, but I'm not sure if I have the, let's say, the courage to take this pawn. It looks super, super scary because also the queen is not controlling the d7. I mean, I'm not sure if it's relevant to the position, but the queen is really out of place and the back rank issues. The queen will need minimum two moves to get back into the game, like queen b5 and queen d3 or queen b6 and queen like you will need minimum two moves to get back into the game. That's why a move like queen f5 looks very, very unlikely, but it is the best move in the position. So tough choice for Zhu Jinner ahead.
I think it has to be done, Sahaj bhai. It just has to be done. Um, Regardless of how difficult it is, how risky it is, Zujina has to take the challenge by its horns. She has to grab that pawn, and also any endgame now gives her more chances, right? Because she could have a pass pawn in a jiffy. So she's calculating, but she doesn't have much time. 15 moves to play in 8 minutes.
Yeah, tough
Just
situation. Very,
saw the
very tough
excitement of
situation.
Gukesh after beating Sindarov with fist pump. Exactly, Sej bhai. I mean, that image is just a symbol of hope, I think.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, Andy Woodward, to those who are wondering, Magnus game, by the way, Andy Woodward is still thinking in this moment. He has 8 minutes left on the clock. He's been thinking for 19 minutes. I think it's a bit of a long thing for him, but it's a difficult situation because you have to decide whether to take the knight on f4, and that changes the situation structurally a lot for Andy. But I think Andy is a type of player who probably does fairly quite well even in time pressure, considering that he has won the World Puzzle Battle Championship. And he defeated Robson Ray there, and he's been in the finals there many times as well. So I think he's very used to playing fast chess, spotting those quick tactics and time pressure. But still, it's a problem.
Yeah. 8 minutes is too little, Saj, by I feel. 8 minutes is too little. He took too much time for this. Let's have both the games actually. With the two cameras set up. I think because Magnus is anyway hidden behind the board. We won't
I'll
let
put
Magnus
Arjun's
hide.
board, yeah? Yeah, I'll put Arjun's board here so you can switch the thing. There it is. Queen f3
Yeah,
ke
let's have
baad.
the two board setup. Sindarov will win the event. Very unlikely. It's possible because we still have a lot of games remaining. But it's tough because he suffered 3 losses today. It's not just the points, it's the confidence also. To come back from here would take something incredible.
Sessi is showing 0-0-0. Bhai, wo Magnus ka game hai. Like, that's not Arjun's game. I think you're looking at Magnus' game. Sessi doesn't cover anything, any other games besides Magnus. Well, like, I think it did cover the World Championship match between Gukesh and Ding. But apart from that, I think it largely only looks at Magnus's games.
Yeah. By the
Takes
way,
on
Queen
a5.
takes a5 on the board. 6 minutes for Zuzhina, man. That is not a lot of time. And knight f6, best move played by Arjun in a second. That was the only winning move, by the way, that maintained a huge lead for Arjun. So he is precise, man. He's really good right now. Look at that 98.5. Best move by Zuzhina as well. Both the players really rising up to the challenge here.
And now Arjun has two moves, queen e4 or g4. And no, there is probably queen f4 as well, but I always prefer to keep the queen on an alternate color, especially when we only have one bishop, because the queen just controls more colors. Like, for example, if the queen is on e4, it's going to control more light squares. So based on this alone, I would choose queen g4 or queen e4 in this position. I would avoid queen f4, but it also looks fine. Not really a big difference as you are attacking the h4 pawn anyways.
Yeah, this game is still very tricky for me. Usually when you play around with the engine for a couple of variations, just to get a hang of the position, you understand what's happening. This one is not one of those games because again, these opposite color bishops kind of create this weird scenario where neither side is able to attack somehow, and regardless of what you do, white has to save the h pawn, I think, because if the h pawn falls, then black can quickly start pushing the h pawn. Even in the middle game, it would not be a surprise, and then you get tricky. So, how do you save the h pawn? Is the first question after, let's say, black attacks with queen e4 or queen g4.
Difficult actually. The move is queen g5, and I'm not so sure if this is a simple move because firstly I can just take on g5, knight e4, knight g5, and it's that race again. Yeah, three pawns versus three pawns. White still has to take the b4 pawn, of course, but black is going to be slightly faster because you're getting the g5 pawn just one step more. But you don't even have to take on g5. You can even play something like h5 and delay it, because now if you take on g5, the pawn is already advanced. So this is maybe objectively winning for Arjun. I don't think it's very far from that. So let's see what he goes for. Which way is he looking? I feel like he's gonna play Queen e4 though. His attention is more towards the center, Tiko bhai.
Agreed. The good news is both moves are good. That's the best part. Also, I think it's very interesting that this diagonal is not working for black so far. The knight on a4 looks stupid, but doing such a great job of kind of holding fort here. And once the b4 pawn falls, white's a pawn can run like crazy. So this is not completely done just yet, Chad. I think this game could be tricky. Meanwhile, on the Magnus game, does he have 1 minute? Does
No, 6
Magnus
minutes.
Carlsen have? Huh?
6 minutes. 6 minutes.
Oh, 6 minutes.
I think it's a
Really? Are you
bug.
sure?
Maybe we can refresh. Yeah, I can see 6 minutes
Hang
on
on.
the clock.
I got
Six and a
scared for a
half
second,
minutes.
man. Oh,
Maybe
thank
I'll
God for
try just
that.
refreshing the screen. Can I do that, Samay bhai?
Yeah, we have 6 minutes now. We have 6 minutes now. All good.
Okay,
All good.
perfect. So
I
knight
got
e2
scared for a
check. Wait,
second.
knight e2 check was played and takes, and now queen f6 is the move. 6 minutes each. Well, 9 minutes for Andy. But I think Magnus looks pretty promising to me now. I feel like I think this game is not going after move 40. I feel like a mistake is gonna happen here somehow.
By the way, queen f4 played by Arjun. Similarly attacking the h4 pawn. Let's see
Oh,
what
so he chooses the one square, yeah? He chooses
he's
f4.
like.
I
Like
thought he
सहज
was
भाई ने
choosing.
दोनों बोल दिए. अब मैं कुछ अलग करके दिखाऊंगा आज.
Crazy. But yeah, I mean, the idea, I mean, is the same. You're still attacking the h4 pawn, so it kind of justified here.
Whew. Chad, the Gukesh tournament is over, by the way. So that's over for today. And Gukesh scored what? I think he scored one loss, one win, and one draw. So 3 points essentially. But Sindarov scored zero. So that was a hard day for Sindarov there. And tomorrow they're going to be back. By the way, Bishop e3 played by Andy Woodward on the right against Magnus. By the way, Bishop h3 is possible apparently. Are you kidding me? What?
Bishop h3. Oh, wow. Let's actually take a look. Oh, I can't actually. But so bishop h3. Oh, I can switch? Okay. Uh, oh, bishop h3 is not just working, it's the best move in the position. And after bishop takes h3, white should not be capturing back. He should play b4. What?
Why? He's not going to play it. He's not going to play it, I think. No chance. By the way, Arjun has traded the queens. There's no chance, yeah? I think he plays bishop h3. Magnus.
Yeah.
By the way, Arjun has made a mistake, chat. If
Ooh.
you a mistake by Arjun. He traded queens. And now, I think after 94, this is the variation I was checking when I mentioned Sahaj Bhai. I have no idea what's happening because rook d5, rook e5, and then there is knight b6, apparently. And the knight comes to the center and attacks the b4 pawn very soon. And it's going to be a race.
Hi,
Three
who's gonna
pawns.
defend this though?
Ha, ye mar raha hai, but three pawns is 3 pawns. It's going to be, I think, very likely very soon.
But I think Rizu is gonna still she still has to figure out a way to take the pawn. This pawn is falling in the next move. But how are you capturing this?
No, knight b6 now, let's say. You take on g5 with the knight, right? Is my guess. I take on e5, bishop takes, and knight d5. My idea is, of
Rook
course, I have
b8,
checks in the air, but also I want to take b4.
rook b8. I'm sorry, what am I missing? Knight e7. Ah, knight e7 check and then knight c6. Okay, so from that moment onwards, where rook e5 is played, Zoo has 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, roundabout. She has to find knight b6, takes. From here, everything is forced. So takes, knight d5, attacking the pawn, check, and attacking the bishop, rook, and the pawn at the same time. I
No,
would say like 5 out of 10 difficulty, but
no freaking way. Magnus Carlsen finds bishop takes h3. Are you kidding me?
nice move. Very nice move. But are you surprised, really? Well, this is normal,
Yeah,
no,
I mean,
for
he has no
Magnus.
time on the clock, Sahaj Bhai. I mean, the understanding to play this move, yeah, you're getting 3 pawns for a piece, but still, I mean, he's Magnus, but still impressive. I
Wow.
know it's Magnus, but it's still impressive, man. Like, because the compensation is not clear at all.
I mean, white will capture on h3, black will capture on f3, and then at least you have repetition. Like you have a bunch of checks on the clock. You will on the board. You will win the e4 pawn, the h3 pawn, and there is always this repetition in case the position doesn't go your way. I think it's a very very nice sacrifice. And Andy, I think, is in trouble now.
Wow. Very interesting chat. So, this means that Andy Woodward, if he has not seen this move, might be in for a big surprise. Because it can be an absolute shock, yeah, if you have not seen this move.
Yeah, true. Let's see, 3 minutes only for Zoo. I feel like the position is now simpler, but at the same time, if you win the g5 pawn, those three pawns look so scary.
Yeah, they do. And I think the H pawn is going to run very quickly. Maybe the bishop on b3 is better than the bishop on g7. Would you agree with that? Like attacking f7 has more value than attacking b2, for example.
Yeah, maybe. So yeah, maybe. But question is, does he even start the move with knight b6? That's the thing, because you're dropping the pawn basically immediately in
Hmm.
this position. I mean, and looking at that knight e7 check and knight c6 move. So after the knight has reached d5, that knight e7 knight. Oh wow, she plays it.
Wow.
Beautiful. 9 more moves to go for Zoo. Definitely 40 moves तक तो जाएगा ये गेम. बट उससे पहले डिसाइड हो सकता है अभी भी.
Right, this is what happens when you play Magnus. Yeah, you in the next game you start playing some amazing chess. And knight b6 is a good find. Now Arjun will take on g5. I think that's an obvious move, but can he still win this? Because definitely the advantage that he has now is less compared to what he had earlier. But Zujiner also has 3.5 minutes with 9 moves to go. So if Arjun can find some ways to create pressure and maybe start that race, initiate that race, it might be easier for him to figure out all the details.
True. And now the question is, does he take rook g5, knight g5, or does he wait? Because now Tikubai, I think some weird moves are popping up for me, like rook e6, which I would never consider in a million years. But that means there's not enough substances in knight g5, which is a bit surprising, because take knight d5 ke baad, even if I play something like h5, like technically I'm two tempos up in this position, right? I have a pawn on h4, you still have a pawn on a2. Like it should be winning, or at least the players should think that it's very dangerous. No one's stopping these pawns. But
You know
surprising
the
that it is still equal.
I feel like the bishop on d5 is the problem. The bishop on d5 literally supports the queening of the a pawn and also stops the queening of the h pawn. The bishop on e5 doesn't have the same luxury. I think that might be the major difference. The bishop can support the pawn on h2, but how do you really push the pawn to h1? It's not easy. So, and if I can't push the h pawn, I might have to push some other pawn, which is not easy.
Yeah, exactly. But let's go back to the live board. Knight b6, 9 minutes for Arjun. Maybe knight b6 is something he overlooked. It's possible. Sage, bhai, please check cloud evaluation of Arjun game. Bhai, it's 000. On cloud, a position like this is always 000. There's no point in looking at a position like this with cloud.
By the way, look at that clock on Andy Woodward. Yeah, 3.5 minutes now. So both games really sharpening up. Chat, hold your horses because we might have blunders from one player at least on each of those games very soon. By the way, B4 played by Andy. Yeah, he's found the best move.
Wow, beautiful move. And now Magnus has to move the knight to e6 and then gh3, queen f3. And how are you saving h3 now? Or maybe after knight e6, you want to go rook b7. Yeah, just completely ignore the bishop on h3 altogether.
Yeah, that was my plan actually, because if I pick up b7, I could quickly create a pass pawn on the queen side, Sahaj Bhai. Then whatever you are doing on the king side, it's not clear. And then bishop on e3, knight on d2, e2, controlling a lot of important squares right now. And Magnus's play is not easy. You can't push the g pawn. I have f4 ideas, and that will just be the end of your, bishop actually. So if I had to choose a color, like I'm not even sure I'll choose black. Let's see what happens. By the way, Arjun takes on g5.
I think I would still choose black for sure, because I think after knight e6, rook b7, knight f4, knight f4, gf4, bishop f2, queen g5 looks very promising for black. Actually, even after knight e6,
Hmm.
rook b7, knight f4, even if you go gh3, knight h3, I mean, yes, I can't take the f3 pawn, but it feels like I have a lot of pieces around the king. And your advantage is largely on the queen side, and your king looks so unsafe to me overall.
Can Magnus go crazy with g4 in some lines? G4 is answered by f4. And basically, the bishop on e5 has no squares apart from b2. And I think that will be the end of his attack. So he can't go g4, at least not yet. And he has 3.5 minutes to navigate the subtleties. Same for Zhu Jina, who has 2.5 minutes, by the way. So Magnus game, we are at move number 28. So they have to navigate still 12 to 13 moves. And in the Zhu game, we are move number 31. So 9 moves there. Both players, both boards, I think under serious time trouble now.
And also this means Zhu did not find that sequence with knight d5, knight e7 check yet, because she would have played otherwise, no? Only 2 minutes
Yeah.
left.
Because rook e5 looks paradoxical, right? Because you're kind of developing an opponent bishop. So maybe you also consider other options, but there is no option. She needs to get the knight to d5 to attack the b4 pawn because, yeah, she plays it. Wow.
Nice calculation there by Zhu. Bishop takes e5 is about to happen. Taken. By the way, on Magnus' board, he has retreated the knight back to d7 and not e6. I think, Tikubai, what you were saying that the bishop doesn't have any escape squares. Now the bishop can go to e6 and at least find some space there. And the game just continues. So rook b7, bishop e6 or something like that. And oh, maybe rook
Hmm.
b7 and rook a8 is also interesting, Tikubai.
Oh, I like that actually. I love
Are you
that.
playing rook b7? Are you? Oh, wait. That was not a mistake. Yeah, sorry. Never mind. She did make a mistake. No, she didn't play knight d5, Tikubai. She played knight
Yeah, she had.
d7.
Yeah, I think she got tempted by that double attack, that fork, but black has rook e8. And to be honest, the main asset for Zhu Jinner is the opposite color bishops. I think if you exchange the knight for the bishop, I think that's in Arjun's favor. Even though you have the bishop against knight, you still don't have the b4 pawn, Sahaj Bhai. And that means it takes time for you to basically create chances here because your back rank is also weak. You can't play rook d4, for example, to pick up the pawn.
Yeah, but you can play rook e1 in this position to pin. And I don't think she wants to take on e5. I think she wants to pin the bishop. And then there is some very weird lines. Knight f3 and somehow rook e3 is not working. And oh, Tikubai, look at this. Knight d2 check. King goes to c1, knight takes b3,
Ah,
and bishop f4 pins your own rook. Is this
ulta pin.
something that she missed?
Possible. Possible, totally possible, chat. And rook e4, there is knight e2, and rook e2, there is rook d8 apparently. So after knight f3, there is no rook move. She will have to take on e5. Rook e8 on the board by Arjun. He has seen it all. By the way, mistake by Andy Woodward. Magnus is now winning. Rook a8 says, why you
Okay.
mentioned this move. You mentioned this move. Rook e8 now completely
Yep.
winning for Magnus.
Rook 8, rook a1 check, and I'm guessing some mating attack ideas. Yeah, with g4, queen h4 incoming. That looks very nice. By the way, I'm gonna show it with arrows as well. So if we can switch the board like that, I'm just gonna go to Magnus's board very quickly. So in this situation, oh, some bug here. So there it is, knight d7, rook b7, bishop e6, knight d4 was an inaccuracy, rook a8, and now the idea is कि मैं rook a1 check दे रहा हूँ, king f2 के बाद I'll play g4 and this queen will find some activity with queen h4 check, and suddenly I'm asking some real questions to your king. Are you safe?
No, brother, the Viking is not safe. He should not have played knight d4 because the bishop was controlling the a7 square. Any rook a8 could have been answered by rook a7.
Ah,
And now you
yes.
block the bishop, and suddenly the rook on 8 has no counterpart, and it's just game over, I think. Practically, it's even much worse than I think what the engine suggests.
Yeah, for sure. Considering the time situation and the fact that they have not reached 40 moves, 10 more moves have to be played, and Andy has to sort of get himself together with only 3 minutes left on the clock is very difficult. I think Magnus wins today.
Oof, can Arjun win? Because if Arjun draws, then we're going to have three people on 4 points with one round to go. I really want Arjun to win because otherwise, I don't know what the tiebreak rules are. I think we will have to search them up. Come on, Arjun. By the way, Zujiner is still thinking she plays pawn to a4, but that should be a mistake. I'm 100% sure about it. She had the option to win the pawn outright.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly in this scenario. So ba3 taken by the way. Oh, wait a second. Pawn takes a3 is a blunder here, Tikku bhai. What? You have to go rook e1 first and then play
No
pawn
way.
takes a3. That's,
Okay, if
yeah,
she's
I
seen
think
that, I think that itself is
so.
crazy, to be honest.
I'll tell you how difficult chess can be in these scenarios. And I mean, I can say study your endgame, but there is no way this endgame comes, on the board. But the best way forward is rook e1, which is normal, knight f3, and now knight takes e5. So firstly, you have to identify that knight takes e1, bishop takes f7 check, king f8 takes ke baad. That knight ending is actually equal.
Oh, whether she has 18 seconds edge by 15 seconds for Zuzina.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
needs to find the move. Live
And
board, please. He takes on
oh, she
e5.
plays. Yeah,
Mistake.
exactly. It's impossible. It's impossible to find. The other sequence was even harder. Yeah. Just to like, I can't even show because she has such little time. But yeah, Arjun is completely winning. Basically, the same situation was happening after BA3, just without the rooks. And you had to evaluate that as like not losing for white. And I think you would choose the rooks hands down each time in a scenario like this.
Yeah, this means chat Arjun is indeed winning again. So this is crucial. Let's have the double screen again because Magnus is also winning. So crucial moment for both players. Can Magnus and Arjun convert? And yes, Magnus is fighting for first place. He will be in tied second place if he wins. If Arjun also wins.
100%. And now let's push the pawn. H5. Let's go. This rook already does a wonderful job of defending the a5 square. So even if you played a4, there is no a5. So you just keep pushing h5, h4, h3, and yeah, it's a race.
I'll show you something though. For example, let's say h5, and this is a great demonstration of the power of the bishop. h5, a4, h4, and now rook d5. Question to you, chat. Should black exchange rooks? Yes or no? Come on, chat. Let's go. Black to play. Should we trade rooks? Yes or no?
It's a great question, by the way. Very, very instructive.
Some people saying yes, some people saying no. So clear. I see more no's, but I see a bunch of yeses. You should not, because again, that's where the bishop comes in. If you trade, we already discussed this. The bishop on d5 is very strong, supports the queening square, stops the queening square for black, and completely dominates the knight. And this is where
Exactly. And
white could win this. Like I would not know if white wins this, yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure if Black White will win this, but
Ah,
yeah,
like
like Black's pawn is technically one step ahead. Yeah, White's pawn is only on the fourth rank, Black's pawn is on the fifth rank, and still the position is holding. You are a pawn up, you are one tempo up as well, technically speaking, and still the position is a draw, and that's where the bishop's power shows. Nice question there. So of course, after a move like Rook d5, you should not exchange the rooks. You should play Rook e1 check just to distract and then defend the knight somehow. Or also there is a very cute move here, which is Rook f5. Very pretty. And now
ah,
the difference
nice.
is if you take and play bishop d5, and now
Wait,
this pawn on
mistake.
f5
Wait, blunder.
will stop knight e4.
Blunder by Arjun. He played king f8. That's a big blunder. Rook d5 now is the move, Sahaj Bhai. And it's close to equal. Still better, but close to equal. No. Why king f8?
Because by
And
it's
Zoo
it's
also
it's
blunders.
it's end games, yeah. It's an end game. You have to calculate so much. Like you've seen this many times. I wouldn't call moves like king f8 a blunder or moves like king b2 a blunder. They're very logical moves.
But now Rook d5 is incoming, Sahaj Bhai. Now Rook d5 is a
वो तो
real
पहले भी
threat
आ रहा था.
because. But पहले check था ना Rook e1. अब check नहीं है. King b2
तो
very
रुक
smart.
f5 आप दिखाने देते तब ना.
अरे Rook f5 मुश्किल. अरे भाई King e7. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. Oof.
रुक d5 तो नहीं खेलेगा वो यहाँ पे.
Come on, come on.
Tough. By the way, a4 is the best move here. Rook d5 is not as good anymore. I think that's because the king is now close enough to the pawn. So you can even just take and play king d6 and this should be winning. So he has taken away the idea of rook d5 altogether. And by the way, those who are looking at the bar and saying, "Bhai, this is bad for Arjun and everything," like I think maybe 1% chance that Zhu Junior will save this position. 1%, because this is next to impossible. You need like a miracle here, basically.
And Sajay, what about the Magnus position? Feels like he's about to win, yeah? Feels like it's completely over. And you mentioned that g4 move. I'm sure there are others because the rook is now on a1 and the white king is down, getting attacked from every single file and diagonal. It feels like it's about to be over.
Oh, he goes knight f6. Very, very principled. And now g4 ka threat incoming. I mean, nice master class, I would say, for Andy in the King's Indian in this sense. This is, yeah, Magnus, of course, complicated matters, was a bit worse, and then navigated in the best way. 40 moves been gaya by game. Looking at with each game, I think Magnus is looking more and more like himself. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think today that conversion in the end game was nice to see. He kept all options open. Yeah, he kept the knight f4 option. He offered that bait on b7, which white took. By the way, offering the rook trade, of course, black will say no. Your rook on a7
भाई
literally has no job.
बहुत शार्प गेम होने वाला है अर्जुन का एक्चुअली. बहुत
I mean,
बहुत शार्प है भाई.
yeah, bishop against knight, man, it's always tricky. And rook d5 is incoming. And he should start pushing the pawns. I'm not sure what king f8 and king e7 was, to be honest. Like he's trying to get in the square, maybe, but he should have pushed the pawns. Yes, he could have used his time as well, but I think maybe he understands, he has faith in his intuition. Rook h1 played by Magnus. Arjun plays pawn to f5. Interesting choice. Maybe that's why he got the king out. He wanted to push his f pawn. Sergey, would you agree with that choice? Like pushing his f pawn instead of the h pawn?
I think we were talking about the bishop controlling h1 and a8. I think Arjun also thought about it and said, okay, you're controlling h1, but you're not controlling f1. Maybe that's why he chose the f1 here. But yeah, I think not really a big difference. King c3 now looks good to go king b4 and push the pawn.
And I'm guessing rook d5 is not working, yeah, now? Because maybe the
Oh,
black
to
king is much
lost.
closer. Because king
Yeah, that's
d6
dead
now
lost.
the king is close, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And then
So
three
now
pawns cannot be stopped. So
that doesn't work. So Zoo needs a different plan. She has 19 seconds, two more moves to play, by the way. So she will gain some extra time on the clock after that. But it's a tough two moves. What's the plan? Finally, rook a1 is the best move. Oh my god, that's super hard to play.
bishop d5, she goes, blocking the rook's view of the a5 square, and now a5, very real possibility.
This reminds me of, you buy a very nice penthouse on the 30th floor somewhere with a beautiful view, sea facing view. And then somebody, 1 year later starts building like their own building in front of that view. And you're like, okay, man, this is why I bought the apartment. Why are you blocking my view, brother? So now the a pawn can run, yeah? Because the a5 square is no longer controlled.
36 p.m.
Yes, I don't think Arjun can lose this, but I mean, he was completely winning. So he would love to convert this, but it's getting a bit tricky, especially now the fact that Zoo will gain more time on her clock. Like she will have time to figure out the details. By the way, G4 played by Magnus, who is about to end the game.
भाई फटाफट क्या खत्म किया उसने यार. It looked like so double edged now, and in the end he just basically destroyed.
Absolutely, like steamrolled, I think, Andy at the
Hmm.
end. And look at him, yeah, he's jovial, he's happy, he's of course going to gain some rating points. He's net -4 rating right now, so I think he'll cover up majority of that after this win. And if he defeats Yagiz tomorrow, he's going to be net positive Sahaj by from this tournament. That's crazy.
अब मजा आएगा भाई कल के मैच में between Yagiz
हाँ,
and Yaz and Magnus would be
कल के लिए हम चैनल का
very
नाम
cool.
चेंज कर देंगे, Chess24 टर्की, या फिर कुछ भी कर देंगे भाई. टर्की के सबसे बड़े फैन हम हैं. यागिज है हमारा स्टार. कुछ चेंज कर देंगे चैनल का नाम कल.
Of course. टर्किश में करेंगे कमेंट्री भाई. Let's go.
Yeah. By the way, wait.
By the way, one more
F4.
move to be played and until we hit the 40 move mark. King d6.
Wait, isn't f4 hanging? What am I missing?
Oh, on
I
Magnus
see.
board, yeah, knight takes f4 is hanging. Even on
Okay.
peasant is there.
By the way, look at that move by Arjun. King d6, allowing a discover attack by the bishop, but there is no decent attack, and who plays the best move? Pawn to c4. Arjun wants to put the king on c5. I like that approach, but after king c5, is it enough? Like, because king c3, I have rook e3, but apparently there's a5 as white. But I like this approach, blocking that on the dark squares.
a5, and then you play something like,
Rook e7, maybe?
I was thinking rook e2, rook e3, but you can maybe put the king on a4, but then I have knight e4. I would like to put the king
This
in the back rank somehow, but I'm not getting that opportunity.
This is getting a bit tricky. By the way, look at Magnus's last
It's
move, rook
tricky.
to a1, attacking the
Oof.
queen. I think Andy could be moments away from resigning because he's gonna likely lose his queen. Commentary is just straight glaze, bro. Cool, bro. भाई क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई? ये ग्लेज वर्ड क्या होता है?
पता नहीं भाई, डोनट्स होते हैं ना ग्लेज तो.
हो गया फा भाई. Okay, now queen f6, yeah, attacking the rook, attacking the pawn on f4, and I think that's it. Oh, he gives this check. Okay, he takes on e4. Actually, Magnus made this a bit more complicated than it should have been, but yeah, still completely winning.
No, knight takes c4 is winning, no? This is winning endgame, no? Or is it not?
No, it should be. Of course, it should be winning. I think. I mean, simply the h pawn should be enough to win, but.
Oh, he plays king c5 and Arjun gets up from the board. 30 minutes about to be added.
Wow, man. So Zuzina fighting back. She's not giving up just yet. So Magnus about to win, though. Knight takes e4, although that game is also going to last a while. Do you think Andy resigns or do you think he plays on in this game?
Andy probably plays, I think. I think 40 moves are done there as well, right? Yeah,
Just done.
it is. So I
Yes.
think he
Both
will
the
play,
game at
yeah.
the same time. And look at this. Zoo
Maybe.
played a5. She had 30 more minutes to think, but she didn't use them. She just played a5 instantly. Her understanding and grasp of what's happening and what's important is top notch.
I think this position is dead lost. It's just maybe there is like a miraculous save on each different ideas. Like if I
Hmm.
like I was trying to think about it myself. Let's say rook e2 check. That makes the most sense, right? White plays king b3. Now I will play something like knight e6. Okay. What do you play now?
Hmm.
A6? Only move I
Uh,
see. One of the only moves at
I'm
least.
thinking rook a1 actually.
Okay, rook a1, then rook e3 check, king c2,
King c2.
knight c7. And in moments like this, you have to find a6.
A6 looks natural,
Because
no? Because you're.
by how? Knight d5, c d5, rook e8, rook a5 check, king d6, and you're telling me this
Okay.
you
I
will
didn't
evaluate
see.
as a draw.
No, I didn't see knight d5. I thought because if knight a6 comes, then there is no option. Yeah, I will have to play a6 now.
And
But
also, patterns like this are all across the situation. So, for example, after king b3, knight e6, you said rook a1 earlier, but now just to show an example, white can play a6 as well. And here you have this check on e3, white plays king a4, and then king b6. And somehow you're supposed to give up the pawn on a6 now. Like you're supposed to play rook b1 check, takes another check here, and bishop d5 back. I'm sorry, but what is this?
hmm.
लाइक जो पॉन आप a6 पे लेकर गए थे उसी को सैक करके आप वापस बिशप d5 आ रहे हो या सो प्रैक्टिकली मे बी डजंट हैव अ लॉट ऑफ आई थिंक नॉट अ वेरी हाई चांस ऑफ सेविंग दिस.
Fair enough. I think I do agree with you there. The the news is though ki Zuzina did gain 30 minutes. So there is some possibility, maybe like a 5 to 10% chance she could find it though. I mean, if she had, this was the 35th move, I would say that it's basically over. But at least she has some hope, yeah. I mean, if she has that,
No, well,
we
the
don't know
position
like
is a
what's
draw. So, like, objectively, it's a draw, but we are arguing how difficult it is to play out those
very
moves. We
difficult,
saw
I
two
think.
different continuations, right? One where you
Very
sack
difficult.
the A pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very
So,
difficult, I think.
mhm.
So Arjun also, by the way, now you see the time. I don't think Arjun has 26 minutes. In fact, he might have 30. Zoo might have, I don't know, 26 looks a bit low. By the way, F5 played by Magnus in the other game. So looks like he's cementing that knight on E4. And
Ab H5, H4, H3 is just happening very, very
yeah,
quickly. Alright, thank you so much, Mudad Bhai, for the nice words. Always nice to hear, you know, something like this. Thank you so much. It's been a long day, yeah. Two events. Also, such an emotional
it's,
roller coaster. Also today was, and
yeah,
yesterday, of course, as well.
I think आज के दिन में, I mean, that Gukesh win was like, I'm हमारे लिए emotionally कितना था. I mean, imagine for Gukesh, क्या ही feel हुआ होगा. Like that fist pump didn't come out of nowhere. Like it was a lot of emotions that is kind of accumulated over the last 6 months, and even more so since Sindarov became like the challenger. A lot of pressure, people asking questions. I'm sure every interview he does, there'll be a question about Sindarov somewhere. So it was a accumulation of all of that coming out in one go. So that win meant a lot to him, and I can imagine like crazy रहेगा भाई.
Yep, absolutely. So we have a bunch of checks incoming, rookie 2, rookie 3, like we saw. Tough road ahead for Jinner to defend this game, but she has enough time. अगेन भाई ये तो एग्जैक्टली गुकेश और दिव्या वाला गेम लग रहा है बिकॉज गुकेश के भी दो ही पॉइंट्स थे एंड करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग टिकू भाई बट डिडंट गुकेश हैव किंग ही हैड अ किंग रूक एंड बिशप एज वेल नो एंड दिव्या हैड किंग रूक एंड नाइट एंड शी हैड दीज थ्री एग्जैक्ट पॉइंट्स दैट इज दैट करेक्ट
आई
वेट आई
थिंक
एम
यू
जस्ट
राइट
गोना
बिकॉज
सर्च
नाइट कुछ
दिस
F7 पे था, कुछ F6 F7
हाँ
कुछ खेलना था. And she didn't find F6. You're right, I think. Maybe
I'm
not the
just taking a look on how similar the position is because it's not very far off I feel
yeah, the
it
black king
became
was on the
into
king's
rook.
side. That was the only difference, I think. But yeah,
Bhai,
similarity was
it
there.
was actually kind of the same. Black's pieces are exactly the same. King, rook, knight, and three pawns. Whereas Gukesh had king, knight, rook, and two pawns. So he instead of the bishop, he had a knight, and he had these two pawns, c3 and d3, instead of c4 and a5.
Hmm. Hey Kinsho, did Gukesh win against Sindarov? Yes, he did. I think that was the highlight for the day for most of us.
Oh yes.
Meanwhile, Andy Woodward creates a pass pawn. Might not be enough, I think. What does Arjun do now? 23 minutes.
Very, very difficult. Lots of variations he would be calculating right now. Um, but I think he needs to, I mean, he's probably thinking what is practically the most difficult.
Did Van Foreest win? No, he's playing. He's better, much, much better, but the game is still on. So we'll come back to it later, I think, because these two games are much more interesting.
किसका गेम?
I think Van Foreest versus Nils. We can check that one later. I think it's still on.
Yeah, sure.
मुकेश भाई कंसिस्टेंट रहते 2024 की तरह तो मैग्नस रिप्लेस करने की परफॉर्मेंस थी. I mean, Magnus is a different level, but I do agree like that's the form we need for Gukesh, and today was a huge step in that direction, I think. Let's see what happens. And meanwhile, It's very interesting that Zhu Junior took like a couple of minutes, maybe 30 seconds to play A5, but Arjun is taking his time. And somebody asked this nice question, why not just push the F and H pawns? I think that was one approach for sure, which was the best way to play. But basically, Arjun has brought his king all the way to the queen side and essentially has stopped the advance of white's pawns to some extent. And now he wants to push his pawns. So if white does nothing, then now you can start pushing your pawns the king side with no risk. I'm guessing that's the logic here, Sahaj Bhai. But it of course has a drawback that white gets to push his pawns first a little bit. Did you guys see Gukesh's facepalm video? He really shows his emotions. That game must have been a huge leap. Of course, indeed, man. Imagine like this pressure of the entire world kind of pitching Sindarov as the clear favorite now. It's not easy. It's not easy being Gukesh, being in his shoes. If Gukesh does not win the Blitz, then doesn't mean his steps on the. I mean, of course, if he loses in the Blitz, then Sindarov will again gain some confidence. But somehow Rapid is more similar to Classical, yeah. So for me, I think this win is at least was 2 wins in the Blitz. But and also like Blitz is not Gukesh's forte, at least from past performances. So it would be a step in the wrong direction for sure, but this win matters a lot. Like Sindarov lost all 3 games today. All 3 games today. Like, do you think that the Gukesh game being on his mind all night yesterday, all day today, had a role to play in it? Absolutely. It must have put a lot of pressure on him, right? He won the candidates, has been dominating chess since the World Cup, and now this is where he has to strike. Suddenly, it's a lot of pressure. It's not easy. The World Championship pressure is just different. We all thought Ukesh would just steamroll Ding, but it was so close at the end, the World Championship. That's just how it operates somehow. By the way, Rook E2 check is what Arjun has played. The best move in the position. Nice choice. And now Zuzhina has to choose between king to b3 and king to c3. Because if you go on the back rank, that's basically waving the game goodbye.
But king to c3 doesn't make sense, no? Because there's rook a2.
Yeah. I mean, I think
I'm sorry,
king
how are you
b1.
defending that? Why is that? Okay, king c3 is not working. Yeah, king b3 and a3, basically.
Okay. Yeah. My bad. King b3,
b3 or
b3.
a3, I think.
Yes.
c3 में I think, yeah, rook a2 is working. I was just wondering, कुछ bishop h1 करके कोई tactic आ रही है, rook d5 check.
Bishop h1. Damn.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I thought, I mean, this is what exactly the kind of stuff we have to look out for.
Uh, Chandrakant is saying, thank you, Chandrakant, for 1,000 rupees super chat.
That's hilarious.
Hilarious, man. Hilarious. Oh, nice. Very
But thanks
smart.
for the super chat, Chandrakant bhai. Um,
Hilarious.
every bit counts. Let's go.
Carlsen is so locked. He is. He absolutely is. I think this game is so important. And if he wins, I mean, that game against Erdogmus tomorrow is gonna be insane, Sahaj. And I think if Erdogmus were to win somehow, just imagine that timeline, yeah, in the universe. I mean, a 14-year-old could be beating the greatest player of all time. I mean, that's just insane. So that game is gonna be hyped as insane because Carlsen also has to win. He's kind of forced to win, and he will have the white pieces as well. So मजा आएगा भाई.
भाई if Yaz defeats Magnus, उसी पे ही Netflix की एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनेगी उस गेम पे ही सिंपल. It will be so huge. But of course, he's plays with the black pieces, so less chances I think to play for a win.
True.
But it's more about playing him rather than beating him, I think, at this point. Did Sindarov lose all the 3 games today? Yes, actually, he lost all of his games today in the rapid section. So it wasn't the best day for
Somebody
Sindarov.
said Magnus Carlsen should grind Valorant. Chess has very little to offer. I mean, I think it's his life's passion. So I'm not sure Valorant will give him the same pleasure. He does love other stuff. He loves football. He loves poker. He has other interests, but I don't think Valorant is one of them. Although I'm happy to be wrong there. Uh, got it.
Also, besides Counter Strike, he also plays Mafia. Chad, I don't know if you have
Yeah.
if any of you have played the card game Mafia, but Sindarov is unbelievably good at it. Just so you know, like he tricked, basically there were around 10 people in the room, and he tricked everyone. And basically we all just started, like, killing each other, and that's it. He's very, very good.
What a casual line to say. We just started each other out of context sounds.
No, no, I mean in Mafia, that's what you do,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
yeah.
the Mafia kills people and the doctor saves people and all of
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. King F2 on the Magnus board. I'm not sure the king can jump all the way to F2. Um, King F7, I think you mean. Knight F2, sorry. I read it incorrectly. Knight F2.
In Magnus's board, definitely
Not
possible.
I mean, bishop takes, queen G2.
Knight f2,
Possible.
bishop f2, queen g2, b6 तो नहीं आ रहा because queen f2 is a check. So you have to play something like king b3 and take. Yeah, that's winning, no? Or what am I
Yep.
missing? Knight f2 is winning, no?
But queen A2 looks so tempting, right? I mean, it's a check. Um, you likely have
Yeah,
to go to the back rank. It just I can pick up G2 directly. I can play Queen B3 or something, and it feels like it's all collapsing for Andy Woodward.
yeah, for sure. Uh, Sahaj bhai, क्या लगता है Arjun का is win or what? I still think it is like maybe a 1% chance that Zujiner will save this position. Not because, okay, I know it's objectively equal, but I think it's very hard psychologically to defend a position like this because you see those three pawns and you're just panicking already. Like the moment, the H pawn or the F pawn starts pushing, every moment your eye is going to be there. And you have to make a lot of precise moves, go into really strange looking positions, which makes me think that I don't think it will be savable for Zujiner. What about Yaz and Nodirbek game? Yaz drew basically already, and so he's on 4.5, and Arjun, if he sorry, he's on 4. If Arjun wins, he's going to be a sole leader. And tomorrow Yaz plays against Magnus himself with the black pieces. Maza aega bhai.
Mhm. Arjun doing laps across cams. Very interesting. I mean, he's known to be a walker, yeah. Um,
10K
I mean, I know chess
steps.
is Yeah, I mean, chess is important, but 10K steps are even more important. And by the way, Gukesh apparently said, something after beating Sindarov, and that was, I guess, for both of us. I know also from previous experience, when I played Ding before the match, there's always something going on. It's a nice feeling. Not sure what that means exactly, but that's the quote that's been tweeted.
What was the quote again?
I guess for both of us, I know also from the previous experience when I played Ding before the match, there's always something going. Like basically, when you play the guy you're supposed to play in the World Championship, there's always some tension essentially, and when you beat them,
Hmm.
it's a nice feeling. That's what he's saying essentially.
Yeah, correct. Sahaj, do you think intuition is the most important thing in chess? No, I think calculation probably is the most important thing in chess. But, I mean, without calculation, I think nothing can be justified. But okay, it's nuanced. I think the answer is always nuanced. If you have, if you even if you are mid at calculation and if you have very good intuition, it can work.
By the way, King A3 played by Zuchinar on the board.
Ha- Yeah. Rook e3 check now possible. King a4 पे तो नहीं जा रहा. King b2 भी आना पड़ेगा वापस.
Uh, Zoo is close to 2600. Historically, Arjun has great record against 2600. Of course, if he has a great record against 2600s, he's going to have a better record against 2500s. Um, do you think Arjun can match Vishy's legacy? Oof. I think Arjun has done something spectacular, which is reached 2800, which is already a huge step in terms of all term ratings. He's like the number two Indian after Vishy sir, who had a peak of 2816. And at that time, I think we had a bunch of people over 2800, which is not the case now. But I think also like big tournaments matter. Like winning the world championship matters a lot. Winning the candidates matters a lot. Winning the World Cup matters a lot. Arjun has somehow fallen at the last hurdle in these events. So to match Vichy Sir's legacy, a five-time world champion, I think he'll have to win these events. Just the rating won't do, I feel. Unless, of course, it's 2880 or something. I mean, that's different. But in normal circumstances, I think he has to win a bunch of these events.
I mean,
He's a
2810
long way
is not
off.
very far away,
Yeah,
especially
2880, I'm saying
considering
he
the
has to
rating
do.
deflation.
Yeah. By the way, Czech played rook e3 and only move is king to b2 as the blue arrow points out.
Not king a2, of course. King a4 would just, the king would be boxed out here. Then knight e4, knight c3 check would be dangerous. You'd be forced to capture the knight and, of course, give away your very, very strong bishop. So that is definitely not the idea. King b2, basically the only move in the position. Oh, look at that. Magnus plays knight f2. Let's go.
Yeah, yeah. Beautiful move, actually. Attacks the bishop, and if you take, then queen g2, and you can simply push the g pawn to the queening square. Beautiful, actually.
Yep, absolutely. And someone saying Magnus will definitely win the tournament. Look, it's possible. I think Magnus is winning now, but he's still half a point behind Arjun. And Arjun plays tomorrow with the white pieces against Andy. If Arjun wins this match, I mean, then he plays against Andy and then Magnus plays against Yaz. And I'm not so sure. I mean, maybe both games are going to be very difficult. But if Arjun wins both of the games, then he's outright the champion. So I think the ball is in Arjun's court right now. He has all the power.
We are reading a message of Finn within by. We're reading your messages. By the way, will Magnus ever reach 2900? I think he publicly kind of admitted to chasing that goal, but then he kind of forgot about it, I feel, because it became difficult because there was simply nobody even above 28.5 or 28.10. It was practically impossible because he would drop 3 points or so whenever he draws somebody like, I don't know, Prague. Yeah, matlab, it's insane. So the goal became impossible because there was some sort of rating deflation and there was nobody above 2800 or at least significantly of 2800 to give him a real challenge. Um, and now, of course, Magnus doesn't play as much classical chess, so it's really not a goal for him, I think. Maybe Erdogmus does it. Who knows? At least that's the goal we know, which I think Mamidiarov mentioned somewhere. I saw it in Fabi's podcast that the goal is to reach 2900 for Erdogmus. Maybe he can do it, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe he can also create that interest for Magnus again. Would be fun.
Yeah, tomorrow will tell. I think if Dogmas creates some winning chances, is suddenly putting pressure, Magnus panics. I mean, that could be like a huge
मतलब कुछ भी हो,
thing for
मैग्नस
chess.
आज रात को तो प्रिपेयर करेगा ढंग से. आज तो आईपैड नहीं होगा भाई. कल तो
True,
बहुत
true, true.
इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है, आई फील.
Agreed, agreed. Can Arjun still win? Yes, very likely. I think, as we discussed, I think very, very good chance of Arjun winning because even though objectively it's a draw, it's very hard for White to come up with these moves, I think. And you can already see it's an only move, King B2. It might feel obvious with that blue arrow, but we switch it off. I think it's not going to be so obvious. So,
Yeah, and also by the way, besides king b2, any other move is just immediately losing. Yeah, so it's almost like you're on a landmine basically. Any square can explode here. It's very, very
yeah,
difficult. Or of
that's
Magnus
the
is on
wish.
stake tomorrow. No, bhai, I disagree there. I think more it's Yaz. I think if he draws, I think it's great. I mean, if the matches are draw, people will still call Magnus the GOAT and people will praise Yaz for, but if Yaz defeats Magnus, then I think, yeah, that's going to be one thing that people will remember for a long time, I feel.
Magnus 2900 plus in Rapid and Blitz. Actually, he's not the only player. Many players have crossed that rating. I think I know Hikaru, I know Duda crossed it. I think he has the highest rating in Blitz, 2986 or something, but other people have crossed that rating, I think, before. Super chat from Win. Treat to see the GOAT play classical. Absolutely agree. And if you disagree with that, go and watch the game between Magnus and Jordan. I think you will 100% change your opinion about classical chess as well as Magnus playing classical.
Also, like, we didn't mention in that when the game was happening, but at the end, it is such a big example of that it is not over until it's over. Because there was a moment, Actually, since he's thinking, maybe I can just very quickly show that game. Just a second. It was, yeah, here. Just 1 second. I'm gonna show this game. So it was around this moment, right? Where, well, around this moment when the mistake happened, and you see, it's king knight and 2 pawns versus king rook and 2 pawns, right? And you can just play here knight d5 and knight f6 and offer a draw as Magnus.
Hmm.
That's it. But it's not over until it's over. That's the point. I feel like Magnus thought anything, कुछ भी खेलूंगा यहाँ पे, it's gonna be a draw. And of course, there is a time. He has 9 minutes on the clock though. That's not really a big time issue. He goes king h7, rook a5. Slight problem of knight f5 नहीं आ रहा. Now king g6, rook e5, and this is where the first mistake happens, where he has to go knight c2, which is of course a hard move to play. But if you think about the fact that knight d5, knight f6, king h7, white cannot do anything here. Nothing. That's just a dead draw. But a
Yeah.
great example, this is how Magnus wins exactly. And this is basically Magnus against Magnus. Was very, very beautiful to see.
Yeah. And I think the
Yeah,
knight d5 move is just over. Yeah. I think they would have shaken hands 2 minutes later, but
yeah.
that's how chess works sometimes. And I think the pressure of Magnus defending for a long time also definitely had a role to play there. He just lost his sense of danger instantly as soon as we entered this endgame. So, yeah, going back to the live position, by the
Oops.
way, Zujin has 18 minutes now. Wait, which game is this? Ah, okay.
Yeah, that is the game. 18. Oh, I just put the other game for a second. But yeah, this is the game. King b2. She's still thinking. 6 minutes. Only move. कुछ कैसे हो राकेश भाई क्यों
Let's
लिख रहा है
go
भाई मतलब राकेश
full.
भाई इज इन द चैट व्हाट्सअप राकेश भाई
I don't see him. Let's go full screen. No, he's not in the chat, I think.
सो नाउ किंग b2 पॉसिबल ओनली मूव और क्या ही करें इस पोजीशन में नॉट श्योर इफ शी इज कंसिडरिंग किंग a4 एट दिस पॉइंट और मे बी शी डजंट लाइक किंग b2 एंड देन किंग b4 उसमें a5 का पॉन अटैक हो रहा है ओ शी प्लेज किंग b2 बाय द वे ऑन द बोर्ड Arjun is not on the board but I'm guessing king
Hmm.
b4 is the problem what she was calculating here by king b4 a6 only move
By 96 played already by Arjun.
array
He's
okay
he's in a hurry, yeah. He's in a hurry to get home. The buffet closes at 9 p.m. and it's already 8. He's like, brother, I don't have that much time. I need to get quickly to the buffet. I love my kya hash browns or what does he really love? I think that's for breakfast, but he has like a fixed menu he loves.
for
So
Magnus or for Arjun
for Arjun, I think.
नॉट श्योर भाई आपने किया था ना इंटरव्यू आपको पता होना चाहिए
Oh man, I hope we do that again. Want to get his dinner schedule as well. But meanwhile, we were super chat again by Win. Magnus said Jordan game was fun, but Zoo outplayed. That's very nice actually. That he said that, and he's also true. Like Zoo Jina played a marvelous game until a point. He was really wondering, Magnus could have lost on any move. Remember that rook f2, like queen g3 ideas, like exchange sacrifice by Zuzhina against Magnus. Beautiful game played until that final moment जहाँ पे वो rook f1 आ गया and then Magnus took over. So yeah, I think that would have given her a lot of confidence.
yeah
तन्मय
for
भट्ट
sure
चेस कब से खेलने लगे हमेशा से भाई Okay, 96 Sej bhai, what is Zuzhina gonna play? Chad, any guesses? What does she play here? Not the best move. What does Zuzhina play in this position?
def anything but bishop takes c6 anything but that like literally anything
अगर
a6 is fine भाई बिशप को उठा के b7 पे रख दो कुछ मतलब नहीं है इसका but that's also fine just don't take the knight on e6 only guideline here for
one guy
now
said roof to a1.
रुके वन दैट्स गुड एज वेल आई थिंक रुके वन में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम है नाइट f4 आ सकता है उसमें ये मर सकता है भाई ओनली मूव फॉर वाइट ओके chat question for you okay the bishop can go to b7 to a8 to h1 and to g8 and to f7 right these are the 5 legal squares possible let's play what's that what's behind door number 5 so which
a6 by
square does not lose for white is the question for you chat
a6 by
just based on a whim
a6.
a6 is not possible a6 is lost You आप हार
Shit.
चुके हैं.
Shit. Arjun got me again.
वो कोई शो तो था ना, कुछ तो था इसमें, एक शो था like there's
हाँ
some
हाँ
doors and I don't know what
हाँ,
it was
दरवाजे के
called.
सामने.
हाँ, something like that. So h1 is what people are saying. Actually, bishop g8, the move that looks the weirdest in this position, is the only move that survives. Every other move is dead lost in this position. I don't see Zoo playing bishop g8 here.
Magnus Carlsen has won, by the way. Huge win for the goat of chess. And you can see him celebrating there, Sahaj bhai.
Wow. इतना celebrations भाई, crazy.
So that knight f2 was a brilliancy. And iske saath hi, if you can have like a 10-second look at the standings, he's
By
basically.
the way, not a blunder, chat. That's not a blunder.
Oh,
It's gonna get corrected very, very soon. She's provoking him to play h5 basically, and which allows her to put pressure on the g6 pawn as well. Smart move actually from Zujiner.
yeah, because h5, rook g1, g5, you might think the knight is defending the pawn, but then you take the knight on e6. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's winning or not.
No, definitely not. Arjun defended this without these two pawns against Magnus.
Yeah,
If
true,
you
true,
remember that. The FNH
true, true.
pawns. I'm sure some people will remember in the chat, but yeah.
So you will need maybe knight f4 to defend there. But yeah, nice move actually. Not something like something Arjun might have missed as well. Sahil Bhai's ooh was paused midway. Ooh, ये तो complete कर दिया भाई.
Saj, by quick question, how disciplined a GM have to be in their daily lifestyle? Like, I think you have to be a lot more disciplined before you become a grandmaster. I think after you become a grandmaster, I think it's because it's your
It's only party
life
time, na?
becomes a bit more relaxed because you know the no, not maybe
Party
that
time.
too, but
It's
maybe,
party
but
time. I'm a grandmaster. Let's do party.
exactly. But like I think so before you become a grandmaster, like when you're shooting for the title, you have to be very, very disciplined. I think yeah, lots of sacrifices have to be made, but afterwards it's chilled.
Yeah, that's what every parent says, no? Like, बस 12th clear, 10th clear कर लो, उसके बाद ऐश ही ऐश है. बस 12th clear कर लो, उसके बाद ऐश ही ऐश है. बस कॉलेज कर लो, उसके बाद ऐश ही ऐश है. नौकरी कर लो, ऐश ही. बस जीएम टाइटल फिर ऐश ही ऐश है भाई.
नहीं, जीएम
सहज
टाइटल
भाई
के बाद एक्चुअली ऐश है भाई.
सहज भाई ready to be a parent, Indian parent, I think.
नहीं भाई, that's a different situation there. But yeah.
Got
सहज
serious for a second.
भाई दिल्ली वाला एक्सेंट कौन सा होता है? आई डिडंट इवन नो दैट. ये पहली बार सुन रहा हूँ भाई.
What is
What
Arjun
Arjun is
thinking?
thinking,
Good
many
question.
moves. I think h5 is one of them. I mean, he's thinking how to. Firstly, I think very big chance Arjun missed rook h1 because I think you're largely looking at ideas of a6 or rook a1, like where white can push. Rook h1 could be something that he missed. But now he's calculating different ways to pose problems basically to Zurjiner. Like one is h5, which we already looked at, that defends the pawn. Second is a little bit more tricky, which is knight f4. And the problem here is that white can actually take on h7, knight d5, cd5, king d5, and now it's a rook pawn endgame where black has two connected pawns and white has just one pawn, but it is pretty far ahead. Now, whether this is winning or not, it is you have to calculate for that. This is not a theoretical position, not that I'm aware of, but it is equal. It is a draw. Hey, Ajay, how does one
Yeah.
gather themselves when they know they are in a losing position? I think you just have to keep a poker face by. It's very difficult at times. But I think with enough losses like that and showing enough expression, you learn to not show expression during the game at least. Uske baad you can show, but during the game, absolutely not. Sahaj bhai, what did Arjun blunder that led to a close to a draw position? Wasn't he winning like around move 28-30? Yes, he was winning. I mean, borderline winning, not exactly like completely winning. Maybe for one or two moves he was objectively winning, but still a lot of pieces were left on the board. And I wouldn't call this a dead draw, yeah, because there are lots of imbalances on the board, specifically the three pawns and these two pawns over here. I mean, yes, with correct play, white can hold, but correct play is a very, very big word here. Could you give a GM norm to Tikku Bhai?
You know, I have three WGM norms technically. So ऐसा तो फिर मैं वो बांट देता अपनी
Why,
मैं
why, why did you
मैं
say that? Why?
अरे मतलब I have three
Yeah,
performances of
I would be
2400
fine
rating.
without this information.
No, I mean I have three
I was
performances
so
of
happy
2400
going
plus.
about my day without knowing the fact that Tikku has three WGM norms.
No, I don't have norms. Like I have three performances which would have qualified me for that, but like I could gift it to my wife, for example. Like it doesn't work that way. However, that's the unfortunate thing.
भाई ये तो आपने खुद ही मतलब वो दे दिया, कंटेंट दे दिया चैट को.
नहीं 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 चैट के लिए कोई कंटेंट चैट ऑल चैट केयर्स अबाउट इज द अर्जुन गेम मैन क्यों चैट दैट्स ऑल दे केयर अबाउट
What about knight g5? I think this is a move I would always avoid to think, because firstly, it's not a move that necessarily threatens anything. You are only doing one thing here. You're only defending the knight and you're not attacking anything. And when it's a race, then just जो भी जल्दी जल्दी खेलेगा, जो भी मतलब अटैक ज्यादा करेगा, that person usually ends up winning. So much better कि instead of defending this and losing a move, sack the pawn and play f4. Like that's a more practical try here. कि h7 के pawn को हमें किस मतलब it's the most backward pawn in the position anyway, least likely to queen at least right now, so you can even sack it.
एक बंदा
Tikku
कहता है
bhai,
टिक
honest, like what do you think is going to happen in this game? Does
Arjun wins. Arjun wins 100%, I think, because time pressure is going to hit again. Because this game is complicated, both players are thinking. Abhi ke liye it's possible to defend, but once you have no time, it's going to get difficult. By the way, he's ready to give the h7 pawn and bishop b7 only move
no,
for
not an
Zulu
only move
Jinger.
भाई. rook h7 is also a draw.
क्या बात कर रहे हो
भाई अभी तो दिखाया मैंने, आप थे.
भाई
पूरा
मैं चैट
एनालिसिस
पढ़ रहा
दिखाया
था
मैंने.
एक
Rook
बंदा कहता
h7. Okay, I'll show it again. Rook h7, knight
हाँ
d5, c d5, king d5, and this position with these two pawns and this pawn is a draw basically. a6. Like this is so ridiculous. In this position, a6, the move that makes the most sense, is actually losing for white. How?
but then Whiteley gave the pawn away सहज भाई h5 knight f4
But
खेलने का था ना फिर
h5, rook g1,
knight f4
bishop f7. Isn't that also losing a pawn?
ऐसे लॉजिक से बात करोगे फिर कैसे चलेगा यार
By pawn, I said na कि he probably didn't see rook h1 and now he
wait
realized the
wait
pawn is
wait wait
going.
h4
Bishop g6. Ah, rook g3.
रुक जी थ्री ये एक बंदा
Oh,
कहता साहिल
a6.
हाँ
Wait, bishop g6, h4. Wait, h4, bishop g6, rook g3, a6, king b6, a7, king a7, rook check, bishop f5, draw. Tablash. By the way, I did not look at the
समझ आया
engine. I'm
चैट
just checking now.
समझ
h4,
आया चैट
bishop g6, rook g3. Oh, actually, a6 is not working. Tikubai, why not?
कुछ रुक जी वन और चेक होगा भाई कुछ
Ah, check here, bhai. Rook
आओ चलो
a6,
तुक्का
check, rook g1, a7, and knight d3 check basically. And if the king is holding the a1 square, so if you go king a2, then knight b4 check, king b2, and now suddenly the a2 square becomes open. So rook g2 check and then rook a2. Why? This is so complicated.
एक बंदा कहता टिक्कू ऑलवेज गिव मी WGM वाइब्स क्या था
क्या क्या आपने कर दिया भाई, crazy.
उसी पे हंस रहा था
Yes,
मैं
by can you defeat Levy in a blitz or in a classical match? So I think in blitz, Levy is very, very good. I think he's around 28, 2900 on chess.com. He's very, very strong. But classical, mein, I'm not sure if he's, I think his rating is around 2350 or so. There I have an edge, I feel. But blitz and rapid, mein, I think we are pretty even, more or less. In fact, I think I've played one game against him in bullet, like some 10 years ago, like 5 years ago or so. No, like 2017, 18 or so. And I actually lost that match. I was
Are we
actually
talking
taking a
about
look
you
at
and
it.
Harshit?
Talking about Levy.
Ah, Levy. Ah, okay, okay.
Levy. Harshit, I think is, I mean, Harshit is the, I mean, we are like the same in everything, yeah?
Yeah, I've seen you the same in everything. याद आ रहा है मुझे कुछ कुछ. Can't
मत
share.
कराओ भाई याद.
Okay, by the way,
कुछ
let's go full
चीजें,
screen.
बातें
Um,
कुछ अनकही सी, उनको अनकही रखो.
Bhai, I hope Ankahi move na nikal de bishop b7. Okay, rook h7 is also a draw as you mentioned. But जूझ ना दिमाग में सोच लूंगी कि यार अर्जुन ने पॉन दिया है तो शायद ड्रॉ ना हो. Like that's the you know logic she might come up with. It's totally possible.
Wait
सुहेल
a
भाई कुछ
second,
तो गीगल कर रहे हैं भाई
just
पढ़ के
taking a
कमेंट.
screenshot very quickly. I have found the best comment I have ever seen in my life. Let's go. Dynamite, you are OP भाई.
ऐसा क्या कमेंट पढ़ लिया भाई.
देखो भाई देखो. हाँ, तारीफ कर रहे हो भाई आप.
एनएम इज नॉट फिट टाइटल भाई. सीएम भी तो है यार, तभी तो लेके रखा
रुको,
है वो.
भेज रहा हूँ आपको, भेज रहा हूँ.
ऑनलाइन रेटिंग ऑफ लेविन ब्लिट्ज इज 3060. भाई इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग यार. ब्लिट्ज रेटिंग बहुत मेरी भी बढ़ गई, सबकी बढ़ गई यार. वेट आई एम चेकिंग क्या भेजा है भाई ऐसा. हाँ ये
भेजा
देखा
आप?
मैंने भाई, ये देखा मैंने.
आपको ही
इससे
भेज रहा हूँ,
फनी मुझे
sorry.
दूसरा वाला लगा लेकिन दैट
नहीं,
वाज फनी.
ये this is epic, I think. This cannot be, you cannot top this भाई. Beautiful comment there.
डू यू थिंक लेवी कैन बिकम अ जीएम? यस भाई.
Oh, bishop b7 played.
Oh, she plays it. Wow. But can we? No, we can't go h5. Yeah, a6, I guess. Hey, this is getting tricky. Oof. Imagine, like, can we play this h5 on the board?
Yeah.
A6. Now king b6 only move after a6. Let's say the
Mm-hmm.
best move at least. Now c5 check. King a7 and c6. भाई कौन खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए?
Knight d5.
Yeah, knight d5 you have to find, and now rook g1,
Rook
and then
e6.
rook e6, and God
And now
knows
my
what's
question
happening.
is, ठीक है, I'll put my knight on c7 and I'm saying pass. That's how you know who's playing for a win here, bhai.
टिक्कू
This
भाई
this
टिक्की
bishop
निकले,
is,
ये क्या
and
था भाई?
also like as Zujin, like if she sees that the bishop is kind of boxed out in the corner of the board, and she
हाँ.
sees the knight can go to c7, and I still have three pawns which are yet to move. The king cannot reach because the rook is blocking it. I don't think she goes for it, no?
Yeah, but she did play bishop b7. So when you play bishop b7, I think a6 is an automatic choice, no? Like she might not play c5, but a6 she's gonna play next move, um, for sure. And the best move, for example, if not h5, the best move my engine shows is knight d3 check. And that also makes some sense. And now white has to play king c2 apparently, and then knight b4 check and king d2 apparently.
King
Again,
d2 to put pressure here, and then you
check
go
and
rook
king
a3.
e2. I check the king e2 खेलना है. So it just
Hmm.
keeps going on, yeah.
So rook a3, okay, it doesn't matter if the king is on d2 or e2. Rook h7, rook a5, and two pawns. Am I losing this pawn? Rook g7 maybe?
Rook g7,
Sorry,
rook
I have rook
h7.
a7. I don't lose the pawn.
Then why is it
Yeah, but
equal?
tough भाई. I know it's tough. I know it's equal, and I know it's draw, but I feel like chat की से भी थोड़ी vibes आ रही है मुझे कि like I feel chat is thinking this is more likely to be a draw than it is a win for Arjun, and I really think it's the other way around. I think there's a very big chance that Arjun will convert this because it's very hard to
Hmm.
play, and best moves for Zoo.
Hmm. And I'm equal to no mercy. अब ये चल रहा है भाई.
The plan of pushing pawns without moving king is very natural. In fact, we'll play this. Oh wow. बाय 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 बाय. शुरुआत अच्छा किया था आपने, बीच में थोड़ा डेंजरस हो गए आप.
NGM क्या है भाई? What is NGM? I really don't want to know the full form.
No, please, why are you asking even भाई?
Yeah, but it's
कंटेंट
the
पे
title,
कंटेंट दिए
no?
जा रहे हो आप चैट को
It's the
मतलब.
title, no? Like, well, I don't want
किसी
to know the full
किसी
form.
ने नहीं सोचा था अबाउट यू एंड अ डब्ल्यू, कोई नहीं सोचेगा ये लाइफ में, बट अब सब सोचेंगे.
अरे भाई, you started.
अच्छा एक
गलती
बात
आपकी है
बताओ
भाई.
टिक्कू भाई, वो
हाँ.
टूर्नामेंट कौन सा था जहाँ पे आपका WGM नॉम हुआ?
I have no
वो तो
idea
बताओ.
भाई. 3 टूर्नामेंट थे, इतना मुझे याद है.
इज इट टिक्कू
And
भाई लर्निंग नॉट टू गिव मोर कंटेंट? अरे 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 अरे, चैट में
भाई,
अगर
किंग सी
किसी
टू
के पास
played.
टाइम हो, आई एम श्योर यू कैन फिगर आउट फ्रॉम द फीडे लिस्ट और रेटिंग्स, उसमें यू कैन सी वेयर ही परफॉर्म वेरी वेल.
Why she's just playing King D2 C2 casually, bhai. The best moves casually and King D2 played. It's dead equal now. भाई ड्रॉ के चांसेस बढ़ते जा रहे हैं बहुत ज्यादा now. I think it's very likely a draw.
यू थिंक सो? या,
Arjun bossed up his advantage, I think.
could be, could be. But let's say rook a3. I
हाँ.
actually don't like giving this check, to be honest, because I like this idea of king d4 and some check maybe. And if the king is on e2, you could go to f3 and you could activate it further. So
हाँ
rook
तो
h7 happens. I'll go rook a5, and now rook g7 pretty much the only move. And this is what I was saying. Like I have moves like king d4,
rook g6,
and now rook a2 check.
king
Actually,
e1.
सभी draw है भाई.
भाई वही तो. भाई ये
King
ड्रॉ गया
e1,
यार.
knight d3, king f1 is losing because rook a1 check. That is a very
हाँ, knight
unfortunate
f4.
blunder.
But king d1, yeah. Just in
So
time.
rook
King
a2
c3.
check, king d1, knight d3.
Oh, king c3, rook g2. King c3, rook g2. Bishop on b7, yaar.
Yeah, that bishop is the
Just in
problem with
time.
rook g2.
Bhai, she's gonna hold, I think.
Looks like it, yeah. Very nice defense, I would
Huge,
say, for
huge,
Zook.
huge result for Zujiner, yeah. And also
But I
Arjun
still
might
think it's
not be.
difficult to hold. I still think it's very difficult. Like one mistake is just all it takes. It's going to be 0 0 0 to just dead loss in 1 second. Very difficult, I think. भाई कुछ कह रहे हैं, एक कमेंट आया AUM980 से. टिकू भाई, if you could read that, what was it saying again?
By who?
By AUM980, OM
Wait,
980
let
भाई,
me
एक बार
check, yeah.
पढ़ पढ़
I'm
के
checking,
बताओ
I'm
ना. लाइक
checking that.
गुकेश
Yeah,
apparently
I'm
gave
checking,
some
I'm checking, checking,
statement.
checking.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll read it
checking.
out. I'll read it out
Oh,
before you
oh
fact check this.
no, he got timed out by a mod for 10 seconds. That is so sad.
But
कौन था ये
good
mod?
thing I can read deleted messages. Let's go.
Nice, 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 nice.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Hopefully Arjun can. Oh, but wait, can I play rookie 7 here or is that lost already? Because I can save the pawn, right? Because
But
that's
then
the only
A6
way I.
probably.
A6. Okay, am I just losing this now?
King B6 and oh, Rook B1, and you could
Oh,
lose this, yes.
भाई सच में हार गया. Knight C6 apparently is the move now. And you can't take the knight. Oh, maybe this is the way, yeah? Oh, don't know. BCCI ruined Tikku's career. What? Yes. शहद और मुझ में एक ही बंदे को चूज करना था उन्होंने, और उन्होंने चुना थाला को. अरे क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई? Like, what is Arjun thinking? 10 minutes now.
Thinking what to eat. Wow, you didn't get the reference भाई. Crazy. टिक्को भाई
नहीं भाई
आपसे एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था यार. अरे कम ऑन भाई, तो ये तो विशी सर ने कहा था भाई ड्यूरिंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप कॉन्फ्रेंस. यू डोंट रिमेंबर
अच्छा
when there was this whole
हाँ.
line and विशी
नहीं,
सर was
I
like,
went
I
to the
was
previous one जो मैंने बोला था डिनर वाला, तो I
ah.
thought it's that. But I would love some paneer right now, man. बहुत भूख लगी है यार. But okay, rook e7, clearly it's dangerous, but saves the pawn, but it's dangerous. So Arjun is considering rook a3, but does he have any winning chances? 12 minutes. If Zujina had 2 minutes, I would still have more faith. I feel like this is very close to a draw if Zhu just kind of plays the next 3 to 4 moves comfortably. How is a three-player tiebreak decided? Good question. I think we'll have to look into this because when Magnus plays an event, usually you're not looking out for tiebreak regulations. You're like, Magnus plays, Magnus wins. But that's clearly not the case. If Arjun draws, it's going to be a three-way tie for first place with one round to go. Will be a lot of fun. All to play for.
Absolutely. 8 minutes to go. By the way, is this the last game? No, there's one more game between Jordan and Nils. Do you want to take a quick look and see how Jordan is doing?
Yeah, exciting opposite color bishop endgame, Saj. I would love to
Oh,
check
your
it out.
favorite bhai. It's like besides Rook Bishop versus Rook, this is your favorite endgame, no? Opposite colored
Yeah.
bishop
When
endgames.
you get your WGM title, they teach you this endgame सबसे पहले FIDE वाले. So very
Ah,
nice.
okay, 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 okay. So it's like intro class, yeah. You just get opposite color. So what is it
Yes.
about the opposite colored bishop endgames you like the most? Is it the opposite or is it the bishops?
I like that intentional draw, Saj. Why I don't lose. Like that's the best part. I feel. Like I don't like losing, so it's just a drawish tendency. I think.
Hmm. Chat में कोई लिख रहा है, we missed WGM in commentary panel. But apparently not. Apparently not, chat. So let's go back to Arjun. I think basically the other game is just a dead draw, opposite color bishop. Not really much to analyze there. So I think that game is definitely going to end in a draw. And then we have this one remaining, which could end in a result. By the way, so far, one draw, another is about to happen in a draw as well. And Magnus won against Andy. And then there is this is the basically the final game.
By the way, also huge update. There will be tiebreaker if it's a tie confirmed. If two or more players score the same number of points in the tournament, a tiebreak to determine the tournament winner will be played. चाहे जितने भी players हो tiebreak होगा. And the time control for tiebreaks is it's 3+2. Wow.
Oh, nice. World Blitz के थोड़ी memories याद आ रही हैं मुझे. Because, Chad, I don't know if you remember, but एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था मैग्नस और अर्जुन के बीच में वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्स के टाइम पे, जब एक क्वीन पड़ी हुई थी A5 पे एंड कुछ नॉक हुआ था एंड देन मैग्नस एंडेड अप लूजिंग दैट मैच एंड आई थिंक this is the first time they would be facing each other since that in blitz. Yep, table slam
Yeah.
2.0, that's what it was.
And if it's a tie with, it can't be a tie between three players, I think, because
Yep.
um,
अब तो
it
प्रग
can be
के
a
साथ भी
tie.
एक बार टेबल स्लैम बनता है ना भाई, मतलब एक बार कंप्लीट तो करो ट्राइफेक्टा. गुकेश के साथ हो गया, अर्जुन के साथ हो गया, बट ऑल्सो लाइक
नॉर्वे में
लाइक
करेंगे.
ऑल्सो इट हैज टू बी इन डिफरेंट, लाइक गुकेश के साथ इट वाज क्लासिकल, अर्जुन के साथ इट वाज ब्लिट्स, सो प्रग के साथ इट हैज टू बी रैपिड आई फील.
तो नॉर्वे के टाई ब्रेक में करेंगे ना भाई, रैपिड होता है ना वो.
हाँ हाँ बढ़िया. नॉर्वे के टाई ब्रेक में इज व्हाट वी कैन एक्सपेक्ट, दैट वुड बी लाइक परफेक्ट, फुल सर्कल.
By the way, Zujna is thinking, but Rook G7 feels like an automatic move. She.
चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है सहज भाई जीएम कैसे बने, क्या तपस्या करते रहते हो? हाँ भाई.
GM टाइटल मिलने से पहले यस, बाद में इट्स ऑल पार्टीज उन्होंने
हाँ,
बोला ना.
उससे पहले बहुत
उससे
बहुत प्रे
पहले
करना पड़ता है भाई,
डेली
बहुत.
तपस्या करनी पड़ती है.
यस.
It's very important to step out in the 45 degrees Celsius sun and then do the tapasya and then you come out. Yeah. That's how you become a GM. Why does India have 100 GMs? Because of tapasya.
So now Rook G7 is the only move for Zoo. And then the pawn on G6 is under attack. We looked at this idea of King D4 check, and but the problem is this bishop and the rook will connect on the G2 square and save this very precious second rank. And with that, she will save the game. But that's the last hurdle for Zoo. Let's see if she finds this. If she solves this, I think it's a draw. If she doesn't, then the game continues and then it will be difficult to save again.
Chad, I feel like Zhu has fought really well. Like she almost deserves that draw at this point. The fact that she found all of these moves, Rook H1, and of course earlier in the game, not giving up, and Arjun not kind of pushing those pawns quickly, brought his king, wanted to play it safe, and that's exactly what he gets a safe position. So he's a pawn up, c4 is hanging, but somehow the black king is far away. Like the black king would love to be on f6 right now, I feel. Maybe. I'm not sure, but yeah, might be better. So at least
Chalo,
e5.
chat question for you. Like, if let's say white plays rook g7, black says, I'm going to give a check. White says, you know what? I don't know opening principles. I will play king to c1 here. Now, if I had to play in this position king d4 and then king c3. So instead of taking the pawn, I went around the pawn. What is this method known as? I feel we have used this in commentary many times, and it's a very common endgame principle. Anyone familiar with the method? It's something you will remember, I think, if you know it. Shield, that's very close. That's very close. I mean, basically, you're correct. I think it's just a matter of words at the end of the day. And yes, umbrella. That's the word I was looking for. Umbrella. Because what it does is after rook g7, let's say black goes king d4, you capture the pawn, I give a check. And then imagine in this scenario, white wanted to give checks from the back. Let's say imagine the rook was on g8, right? There is no rook c8 check. And this is where the shield, as someone else pointed out,
And
is
this is such a
applicable.
famous concept. It's such a famous concept, this one, that Rihanna wrote a song about it. Like it's so well known, chat. So if you
Uh-huh.
don't know it, do listen to that song and kind of, familiarize yourself with this concept. Yeah.
भाई रियाना ने पहले कैपा ब्लैंका की गेम्स भी तो स्टडी करे थे बिफोर राइटिंग दैट सॉन्ग.
Yeah, of course. Meanwhile, still no moves.
Do they
Eight
teach
minutes.
this to WGMs?
Yeah. We all are big Rihanna fans, by the way.
भाई
Um,
मतलब टिकू भाई genuine question, do they?
I don't know. Where do they teach this? I don't know. I
You
missed
have
that class.
opened, you have started something today, bhai. You have started something very, very big today. I'm just saying. Oh, by the way, Tiku bhai, any chance of a rook knight versus rook? Because I see
I'll
in a distant galaxy far, far away, it's possible. Not very far away, actually. Like in three
I'll
moves, it's
take it.
possible. So let's say
Right
rook
now, I'll
g7.
even take that. Yeah, I'll even take that.
Bhai,
I think,
देखो,
Sage. Bhai.
rook a7. Isn't rook g6 working here? Top three में नहीं दिख रही है मुझे, but I don't understand why. Because rook f6, you have rook d7 check, and then knight d3 check. Okay, it doesn't work in this scenario.
Bhai, this is a
But
bit interesting. After Rook A7, King E3 is the only move for White, actually.
hmm, I see that. And king c4, king f4. I think you will go into the rook knight versus rook here. King g5, knight e5, I guess. Oh, bishop d5 check is there, but yeah, never mind. If there is a rook knight versus rook, I think that, I mean, at least Arjun can play on. By the way, rook g7 played. And Chad, do you know? Actually, you might not know this, but there is someone that you guys know very well who very recently won a rook knight versus rook endgame. I'm only mentioning this because I think it's a very special moment for a lot of chess players because such endgames, rook bishop versus rook knight versus rook, are known to be extremely difficult to win. Of course, rook bishop versus rook is much easier in comparison, but rook knight versus rook is like one in 1,000 games maybe. I'm being very generous here. It's actually more. The number is way more. But someone actually did win this 2 weeks ago. And that player, you know very well, his name is Harshit. Harshit played a tournament just now in the last round, went into a rook knight versus rook and managed to win the game. Like, it's a incredible achievement, I think, for a chess player. By the way, Tikku Bhai, on the board, rook a7, king e3, you can see this.
Last chance, I think. Last chance for Arjun. I think Zoo has to just put that king to e3. She should understand that the bishop is not important. We're going to win the 2 pawns. I'm okay with the rook knight versus rook. And king e3, if she plays, she's of course going to play king f4 and king g5. So last chance, I think, for Arjun here. If he has to win, Zoo has to make a mistake right about now.
Yeah, exactly. Because I fell for this rook g6 business because I thought rook b7, rook f6, and this guy's hanging, but there is rook d7 check, and somehow any spot the king goes to, the knight can provide some check or some resource, some trick to win the game. This is not easy to like. Look at this, Tikubai. If I played, let's say, King E1, F4.
Nice.
If you played King E2, then Rook E7 check. Of course, Rook E5 is simple. So E5 पे तो आप रख ही नहीं सकते. If you go to King C3, then there is Rook D3 check and Rook F3. And if you go King C1, again F4. Because Rook F4, there is Knight D3 check and you win the game. So this is, I think, okay, not a very difficult trap to fall into, but still something to be mindful of.
I think she's managed the clock very well. Like, this is the perfect amount of time to have for your last decision. She has 7-8 minutes she had when she started thinking. Perfect time management. I think that's really helped her. If she had 1 minute here, I would not be sure she'll find this. So Zushina, I think, totally deserves the draw if she finds King E3. And Arjun, I think, missed a chance here, but overall, the only mistake he's had in this entire event in an otherwise perfect tournament. And if he does win tomorrow, then this will not be a big deal for him at all. So overall, a great game to follow. And आज का दिन was crazy, yeah? I mean, Gukesh winning and of course this. So she should find this though. Chad, do you think she finds King E3? The blue arrow, the last major decision for her. She's about to play, yes or no?
Think yes.
No,
And never
she doesn't
mind.
find it.
Never mind. I should not have doubted my instincts there.
Wow.
That I thought it was difficult, but okay, she kept playing best moves after best move. But okay, one mistake. But I don't think this changes much because if I give a check on A3, as the blue arrow points out, she has to go King D2, and now the difference is Tikubai. I can play Rook G3 to defend this pawn.
Yes. Okay, now it's getting too difficult, Seja, because now the thing is, no time management, jo main keh raha tha, like now it's going to get below 5 minutes very soon. Let's have a look at a few moves, right? So Rook A3 check, which should be obvious. King goes to D2, I'm guessing again, and Rook G3.
By the way,
So
King B2 is a huge blunder. That's a losing move instantly. Rook A3 check played, by the way. Let's go. We don't even have to analyze. Arjun is super
Wow.
quick. 6 minutes now for Zuziner. I think now the chances for Arjun increase dramatically.
Agreed. And I think Sahaj Bhai's intuition was on point again. But I feel like we all are the web of this one. But to be honest, like I think Zuzina was so close, man. Like she was so close. Just one move. And if she messes this up, this is gonna hurt a lot. And now look at this. Rook C7 check only move. And that's another mistake. F4 winning for Arjun now. Officially, he's winning.
And Chad, why is F4 relevant in this position? There is a threat that Azu is making in this position. Very, very important to spot the threat. And that threat is bishop takes F5 because the rook is pinned. That's why you should move this pawn right now.
एंड जब भी मैं चिल्लाता हूँ एक बंदा तो होता ही है भाई अरे भाई मत चिल्लाओ भाई I wish I couldn't. I just can't control my excitement, Chad. It just happens it's like a reflex action at this point, yeah, because chess offers so much drama. And now F4 played by Arjun. Saif, this is just over because now my pawns are on dark squares. Your bishop cannot even touch them. And the C4 pawn is just so far away. Compare that to the A6 pawn. It was all the way up the board. This C4 pawn is nowhere. And my king coming to D4 also offers mating ideas. You cannot tackle everything.
Yeah, I think on the dark squares, Arjun is just completely dominating. She just gave a lifeline basically to Arjun. I think Arjun realized it was a draw, but it's too late now. G5 incoming, rook check incoming. You could be some mating attack ideas also towards the king. I actually wouldn't be surprised if, like, in the next 5 moves, Zujiner resigns. Actually, Tikubai,
Yeah,
next
actually.
1-1 Maggie. I think Zujiner will resign in the next 5 moves.
I'm checking.
I
So
think.
F4. Okay, I'm on with you. I'll take you up on that challenge. I think
પાંચ.
she plays for 5 moves.
Chat,
So 52
was I just too overconfident there? I feel like this
So
is just completely over.
so 52 moves. 58 move अगर आ गई 58th एक move आ गई,
So
then
I
you're
owe you
lost,
Maggie.
right?
Yeah, let's go.
हाँ. White को 58th move खेलनी है basically, chat. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. I feel like I'm going to win by one move, Sahaj bhai. I feel like I'm going to win by one move, but let's see.
But Tikubai, I'm sure you can relate to this because probably you've been on both sides of this situation. I mean, I have as well, where
More so on the
like
white side, but yes.
no, it's like it's more so that you have a good game and the game is going in a certain flow, but then you make that one mistake and then to correct that mistake, you make like consequent mistakes basically, and that could be a blunder as well. I feel like that's what's going to happen here, where like she's going to play something which will be an immediate tactical mistake, which is what usually happens.
Yeah, but sometimes, you kind of play by, inertia sometimes, Sage, by like 3, 4 moves because it hurts a lot. So that's what I am banking on. But also, like bishop e6 is a nice move. Defends the c4 pawn, also controls g4 for now. So it's not trivial. For example, if you play f3, I'm guessing that's not ideal because king e3 suddenly and it's a draw. So g5, I think, makes sense. But then you will have to couple the king d4 idea with some pawn push, and it might take 5 moves, is my guess.
Okay, 58 is what we said. So basically, this is move one.
One gaya. 4 more moves you have in your kitty.
No,
I
bishop
should
c8
not
f4 is when we
use words
started
like
ना.
kitty, but
So
okay. हाँ.
यहाँ पे पहली चाल शुरू हुई ना भाई white की.
नहीं, 52 f4 पे हमने डिस्कस किया था, and bishop e6
भाई
was the
f4
first
तो
move.
चल दिया था उसने.
हाँ, so bishop e6 is the first move, right? That's the first move
Yeah,
gone.
first move now, and now g5. That's
58.
first move complete.
If we see the 58 number on our screen, I have won basically. What happened to Gukesh after winning? He drew against Wesley So in a very quick draw with the black pieces. A good result, I think, for Gukesh. And Sindarov lost all 3 games. So tomorrow, I think tonight, Sindarov will not be able to sleep well, and he will be coming back guns blazing tomorrow. Important day. And of course, let's not forget Gukesh, Sindarov yet to play 2 more games against each other. That will be in
Yeah,
the Blitz.
absolutely. Absolutely. मजा आएगा भाई उसमें भी बहुत बहुत, because we know Sindarov is going to be looking for that revenge for sure to even the score there against Gukesh. So बड़ा मजा आएगा भाई. और लिख रहा है सहज भाई, are you both in same place? You mean me and Sahil? No, no. Sahil is I think in Mumbai, and I'm in Budapest in Hungary. Actually, I'm way closer to Arjun than I am to Sahil. That's actually
You,
crazy.
you are closer to all the Indian players, no?
All the Indian players I'm closer to basically, physically. Oh, see, this is what I told you. You make consequent blunders. That's a big blunder again.
G5, Rook B7, 3 more moves to go. Now, Rook B5 is a threat, right? So I have to do something. What do I do? What's
Wait a
the best way
second.
forward?
I'm sorry, Rook D3 check.
King E2.
Rook E3 check and you lose, no?
Okay, Bishop
Bishop
Marra. Oh, my
one.
bad. It's been
I think that's
6
what
hours
she
then.
missed also.
But then it is gone, no? Because if the king has to come to C1, then essentially, I mean, the pawns are just moving forward, yeah? Marching forward. Rook E3 and just like push the pawn.
Yeah, for sure.
Feels bad for Zoon. Now I think, yeah, I do agree with you. I think she was so close to that draw and would have been a well-deserved one, as we discussed. I think a great fought game by Zujiner here. Just that final lap, yeah, final lap पे जाके overtake कर लिया, Max. I mean, final lap पे गलती कर दी Zujiner ने. And let's see what happens.
Think Arjun is about to play Rook D3 check. You can see barely can contain. Why it looks such a nice move to play over the board. He has to go King C1 and then Rook E3 is just GG. This is, I think, where you can resign, and that would be move 55, right? 58 was the rule here.
Yeah, I think you have 3 more moves still remaining. Let's see.
India आया करो सहज भाई भाई जरूर. I think I will come probably in June July time. I usually do like in 3-4 months I visit once. King
Okay,
C1 played
55
by the
moves
way.
हो चुकी है. 2 more moves you have, Sahaj bhai. Do you think you win
नहीं नहीं
this?
भाई, थर्ड मूव तो अभी हुई ना, ये थर्ड मूव
थर्ड
है.
हो गई ना, 2 बची आपके पास बस.
हाँ.
Rook E3 played by Arjun. Zoo,
तो
I think he
बेसिकली
should play
लास्ट
on
मूव के
it.
बाद उसको बस 57 के उसको रिजाइन करना है एसेंशियली.
58 अगर नंबर दिख गया हमें स्क्रीन पे तो I win basically. No, tomorrow last game. Yes, tomorrow is the last game for TePe Sigeman, and we might even have tie breaks. So tomorrow might be a long game, but depends. If Arjun wins this game and wins tomorrow, it's over. And we also have the GCT tournament. So Sahaj Bhai would be interesting. Ooh, I thought she's about to resign, Sahaj Bhai. I almost thought I lost the bet, but no.
You know, it has happened to me before where I was in a completely winning position and my opponent had a rook like on the 8th rank. And then he went out to, bring the rook back to the first rank and I thought he was resigning. Literally, it's the most awkward
आपने हाथ
thing
पकड़
for
लिया
a
क्या?
chess player ever. Sorry?
आपने हाथ पकड़ लिया क्या ओपोनेंट का?
Ha, I like took my hand out because I thought he was resigning. It was so embarrassing actually.
साहिल भाई आप भी WGM हो मुझे लगता है. By the way, we should get played. Let's go.
अरे नहीं नहीं भाई, मुझे मत डालो इसमें भाई.
भाई
वो
हर
तो
GM
आप ही
WGM
हो.
होता है.
वो तो आप ही हो.
By the way, 56 हो चुकी हैं. You have only one more move, Sahaj bhai, in your kitty.
भाई G4 खेलो, खत्म करो. What is this? यार ऐसे
Chat, by the way,
93 95 मत खेलिए अर्जुन, प्लीज डोंट गिव चेक्स. दैट्स में एक मूव फालतू की चली जाएगी. लेट्स गो अर्जुन, प्लेज F3.
okay,
लेट्स, मजा ही आ
if
गया भाई.
Zoo resigns right now, Sahaj wins. If both play one more move and Zoo plays one more, Sahaj loses. By the way, chat, do like the
So if
stream.
both play one
Arjun,
more, if both play one more move, I still win. You still didn't see
yes.
58.
Yes, 58 screen पे आना चाहिए. Chat, by the way, do like the stream because let's get more people in for the final moment for the Arjun game. He was almost drawing, but is gonna win now. And this means he will be leading the TePe Sigeman Tournament after round 6. Final round में जाते हुए Magnus Carlsen से आधा point आगे होंगे. That is huge.
Wow. Very, very impressive. Zoo is right now thinking 3 minutes on the clock. Just one move, by the way, Tiku Bhai, which is King D2. Besides that, you might as well just resign here. By the way, just want to point it out, just for tactical reasons, there is Rook B5 check on the board, which supposedly takes your knight. But besides the pawn on F3, there's a very cute tactic here. King D4, Rook B4, and now I'm not even gonna push this. I can push
Nice.
F2, F1. I'm not
We
even
can ask
gonna
the
do
chat.
that, but
We can ask the,
yeah,
we can ask the chat.
chat,
Chat,
you can
black to
find
play.
it. Let's say last puzzle for today. Black to play and win.
सहज भाई अगली चाल पे भी एक पजल पूछना है ना 58 पे एक बार.
So King C3. There we go.
Yes. Good
And
move,
that's a
chat.
checkmate. And the rook is hanging. So very nicely spotted by the chat. Chat, nahi rukti bhai. Let's go. 2 minutes now for Zoo. Is she gonna play King D2 or not? Is the
Come
question.
on, Zoo. King E2, never resign. Remember the principle.
साहिल भाई ने पहली बार बोल हो गए.
Many things happen in life for the first time, Zoo. Come on, King D2. Never resign.
कुछ कुछ और चीज हुई आज जो फर्स्ट टाइम हुई, जो आज इससे पहले चैट आपको आपको ना पता हो इसके बारे में, बट फर्स्ट टाइम आपने ये चीज सुनी हो. ऐसा कुछ हुआ
Gukesh ने
क्या
हराया
आज?
सिंदारो को भाई for the first time.
नहीं, गुकेश डिड बीट सिंडारोव बिफोर इन
Let's
फास्टर
go!
फॉर्मेट्स. ही हैज डन
Big Sujina fan. King D2 played, by the way. And
इट.
let's see. सहज भाई आधी मूव बची है आपके पास.
चैट कुछ लिख रही है भाई. चैट मतलब देखो ना, किसी का भी मैसेज देखो आप.
Sahil being WGM, but I didn't get the title, Sahaj bhai, because I didn't cross 2300. So I got the norms, but I didn't cross the rating barrier. So I don't have the WGM title, unfortunately.
Just when I thought it couldn't get, you just went and you just, had to say that also, bhai. Crazy.
Come on. Arjun bhai to khelenge hi, I mean. ये तो पता ही है. The only question is, will Zoo resign or will Zoo play one more move? I hope she plays one more move.
No, no, she will play now. I think you won because you never resign after a check, I think. There can be
It's
a
not.
stat on this. I would love to check it out. Anytime, I don't think people just generally don't resign after a check.
Sahil is digging himself deeper. I would love to dig myself deeper for one more move. if the game goes on, that will be great.
Just like the rating after
Yeah,
you
I'm
got
okay.
after you got the title.
One more move. गेम अभी तक कैसे चल रहा है वही भाई जादू. Saj is 30. I thought just like 25. Yellow Saj bhai.
Alright, thanks, bhai.
Compliment ही
Thanks.
compliment.
I'll definitely take that, bhai. But yes, that is unfortunately true, bhai.
Okay, Arjun has 5 minutes. Still no moves. Is Arjun fuming? No, 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 no. I think he's doing the final calculations because you want to make sure you don't give your opponent even like a glimmer of opportunity, especially when you spoiled your advantage once. You want to make sure everything, you've calculated every single detail in the position. It's a good, he has time. He should use it. He's not going to carry it over to the next game.
Yeah, exactly. So let's give a check. I think वो सोच रहा है रुक D3 check दे या फिर रुक E2 check दे. Both of them look fine. अरे chat so wholesome भाई. Thank you so much. But हाँ भाई सच है. आप फीडे पे ही check कर सकते हो भाई. Arjun looks happy in his. Bhai, Arjun ka expression, I feel, is something no one can ever decode. You cannot tell if he's, on the Chesscom India page on Instagram, they actually did like this quiz, no, Tiku bhai, where you show a picture of Arjun and then you ask whether it's winning, whether
Yep.
Arjun is winning or he's losing. I challenge you, chat. You cannot figure out.
ठीक है भाई, गिव मी अ गुड चेस बोर्ड एज अ गिफ्ट प्लीज. क्यों भाई, आपने ऐसा स्पेशल क्या किया जिंदगी में?
Sergeant Tiku bhai, what are your go-to openings for both colors? Difficult, bhai. Difficult question. But I think for both of us with white, it's definitely London.
Yeah, I think कुछ नहीं पता, कोई preparation नहीं है. You don't have any preparation. You're just playing a game. London, I think. If I play a rapid game in any Mumbai at some point, I'll always play the London. Like it's just I'm not gonna test out new openings or even play the Queen's Gambit. I don't want to face some random line, some Tarash suddenly out of the blue, and then I have to calculate stuff. Not really. Yes, yes, I played that opening to get that WGM norm. Yes, yes, London helped
Yes.
me there.
Yeah.
You should get my course for that one, by the way. But okay, Arjun's still not playing. By the way, 2.5 minutes.
Imagine आप एक course बनाते हो भाई, how to be a WGM.
No, no, no.
That
How
would
to
be
get
hilarious.
WGM norms? That will be accurate. I'm
Bhai,
not a
you
WGM
should make
technically.
a course like this on your website, no? That the one where you have the London course, how to be a
WGMSahilTiku.com,
WGM.
yeah.
Yep,
देखता हूँ
exactly.
कोड आईडी पे
sahiltiku.com.
अवेलेबल है क्या वेबसाइट? WGMSahilTiku.com. Let me see. Oh, it's available for 1 cent. By the way, Rook D3
Yeah.
check played.
It will be available forever, by nobody will.
Let's go, brother. After winning one Maggie yesterday, I win another one. And Rook B3 only move.
Bhai, you did win the Maggies, but at what cost is the question.
Bhai, only
आज
one
आज लग रहा है
move.
आपने बहुत कुछ खोया आज आपने टिकू भाई.
Bhai, there's only one move for Arjun.
Yeah, but it's
Everything else is a
Arjun.
draw.
Yeah, but it's Arjun. वो एक सेकंड में निकालेगा रुक B3. He
Come
wouldn't
on,
play
Arjun.
Rook. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
thank God.
Like, of
Thank God,
course,
bhai.
bhai. He
Thank God.
wouldn't play
Thank
Rook
God.
D3
Hmm.
otherwise if he didn't see Rook B3. It's Arjun. Come on.
That's why he was thinking. That makes sense.
मतलब भरोसा हो जाता है अब तो पता होता है कि like this is very very easy.
Hmm. Rakesh is saying, Sahil, can you stop laughing on commentary? Bro, I was... हंसना भी छोड़ दूं. ये क्या logic है भाई? Why would I stop laughing, brother? You should laugh more, maybe. That's on you,
Also,
brother.
too many choices letting us know he's literally winning on material and position. What are they talking about? So basically, this is what you call a blue arrow, and that means that it's the only move in the position that keeps that let's say evaluation in the game. Any other move besides the arrow would have resulted in a draw. That's why it was important for Arjun to play Rook B3 in this position. If you want, someone asked why Rook B3. That's because Rook B5 check. We did mention this a bit earlier, but Rook B5 check attacks the G5 pawn, but also takes away the B4 knight as well. And with Rook B3, you defended your knight, and you're saying, okay, give me the check. I'll go King D4, take the pawn, and now Black to play and win. There is just one way to win here, by the way, chat.
Oh,
Black to
wow.
play and win, and it's a mate in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you're telling me the difference is either you find mate in 5 or it's a draw?
Yes.
Wow.
1, 2,
So
yeah, 5.
I'm hoping Arjun, has calculated all of it, because time-wise, it could be risky.
Precise. I mean, but okay, Arjun will look at this in a
Oh, knight
second.
d3
And
check.
yes, that is correct, chat. Knight d3 check is the move. And then rook b2, king c3, rook d2 will just win. By the way, she has just made a move, so let's go there quickly. Rook g7 was played, knight d3 check. By the way, same position on the board. Let's go.
Only move, only move to win the game. Arjun could still boss this up. This is still tricky. Knight to d3 check. And then knight to e5 he has to find, really.
So knight d3 check, king d2. Oh no, knight f4 is also winning. No, I
Yeah,
would
two
argue
moves.
knight f4 is much easier. Oh wait, rook
Yeah,
g5
yeah,
is a
yeah.
check. Rook g5 is a check. Never mind. So
No, I mean,
knight e5,
regardless,
rook
like,
g5, just king d4.
regardless, yeah.
Yeah,
When it's an only move, it's always tricky with two, when you have 1 minute on the clock. Yeah, it's
correct.
Arjun has to be precise. He's a super GM. He'll not miss this if he had more time. It's about the clock now, because with a minute on the clock, anything can happen.
Don't go for the king. Don't go for the king. Just yeah, go. Just push. Because if you played king d4 here, you can say okay after rook g5, it's exactly the same position that we were talking about before, the one with a mate in five, I believe it was. But after king d4, there is an intermezzo. And chat in rook pawn endings, in any end games, always look for intermezzos. They are your best friends. Here, king f2, this middle move helps you take the pawn and also doesn't allow black to play knight d3 check and get king e3 and everything. And the position is once again a draw. So Arjun has to be careful to not give this square on f2. Black has to play knight d3 check and then continue the game.
Thanks for Narendra Bhai. Meanwhile, chat, like the stream, let's get more people in, because and he finds the only move. And now Zuzhina needs to play king to d2. King f1, rook b1 is already checkmate. She plays king to d2 quickly, and the pressure is back on Arjun. Sahaj Bhai, as we discussed, knight e5 or knight f4, two moves possible.
So knight e5 के बाद rook g5 मर सकता है, but then king d4. And okay, you might think optically this is like maybe not winning because just एक ही pawn है. But in this specific scenario, this pawn on c4 is kind of like वो जो धुरंधर का एक जो बंदा
Yeah.
था. It's kind of like that. मैं वो रिवील नहीं कर रहा बिकॉज
Lamil
स्पॉयलर्स हो
Mamali.
जाएंगे. बट अरे भाई 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 ऐसे क्यों ये क्या कर दिया भाई. सॉरी चैट बट यस जमील जमाली ओपी भाई. This is
Lamil
that
bola
pawn.
bhai. Who's Jamil?
Without this pawn, without this pawn, this bishop would be super active and the rook would be under attack. And even if you played rook a3, there is no rook a2 check. So bishop could actually be a lot more powerful if this pawn didn't exist in the position. By the way, he
Yeah.
goes 95. Let's go.
Wow. Wow. Finds one of the only moves in the position, takes the extra score sheet because we've reached 60 moves. By the way, chat, if you've not played over the board chess, 60 moves is what you can write on a single score sheet in most cases. And after 60, you have to take a new one, just like an additional sheet during your papers. By the way, Rook G5 played, and now King D4 only move. But this one, of course, is an obvious one and very important. There is no Rook G4 check, and this means Rook B2 and F2 are incoming. Sahaj Bhai, Arjun now is completely winning. I don't see him messing this up now.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There is rook b2 check, knight d3. So the pawn is about to queen. There's also mating attack ideas on the king. This is, I guess, where she resigns.
Wow, what a day for Arjun, by the way. What a day for Gukesh. I think overall a great day for Indian chess. Great day for chess as well, because we saw some exciting games. Magnus Carlsen also winning with the black pieces. Yagiz also drawing. So it's going to be an exciting finish to TePe Sigeman. Tomorrow, chat, we of course have Gukesh's games, but we don't have Gukesh and Sindarov. So tomorrow, maybe TePe Sigeman takes like the front show for us, Sahaj Bhai, because it's the final day.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. It's gonna be so much. But also Magnus versus Yagiz, भाई वो भी तो है.
Oof.
वो तो भाई देखना ही पड़ेगा. Just for the
Agreed.
culture, because I feel that match is going to be so relevant in the next 10 years or so, because people are going to be talking about that match similar to how people were talking about the match between Magnus and Kasparov, where I
Yeah.
believe Magnus drew the first game, he was in a good position, but then in the second game he lost to Kasparov. But still, it's that match is really talked about even to this day. This is kind of
Agreed.
similar to that.
Agreed. And somebody said 50% is not impressive, Ukesh. I think it's not the most, mind blowing performance he's had over the years, but it's pretty impressive still, because he did defeat that crunch game against Sindarov. Also had a great comeback against Duda. And I think he should be pretty satisfied with what he's done so far because, again, rapid blitz is not his forte. He's not in great shape. And his form, he's not in great form. So this might be the win that he needed to get back in form. So let's see what happens by the bishop h7 play, trying to control the b1 square, for example. But this does give the c4 pawn away with check. Black could also just push f2 apparently. Even that is winning.
Yeah, by f2 is good and also knight takes c4 भाई जमील जमाली जी एक्चुअली नहीं फिर तो ये तो वो हो गया ना ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा स्पॉइलर हो जाएगा बट नेवर
I
माइंड
think I
यू
think
नो
you
हु
play
आई एम
f2
टॉकिंग
because
अबाउट राइट
yeah, look at this. F2, king e2, rook f3, threatening f1 queens, king f1 only move, and now you take on c4 only move with knight e3 mate. This could be a nice mate by.
या वेरी नाइस ब्यूटीफुल बट ओके आई थिंक इवन नाइट टेक्स
Played.
c4 instantly is also very good. Oh, he plays f2. Wow.
Let's
Clinical.
go. I think basically Arjun wants to be forcing. He has 1 minute on the clock. Great play. And every time he's playing, like, he has single moves to win this. Zujin, of course, will play something like, I don't know, rook f5, king e2. Only two moves come to mind.
And king e2 पे rook f3 नहीं तो knight f3. I mean he has calculated this, right? So no problem. King e2 तो forced ही है. Let's have it on the board.
10 seconds for Zoo. Plays king e2. And now look at the difference, chat. Rook f3 is mate in 12 and any other move is 0.00. See, like that's the power of an only move. But of course, Arjun will find it. Rook b2 check तो नहीं देगा ना भाई?
भाई प्लीज
Rook b2 check तो
फिर
नहीं
तो
देगा ना
बोलना
भाई?
पड़ेगा भाई बच्चा नहीं है तुम
40 सेकंड है भाई. Rook
अरे
f3
भाई
only
क्या
move.
बात कर रहे हो भाई अर्जुन है वो नो चांस
There we go. That
यप
seals the deal. And Arjun Erigaisi will take sole lead at the TePe Sigeman Tournament. He's going to be half a point ahead of Magnus Carlsen with 1 round to go. And he plays Andy Woodward tomorrow. And Andy, I think, lost today. And maybe not the best tournament, best few rounds for him, right? So,
भाई
great
वही
chances
तो
for
मैं आपको
Arjun to win
बता रहा
tomorrow.
था कि मैग्नस पहले उनको हराता है एंड देन यू नो दे आर नॉट फीलिंग द बेस्ट एंड देन अर्जुन इज देयर सेम हैपेंड विद जुजिन टुडे एंड नाउ आई थिंक एंडी इज इन काइंड ऑफ अ सिमिलर सिचुएशन वेयर
I,
आफ्टर मैग्नस यू फील लाइक लाइक यू नो आई कुड हैव डन बेटर एंड देन अर्जुन कैशेस
वो वो एएम बंदा लिखता बच्चा है तू मेरा साहिल आजा तुझे डब्ल्यूजीएम टाइटल दिलाऊं.
लवली
Hilarious.
लवली oh no way she's gonna take on c4 right
And nah, I think she resigns now.
no you can just resign here I think yeah
Yeah.
there is like no pattern
Kings.
also which is a stalemate or anything because so chat just for information takes के बाद the king can just run to e3 and you can play rook g3 rook g1 mate basically and white has no moves like your king cannot move because it's promotion so it's very simple
If Arjun draws tomorrow and Magnus wins, then there'll be tie breaks. So Arjun has to at least draw tomorrow. And if Magnus or Yagiz win, then he plays a tiebreak against them. If Arjun loses and Magnus wins, that's the only case Magnus wins directly. And with white pieces against, Andy, I think he's not going to lose. Very unlikely. So tiebreak to kal hoga at least, if not a clear first. Are there 8 seconds? Takes.
wow
Oh,
she
she takes it,
takes
yeah.
takes back and
Bishop
maybe is there
e4.
some there's no stalemate idea here no there's nothing
I
I don't
no
understand
idea, I
what
think.
I mean if there is a trick or something then I understand but not sure if that's there the pawn is just way too far ahead
Actually, yeah, we are now to 66 moves. Actually, काफी time लगा because it was much trickier than we thought. And
yeah
also, I think I know aim by I know Masta by last follow was hilarious actually.
so yeah, and by the way, in this position, if I just a cool fact for you guys that if for example, black's pawn instead of f2 was on g3, this is a theoretical draw. Even if you have a rook and a pawn, let's say on g3, I have a king on g1, bishop on this exact diagonal on b7, for example, it's a theoretical draw.
There it is. Zoo resigns. He was one move away from holding that draw, but it's all it takes. Yeah, one mistake, and at the end, in the end, it doesn't even matter, Sahaj Bhai. So Arjun takes home the point, and he's gonna point out to her that maybe there was a draw somewhere, but at the end, Arjun Erigaisi takes the dub. He goes to 4.5 out of 6 points. An impressive performance by the India number one. And he is in sole lead. And with this, he's gained a bunch of rating points as well and is close to 2765, Sahaj Bhai. If he wins tomorrow, he's going to cross the niche and become the new world number 6.
Oh, amazing. अच्छे दिन आ गए भाई. Let's go. That feels absolutely amazing. And also, like, I mean, props to Zoo Jenner for giving such a big fight. I mean, that end game with 2 versus 3, white having the pawns on the queen side, black having the pawns on the king side, it looked very, very messy overall. I'm just going to show this around this type of a position. Very, very difficult to hold this, but she held on until, I would say, maybe almost, yeah, until the very last minute, and then that blunder cost her the game essentially. But still a great fight from Zujiner. She's on track to be, to at least being one of the strongest female chess players in the world, and maybe the strongest player as well.
Agreed. And chat, I really want to thank you all for joining us because today was a very long stream, but we had a lot of fun thanks to you guys. And of course, Gukesh and Magnus and Arjun and Zoo and Sindarov and so many strong players. And we're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. It's going to be an exciting day 3 at the GCT Poland. Will Sindarov strike back after 3 losses? Will Gukesh continue and use today's win as indhan or fuel to fuel some victories tomorrow? And of course, what will Magnus Carlsen do tomorrow? Because he is in a must-win against the biggest talent chess has ever seen. And Arjun, if he wins tomorrow, he wins the event ahead of Magnus Carlsen and also becomes the world number 6. Sahaj bhai, tomorrow there is so much to look forward to.
Exactly. You have Gukesh Sindarov, you have Magnus, Yagiz, you have a possibility that Arjun wins the tournament. I mean, yeah, gonna be it just the tournament keeps getting better and better and better. But yeah, love to see it. Also, great to see Arjun at least eyeing that top 5 spot. It's been a while, so I think very, very good thing for Arjun, and I think great for his confidence as well. Let's go.
Chat, thanks a lot for joining. We're going to be back tomorrow at the absolute same time. Thanks for Saj Bhai for the amazing commentary, Saj Bhai for the flawless broadcast, and chat, thanks a lot to you for making this stream interesting for us. Do not miss tomorrow because it's going to be the final day of the TePe Sigeman Tournament. We're going to have a winner. It could be Magnus. And we have the standings once before we leave. That's very important. Why standings is important.
Standings
is really
what
important.
What is this?
We need the standings because this is clear.
What is this?
See,
क्यों देखी नहीं देखनी standings भाई अभी तो देखी थी standings.
See, there's also a possibility we could have a 4-way tie. If Arjun were to lose, Magnus and Yagiz draw, Nodirbek wins, we could also have a 4-way tie. Still on the minor chances. So 3 to 4 players in the running. We're going to have the winner tomorrow, chat. Back to the cameras. Thanks for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.